Chapter 1 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rob Marland. Chapter 1. I was born on the 22nd of October 1870 in a house called Ham Hill, near Worcester. My father, the 8th Marquis of Queensberry, being at that time master of the Worcestershire foxhounds, a position he occupied for only 2 years. My father was a fine horseman and devoted to hunting. He was for a short time master of the Dumfriesshire, his native county, hounds, and this hunt was started by my grandfather, the 7th Marquis, who acted as master for about 10 years. My father was also very fond of riding his own or his friends' horses over jumps, and in his time rode quite a lot of winners. On several occasions he rode in the Grand National on his own horses, but never succeeded in winning the race, though he rode Old Joe, who won in 1886, in a lot of his gallops, and was anxious to ride him in the National itself. Old Joe belonged to his cousin, Arthur Johnston Douglas, of Lockerbie, who bought the horse as a hunter for £150, and hunted him for 1 season. Arthur Douglas put him in training, and the horse, after winning a race at Sandown, won the Grand National, starting at 40-1. He won on 3 legs, and pulled up so lame that he was at first believed to have broken down. My father at that time was past his best in the pigskin, and Arthur Douglas wisely put up a professional jockey, Skelton, in preference to my father, who nevertheless was rather sore about having been "done out of his chance" of riding the winner of the National. Although in his day my father was very well known as a fine cross-country gentleman jockey, and as a bold and fearless rider to hounds, most of his hunting was done from Melton, with the Quorn and Cottesmore, he is chiefly remembered in the sporting world as the author or compiler of the Queensberry Rules of Boxing. I noticed that when he died, in 1899, not a word was written in the sporting papers about his riding record, of which he was far prouder than his boxing. It is astonishing how rapidly memories of that kind disappear. When I was a boy at Winchester, one of my favourite occupations was looking up the old numbers of the Field newspaper, of which there was a bound set in our house library, for records of the races ridden by my father in the 60s and 70s. As a boy I adored my father, and looked up to him as a wonderful man of almost legendary prowess as a sportsman and a fighter. My intense admiration of my father was doubtless not at all impaired, but on the contrary greatly increased, by the fact that I hardly ever saw him. I am afraid it would be as impossible to say that he was a good father as to say that he was a good husband. He did nothing for us boys. When he saw us he was generally good-natured and kindly, but he never lifted a finger to teach, admonish, or influence us in any direction. It is one of my greatest grievances against him that he never even taught me to ride. I was taught, after a fashion, to ride by coachmen and grooms, and I had a pony given to me by my father when I was 6 years old. It was called the Rat, and my father paid £60 for it at Tattersall's. It was a rattling good pony, and jumped like a stag. I rode a lot, and later hunted with the Cottesmore from the beautiful place, Burley-on-the-Hill, of my uncle, George Finch, MP, for Rutland. But as a boy I was rather nervous on a horse, and I never really learned to ride properly and with confidence till I did so in a racing stable, my own, at Chantilly, when I was in my 30th year. My father was entirely self-centred. Nay, more, he was utterly selfish, and had been from his early youth used to having his own way about everything. He was in the navy from the age of 12 to about 19, when he succeeded to the title through the tragic death of his father, who shot himself in the park at Kinmount, the family place in Dumfriesshire. Whether my poor grandfather's death was the result of an accident or not is a point which has never been definitely settled. At any rate, he died when my father was a boy, and the destinies of our house declined from that moment with great, one almost might say headlong, rapidity. My father came into a property of about 30,000 acres, and a rent roll of at least £20,000 a year. I don't mean that he had that to spend, but at any rate there was plenty of money. He and my brother Percy, the late Marquis, between them got rid of more than £700,000, and there is nothing left, not an acre in Scotland, not a halfpenny piece from the old property which was conferred on the elder of his two sons, both illegitimate, by the second Earl of Douglas, himself the head of the male line descended from the original Douglas, the dark grey man, so often referred to by Walter Scott. He had no legitimate issue of his marriage with the daughter of Robert II, King of Scotland. Our direct ancestor, who was killed at the Battle of Otterburn, Chevy Chase, in the year 1388. My father sold the whole property, first the Torthorwald Castle property, and then the Kinmount property. Owing to the quarrel between him and my late brother Percy, no settlement was made, and my brother came into about £300,000 in cash, which was taken off him in the city in a few years, and he died in South Africa in 1920 practically penniless. The unfortunate younger children, including myself, naturally came very badly out of this debacle. We were each left a small sum, less than £15,000, when my father died, and, when the main trunk of our ancient house collapsed, we, the branches, went with it. It is a fairly satisfactory proposition to be the younger son of a marquis who possesses a large landed property, a stable full of horses, a big income, a huge circle of wealthy relatives and friends, and a large crowd of more or less devoted dependents and henchmen. The proposition begins to lose a good deal of its bright colour when the landed property goes, and when all the money goes, it becomes, what it has been to me any time these last 20 years, a particularly appalling kind of purgatory. The lot of a younger son with the courtesy title of lord and no money is indeed a miserable one. I have in my life, for my sins, been through every kind of suffering, ranging from mere acute unpleasantness to the most awful mental agony. But I believe the most constant cross I have had to bear is precisely that of having been born, and having had to go on all my life being, a lord without money. From more than 1,000 years of ancestors I have inherited all the instincts of the true aristocrat, the chief of which I take to be the instinct to be generous and open-handed, and to be the helper and defender of the poor or oppressed. To see people all round who want helping, and not to be able to help them, to be obliged to refuse when appealed to, is a constant and perennial misery. Whenever I have had money, I have always given it away to anyone who wanted it or asked for it, and it has generally been a case of first come, first served. That is to say, whoever happened to ask for it first or most persistently got it. When I have had no money to give, I have given anything else I could produce, or be the equivalent for. I have never, as far as I know, refused to take on anything to help either an individual or simply the human race or my fellow countrymen. My motto has always been give, give, give. It has been the passion of my life to sacrifice myself for others, to find and fight for lost causes, which I never believe to be really lost, to affront unimaginable odds, and never to admit that I was beaten, even when I found myself, as I ultimately did, in prison. I am now in a sort of backwater of life, and I am able to look back and see my own career as if it were the career of someone else. I have analysed myself and the motive springs of my actions, and I have discovered what I have just set down about myself. I certainly do not set it down by way of self-glorification. Probably I might have been much more useful to my family and friends, and to society at large, if I had merely tried to get on in the world, and to make friends with the mammon of unrighteousness. I am now merely recording facts. Whatever I have done in life has been done in obedience to an overpowering instinct. Anyone who reads my poetry with insight and intelligence will see in it all that I have said here about myself. While I, necessarily, believe in free will, I believe also in the influence of heredity. A man cannot help his instincts and the natural tendencies he is born with, but he can control and direct them. I believe I inherited my desire to help from my mother, who was, and is, the antithesis of my father in character. My mother has always lived for others, and has reduced herself to poverty by her generosity and her inability to refuse assistance to anyone who appealed to her. It is an interesting fact that my mother, who, on her father's, the late Mr. Alfred Montgomery, side, comes from the Scottish Montgomerys of Eglinton, a princely Norman family nearly as old in Scotland as the Douglas family. On her mother's side can trace her descent back to Jocelyn, the 13th and last Earl of Northumberland. Thus, when my father married my mother, the direct descendant in the male line of the Douglas killed at Chevy Chase married a descendant of the Percy who was taken prisoner by the Douglases at the same historic battle. Consequently, I combine in my own veins the blood of the two greatest houses of Scotland and England. Obviously, then, I am quite as well born as anyone now living in Great Britain, and I must ask my readers to remember this when judging my actions and my methods of looking at life. I have always had the utmost contempt for public opinion. I began by despising it from what one might call, and what my critics, notably Frank Harris in his Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, have called it, aristocratic insolence. When I had had the aristocratic insolence knocked out of me by a succession of hammer blows from fate, I still went on despising public opinion from the point of view of religion, which, rightly considered, is in itself the most aristocratic thing in the world. When I became a Catholic, I don't mean an Anglo-Catholic, but a real Roman Catholic, in my 41st year, I was uplifted and delighted to find that Catholics are taught to pray to be delivered from the respect of persons. I have never had the slightest respect of persons, and it was a great encouragement to find that I had got by nature what numbers of people are not able to attain even by praying for it. Respect of persons, of course, means respecting persons for reasons other than their virtues. For instance, to respect a judge or a duke or a king simply because he is a judge or a duke or a king, and without reference to his character, is quite unchristian and quite unaristocratic. Conversely, to despise a man simply because he is poor or unfortunate or unpopular is equally unchristian and equally unaristocratic. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. It was, I think, a great misfortune for our family that we lived so little in Scotland on our own place. The happiest days of my childhood were passed at Kinmount, which is about 4 miles from Annan, and to this day I sometimes dream that we are going back there. We left the place, forever as it turned out, when I was about 10 years old, and by the time I was 17 it had passed out of the possession of the family, and the 800 years' identification of the Douglases with that part of Scotland, which is bounded on the south side by the Solway Firth, was finished. The other part of the property, the Torthawald estate, had already been sold, and nothing was then left in the way of houses and land but a small place called Glen Stewart and about 2,000 acres, which in turn was sold almost immediately after my brother Percy succeeded my father. Percy and I were always particular friends, and were, so to speak, paired off together in everything right up to the time when he went into the Navy. We rode about on our ponies together, our favourite objective being the little village of XVIII, the birthplace of Carlyle, where there was a small shop which dealt in such commodities as wooden swords and gold-leaf paper, most of our games being connected with battles and frays. The estate carpenter, Dunkeld, kindest of men, used to make us wooden spears and shields on which the Douglas heart was painted, and a thrust directed by Percy from one of these spears on one occasion missed putting out my elder brother's, Drumlanrig's, eye by a fraction of an inch. Then came the sad day when we moved out of Kinmount and went up to London, first to 67 Cromwell Road, and afterwards to 18 Cadogan Place. My father, even in those days, had ceased to live at home. He had rooms in James Street, Buckingham Gate, and we hardly ever saw him either in London or at my mother's country house, the Hut, 3 miles from Bracknell, in Berkshire, which we inhabited during the summer months. The Hut was a picturesque, rambling ranch of a house, larger than its name might imply. At a pinch it would hold quite 25 people, which had been run up by Lord Downshire in the pine woods as a temporary abode while his big place, East Hampstead, was being built. At the time when we lived there, Artie Downshire, the late Marquis, was a boy about the same age as myself, and he and his mother were our nearest neighbours, as well as our landlords. Artie was an amiable, though rather stolid boy, and he had a positive mania for driving farm carts. His poor mother's desperate attempts to induce him to take his proper part in the elaborately organised cricket matches in the park at East Hampstead, at which my 3 brothers and myself were, of course, usually present, were continually being frustrated. When Artie's turn to go in arrived, he had generally disappeared, and he was found later on seated on the shaft of a manure cart, admonishing the cart horse to gee up. His cousin, Wellington Stapleton Cotton, who would have become Lord Combermere if he had lived, was a frequent guest at East Hampstead. There was a tremendous friendship between him and me. I adored him, and I think he adored me. He was at school at Wellington College when I was at Winchester, and I remember on one occasion, when I had been off in the summer holidays to Switzerland, Zermatt, in the company of my housemaster, Trant Bramston, and my great school friend Encombe, Lord Eldon's eldest son, I returned to the Hut and developed mumps just a week before the day on which Wellington and I were due to go back to our respective schools. It was a bitter blow to us both when he was, of course, forbidden to come over from East Hampstead to see me. However, I wrote him a note, dispatched by the trusty hand of Harold, the footman, in which I pointed out that if he could only manage to catch the mumps, we would no doubt be allowed to be together for the next 3 weeks, and I begged him to come up to see me in spite of the prohibition of Lady Downshire and my mother. The next morning he turned up before breakfast, and got into my bedroom through the window. We decided that the best way to ensure the desired infection of the mumps was for him to undress and get into bed with me. This he did, and after remaining with me for half an hour he departed, as he had come, an undiscerned road, by the window. The cussedness of things was, however, exemplified in the usual way, for he failed to develop the slightest symptom of the dread disease, whereas Encombe went back to Winchester and infected our house, who in turn passed it on to the rest of the school. At that time I was 15, and Wellington a year younger. The last time I saw him was about 4 years later, when he came over to dine and sleep from Sandhurst. He was killed at Spion Kop in the Boer War. I have never forgotten to pray for him every night since his death, and I look forward to being a boy again with him in paradise, one day not very far off. When you go to heaven, you can be what you like, and I intend to be a child. At home, by my brothers and sister, and by all my relatives, I was always called Bosie, and the name has stuck to me all my life. Its origin is simply that my mother called me so when I was a baby. Obviously, it is just a variation of boy, and means little boy. When I had been about a year at Winchester, my brother Percy, who was then a midshipman in the Navy, happened to send me a farewell telegram just as he was starting in his ship for the Pacific. It contained the words, "Goodbye, darling Bosie." This telegram was put for me on the table in hall in my house. I was not in hall when the telegram arrived, and it was opened by inquisitive boys. When I came in, I was hailed with derisive shouts of, "Hello, darling Bosie," and from that day forth I was always called Bosie by the boys in my house, and later by my housemaster, the Reverend John Trant Bramston, and at Oxford the name stuck to me, as it does to this day. Searching back in the dim past for memories of childhood, one flits past a procession of the ghosts of governesses, nurses, and maids. I think all our governesses were more or less beloved. We were very affectionate and sentimental children. To each other we were always "darling," as much as a matter of course as we were to my mother. My mother was something I despair of describing. She was so beautiful that just after her marriage, when she and her sister, Mrs. Finch of Burley-on-the-Hill, went driving in London in the park, people stood on chairs to see them. My mother was very fair, and her sister very dark. There is an angelic picture of the two sisters when they were children, painted by Watts for my grandfather, Alfred Montgomery, and it is now at Burley-on-the-Hill. My mother went on looking like a girl till she was well over 40. She had angel's beauty, a gentle, sad, proud, tiny, flower-like face and head, with a slim figure like a Tanagra statuette. She was, and is, the most unselfish, the most incredibly good and sweet and kind and patient, and also the most valiant and loyal woman that ever drew the breath of life. Good as she was, she lacked the one thing to make her a perfect mother, which she has obtained since. I mean that she was not definitely religious. Her mother, the Honourable Mrs. Alfred Montgomery, who was a daughter of the first Lord Leconfield, became a Catholic. She was a convert of Manning, who at one time was rector of Pulborough, close to Petworth, her father's house, and she was, most wickedly and cruelly, separated from her children in consequence. My mother was brought up in the Low Church Protestantism, which more or less afflicted my own childhood, and which was the religion of the crème de la crème of society in those days. I suppose my mother, naturally enough, couldn't swallow it, and so she was not religious, and never gave us any very definite religious teaching. We went to church regularly, of course, unless we could manage to get out of it, and she gave us an example of a holy, blameless, and saintly life. But even all that does not make up for a real religion. My mother became a Catholic in her 80th year. My father, on the other hand, was a professed and crude agnostic, and went out of his way to advertise the fact on every occasion. In fact, anyone he could get to listen to him he bored to tears about it, and in the end society, which cares very little about religion, but which will not stand being bored, turned on him and avoided him. But to get back to the governesses, the earliest recollection I have of them takes the shape of a somewhat dour and formidable Scotswoman, Miss McCormick. But fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately for me, I did not come under her regime except for a very short time. She belonged to the old-fashioned school, and went in for old-fashioned schoolroom discipline, ranging from the back of a hairbrush to a cane, inflicted on the raw. I have distinct recollections of the first named form of correction, but I was too young during her reign to experience the second. My two elder brothers, on the other hand, had the full benefit of her Spartan system for several years. my mother, of course, not being aware of it. It certainly did them no harm, and as they were both quite devoted to Miss McCormick, I don't imagine they would ever have given her away. Her severities, which were, of course, well known to all the nurses, nursemaids, schoolroom maids, and so forth, eventually produced a rumpus, and Miss McCormick fell a victim to the advancing tide of humanitarianism, which is undermining the moral character of the rising generation. She went, not unwept, by her victims. Others followed, and I particularly remember Miss Smelt, whom I adored, and on whose lap I used to sit while she told me the most wonderful fairy stories, which she invented as she went on, and which lasted for days and days. There was also poor Miss Holland, who took a gloomy view of life, and mistakenly took our mischievous pranks for hostility to herself, and in some ways we must have been very trying, for, with all our sentimentality and our darlings and facile tears, we were distinctly rough and occasionally violent boys. There was a French governess to whom we were devoted, Mademoiselle de Sauburen, and I also remember a Miss Humphrey, whom I loved deeply. Then there was dear Lizzie, my mother's maid, the most faithful, loving soul that ever inhabited a mortal body, and who, though she never was our nurse, takes in our family the place of the nanny of tradition. Needless to say, she also reposes in my prayers, with her sister Ruthie. One of the advantages of being a Catholic is that when anyone you love dies, you put him into your prayers and keep him there ever afterwards. On one occasion, when my younger brother Sholto was 5 years old, he was for some reason left alone in the house with a specially engaged governess for a few weeks. When my mother returned, this governess, whose name I forget, came to see her, and gave formal notice that she wished to leave at once. My mother asked the reason, and the governess gravely replied that it was impossible for her to remain in the house a moment longer, as Lord Sholto had called her a liar. To about the same period belongs the episode of the odd man at Kinmount, whose duties were to clean the boots and knives, and also to wait on the upper servants in the housekeeper's room. When he had been in the house a few days, the butler, a most stately person, addressing my mother, said, "If your ladyship has no objection, we propose to call the new man the usher of the hall." As dear old Joe Graham, my grandfather's and father's huntsman, said to me years afterwards, when I turned up to see him in his cottage at Cummertrees one day, and he instantly recognized me, although he had not seen me for 10 years, because, as he said, I had my father's smile, "They was the days." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. I went to a private school called Lambrook when I was 10. My brother Drumlanrig, we called him Francie, who was 4 years older than me, being then in his last term at the same school before going to Harrow. Percy, being destined for the Navy, went to a school at Portsmouth in preparation for the Britannia. Lambrook was a very classy school in the sense that it was chiefly populated by sprigs of nobility. 2 of Queen Victoria's grandsons, Prince Victor and Prince Albert of Schleswig-Holstein, were there, and on more than one occasion the Queen came over from Windsor to see them and spend an hour or 2 in our cricket field. But after I had been there about a year, a row took place, the causes of which I did not fathom till many years later, and the school more or less broke up. I was moved to another school called Wixenford, kept by a Mr. Arnold, and my younger brother Sholto went with me. My recollections of Wixenford are nothing like so pleasant as those I have of Lambrook, and to this day I feel sore over the fact that I was, as I considered, done out of the prize for classics, Latin and Greek, which I certainly earned by plurality of marks, but which was diverted from me to Leveson, now Lord Granville. Not that I had any but the most friendly feelings towards him. His mother, Lady Granville, and my mother were great friends, and I can just remember the celebrated Lord Granville, his father, and a week's visit I paid to Walmer Castle with my mother. Leveson was famed in those days as the boy who swallowed half a crown. He performed this feat accidentally while giving a conjuring performance to a circle of young friends, and the most dire apprehensions were felt about him for several days. However, he never was any the worse. He was a flaxen-haired and waxen-faced child, and looked like a nice doll. We were great friends in those days, but my chief friend at Wixenford was a boy called Shepherd. He was an American, and he fascinated me by, among other things, his way of talking. He used to call me Puppy Dog, and Mr. Arnold, who was of a sarcastic turn of speech, and fond of exercising his tongue on his pupils, discovering this by chance, said one day, "What sort of puppy dog? An Italian greyhound, I should think." After that, whenever he wanted to annoy me, which was fairly often, he called me the Italian greyhound. This used to fill me with rage and grief, and often reduced me to tears. Why I should have objected so much to being called an Italian greyhound by my schoolmaster, while I gloried in being called puppy dog by the friend of my heart, is one of the lost mysteries of childhood which I cannot recapture. Mr. Arnold, though by no means an unkind man, was to my childish eyes very alarming. He was very tall, with a black beard, and closely resembled the picture of Agrippa in Struwelpeter. And it appeared to me that he had a special down on me, though I must add that there was no such thing as ill treatment at this school, and the cane was practically unknown. I remember only 2 boys being licked with a birch rod all the time I was there. What they were supposed to have done I never could find out, but it must have been considered very serious. Mr. Arnold's attacks on me were purely verbal, but I suffered agonies from them, being very sensitive, and also, alas that I must say it, frightfully spoilt at home by my mother. I was a very pretty child, and had captivating ways, and my mother could not, or did not, resist me. The consequence was, of course, that I suffered proportionately more at school. It is a recollection of this fact, and kindred consequences, that always makes me gnash my teeth when I see a spoilt child. I would rather see a child badly treated than spoilt. Experience shows that suffering is good for the soul, a theme which I have elaborated in my poem In Excelsis, which I wrote in prison as the result of the worst possible suffering, namely, the suffering that comes from the sense of injustice and the ingratitude of those for whom one has sacrificed oneself. What was lacking in my home was a father. My mother's spoiling would not have harmed me if my father had been a real father, and had ever taken half as much interest in his children as he did in his dogs and his horses. As it was, I scarcely ever saw him, and when, for the first time in his life, he suddenly tried to exert his authority over me in a very violent way, I am referring to the occasion when he suddenly ordered me to give up my friendship with Oscar Wilde, I defied him, and he ruthlessly and deliberately ruined my life. All through my childhood and youth the shadow of my father lay over me, for though I loved him, and had indeed a quite absurd admiration for his supposed heroic qualities, I could not be blind to his infamous treatment of my mother, even long before she was driven to divorce him, which took place when I was 16. I must here explain that though my mother divorced my father, she never remarried, or had the slightest intention of doing so. I mention this because she is now a Catholic, and it is a matter of common knowledge that the Catholic Church does not recognize divorce, or really, to put it more accurately, does not allow the remarriage of either party to a divorce. My father, on the other hand, did marry again, and his marriage was annulled within 6 months of its celebration. When I left Wixenford, I went to Winchester, being then just under 14. I wanted to go to Eton, chiefly because my beloved Shepherd had gone there, and my mother and I had quite settled that I was to go there, but my father stopped it at the last moment, and said he would not have any of his sons turned into Belgravian loafers, which was his quaint expression for what he imagined to be the typical and representative results of education at that celebrated school. My father was like that. He knew nothing whatever about Eton or any public school, having been on the Britannia and in the Navy himself, but his prejudices, once formed, were as utterly insurmountable as they were often unreasonable. Winchester was in a transitional stage at that time. Just before I got there it was still a very savage place. I came in for the last year of the real savagery, which, really and truly, was very much like that of Tom Brown's school days. There was a boy in our house who might have sat for a model of Flashman. I remember thinking that my parents must be quite mad to send me to such an awful place. I don't like abusing my old school, for which I still have a great affection, but, truth to tell, it was a sink of iniquity. My first 18 months there were pretty much of a nightmare. After that I got used to the conditions, adapted myself to the standard of morality, or rather immorality, and enjoyed the whole thing tremendously. I went up there a sensitive, dreamy child, passionately pure, and devoted in my heart to every noble ideal. I had been brought up by my mother to love purity, truth, and beauty. I had a natural taste for the best in everything. At 8 years old I preferred Romeo and Juliet and Henry IV to any book of fairy tales, not excepting the still beloved Hans Andersen. I loved music, and I had been accustomed all my life to be in houses where my eyes rested on beautiful pictures, glorious tapestries, and the harmony of everything that is connoted by perfect taste. I left Winchester neither better nor worse than my contemporaries, that is to say, a finished young blackguard, ripe for any kind of wickedness. Of course, I don't mean that I, any more than my school friends, had lost all that we had learned, some of us, at home. But we had superadded to it all that our much-vaunted English public schools can teach. I suppose this sort of truth-telling only makes English people angry, so I will say no more. If anyone wants to know what I think about Protestant public schools, I refer him to the remarks on the subject of W. G. Ward, Ideal Ward, see W. G. Ward and the Oxford Movement by his son, the late Wilfred Ward. Ideal Ward was at Winchester too, and he spoke, as I do, from actual experience. By the time my son Raymond was 9 years old, I had made up my mind that I would rather see him dead than at a Protestant public school, and, though it involved a strenuous fight with my father-in-law, Colonel Custance, I kept him from sharing the fate of his father. He went to a Catholic school, with the result that at 25 years of age he is as innocent, in the true sense of the word, as I was when I first went to Winchester. My greatest friend at Winchester was Encombe, with whom I afterwards shared rooms at Oxford. Like nearly all the few faithful friends who went on sticking to me after I got into trouble with society, he is dead. Providence has never allowed me to keep a powerful, in the worldly sense, friend. If Encombe had lived, things would have been very different for me, and the same applies to my cousin, George Wyndham, who became my friend only in the last few months of his life, after completely misjudging and misunderstanding me for 20 years before. It shows the sort of man George Wyndham was that we never really became friends till after I had been smashed in the ransom trial case, which I lost, as I shall explain more in detail later on. Just because I was in the world's eyes down and out, he rushed in to help me, although he didn't really even like me at that time. Once being my friend, he would never have left me in the lurch, as so many others did, including many of his and my own family, who had not the excuse of being able to say that they had never cared about me. I have often felt inclined to put the English down as the most cowardly and disloyal people in the world. I have some excuse for thinking so, for English friend after English friend has betrayed me and deserted me and played me false after getting all he could out of me. But when I get to that stage of bitterness, inevitable from time to time, the memory of Encombe and George Wyndham crops up, and for their sake I qualify all I have said about the English. I have a stack of George Wyndham's letters in my possession. I offered them to those who were compiling a collection of his letters, but they did not appear to want them. It is rather amusing, because in 100 or even 50 years they will be worth more than all his other letters put together, just because they were written to me. If anyone says that this is rank egoism, I reply that a man of my age is entitled to tell what he believes to be the truth about himself in his own autobiography. In fact, he is not only entitled to tell the truth, but he is bound to do so. I cannot leave these recollections of my childhood and boyhood without a word about my great-uncle, the Honourable Percy Wyndham, George's father, and his wife, my great-aunt Madeline Wyndham. During all that period, Uncle Percy and Aunt Madeline took a place in my affections which enshrines them forever in my grateful memory. So many people have written about Aunt Madeline and the magic of her personality, her charm, her charity, her kindness, her genius, that I can add nothing to what has already been written. Uncle Percy, in his own way, was just as entirely delightful. Though generally supposed to be rather formidable, he was, I believe, the softest-hearted and most amiable man in the world. He was also a man of great intellectual acumen and brain-power, and had an unfailing eye for shams and humbug. He was very modest and rather shy, and when at Clouds his feelings became too much for him, in the face of any kind of manifestation of modern tomfoolery or heresy, he generally, like the young lady of Sweden, made no observation, but retired to his study and shut the door. He was full of wisdom, and had the perfect taste which always admires the best, and is not taken in by mere passing vogues. I am more proud of the fact that he loved the Academy when I was editing it, and told me in a letter that it represented all sorts of, to me, cherished ideals which I had thought had disappeared forever from modern life, than I am of any other circumstance connected with my journalistic career. The approbation of Uncle Percy more than compensated me for the disapprobation of certain degenerate members of his family, one of whom, when I quoted Uncle Percy at her, replied that the "poor darling doesn't know much about literature," and went on to crush me by telling me that Mr. Asquith didn't at all like the Academy. I assured her that I took this as a great tribute, but I doubt whether she believed that I was serious. I was quite serious. I have never sought or desired the countenance or the approbation of the Asquiths. If I had done so, there would not have been the slightest difficulty about obtaining them. When I had edited the Academy for about 9 months, my cousin, Lady Grey of Fallerden, then Lady Tennant, and afterwards Lady Glenconnor, asked me to dinner to meet her brother-in-law, Mr. Asquith, the late Lord Oxford and Asquith, and she asked me to bring with me and introduce to him all the staff of the Academy, who were included in her dinner invitation. Mr. Asquith was at that time Prime Minister, and I violently disapproved of his conduct of the affairs of the nation, especially his Education Bill and his Licensing Bill, both of which I had a hand in destroying. I told my cousin that I did not care to meet Mr. Asquith, and the projected dinner party did not come off. All this, however, belongs to a much later period than that with which I've been dealing, and to which I must return in my next chapter. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Life in those days of boyhood at Winchester and Oxford was pretty well rose-coloured all through, once the first 2 nightmare years of Winchester were over. A wild rag at school and the university, and a constant succession of amusement, sport, luxury, and pleasure at home. I think I have put it concisely in one of the sonnets in my poem In Excelsis, written more than 30 years later, in my cell at Wormwood Scrubbs Prison. For I was of the world's top, born to bask in its preferment where the augurs sit, And where the devil's grace to counterfeit is all the tribute that the augurs ask. As I am bound to make the attempt to give a true picture of myself to set against the ludicrous caricature that is to be found in such books as Frank Harris's Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, and the equally idiotic outpourings of Mr. Robert Harborough Sherard, I suppose it is necessary to say that I was, until I met Oscar Wilde in my 3rd year at Magdalen, Oxford, very much like other boys of my class and upbringing. I was, I think I may say fairly, without fear of contradiction, very popular, and had a great many friends. I put them in inverted commas because, with 2 or 3 exceptions, they all, more Anglicano, left me in the lurch when the time came. At school and at Oxford I took nothing very seriously. I learned very little at Winchester, and at Oxford I acquired only a certain amount of knowledge, more or less by accident, and because, although I neglected the work I was supposed to be doing, I did indulge in a great amount of miscellaneous reading. I was never any good as a cricketer, and though I was fairly good at football, I never could take games as seriously as the average English boy takes them. But I was a good runner, and only the bad luck of being ill prevented me from doing well in the sports in my last year at Winchester. I won the school steeplechase, 2½ miles across country, when I was 16 in 1887, and I feel pretty sure that I would have won it again from scratch the next year, my last, if I had been able to run. But unfortunately I was in bed with a bad cold, and unable to compete in that event, and my illness ruined my hopes in the mile, where I would have stood a good chance. At Oxford I won the 2 miles race at the Magdalen College Sports, after being second the year before, and I also won the mile handicap. I won these events quite untrained, and if there had been in those days anyone whatever to take interest in me, from a running point of view, I would have undoubtedly made a good show as a 3-miler, and might have got my blue. As it was, I threw away my chances on the only occasion on which I ran in the varsity sports, in the 3 miles, by running with a plaster bandage round my left knee. Although I was not properly trained, I fancied myself to win the 3 miles, and I had privately tested myself to be, as I thought, good enough to win it. But, as evil fate would have it, on the day before the race, a friend of mine who was with me on the running track pointed out, what I had scarcely noticed before, that I had a slightly swollen vein behind my left knee. I went the next day and showed it to a doctor, and he assured me that it was of no consequence, and did not amount to a varicose vein, but at the same time he said he could fix me up with a bandage, which would make it perfectly safe to run. He accordingly encased my knee in a stiff plaster. It seems almost incredible that he should have been such a fool, and that I myself should have been such a fool as not to realize that the result of this bandage round my knee was to shorten my stride and put a frightful handicap on me. I ran in the 3 miles, and after going just over 2 miles, and finding that I could scarcely keep my place, about 4th, and that I was 25 yards behind the leader, and ultimate winner, I dropped out utterly puzzled and disheartened. At the time I could not understand it, as I knew my form in this race was too bad to be true. But I was so upset and so disgusted, I had told a few of my friends that I was going to win, that I gave up running from that day forth. It was not till years afterwards that it occurred to me that this wretched bandage was the cause of my discomfiture. I do not, of course, say that I would certainly have won the race without the bandage, but I had run a trial 3 miles about a week before with a man who had his blue for 3 miles, and I had beaten him very easily by quite 100 yards. So, obviously, if I had run my true form, I should have been there or thereabouts at the finish. I suppose at my age I can talk about my personal appearance in my youth without being denounced for vanity. Frank Harris, in his self-admitted perversion of the truth, as far as I am concerned, entitled The Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, says that at the time when he, Harris, first met me, which was in my 24th year, I was pretty in a girlish way. This, of course, is the merest malice. There was nothing then, nor has there ever been anything in the least effeminate about either my appearance or my manners. After all, there is plenty of evidence on this point, the evidence of numerous photographs and pictures, and eye-witnesses by the hundred. There can be no object in pretending that I was not rather exceptionally good-looking as a boy, and it is a fact that I went on preserving my looks and youthful appearance in a truly remarkable way right up to the time I reached the 40s. 2 years after the Wilde affair, when I was in my 27th year, I happened to be in Monte Carlo for a few days with my mother. I went to the casino and was refused admission on the ground that I was too young to go into the gambling rooms, the rule being that no one under 21 years can be admitted. After arguing vainly for some time with several polite officials, I finally went off and found my mother. She accompanied me back to the casino and, producing her card, assured the head official that I was her son and that I was nearly 27. The official thereupon gave me a card of admission with many apologies, saying, "I hope, my lord, you will excuse me, but I have a son of 16, and he looks much older than you do." It is curious that when I went to the casino 2 years before, in company with Oscar Wilde, just before his prosecution of my father, I was admitted without question, even though I was then only in my 25th year. Right up to my 40th year, I could at any time have passed for a boy if I'd wished to do so, and in fact I have often done it just for a joke. All I required as a preliminary was a week or 10 days' shooting and hard walking in Scotland, or a few gallops or other form of strenuous exercise to clear my eye and get a good colour. With this preparation, I would have undertaken to bet that I could go down to Winchester, put on a school straw hat, and pass entirely unnoticed as a schoolboy among a group of schoolboys. When I was 31 and owned a racing stable at Chantilly, I was one day playing the piano in the drawing-room of the Hotel Condé, where I was then living, when the old French Baron de Rothschild came into the room. I stopped my very imperfect execution of Chopin's First Polonaise and got up. Whereupon the dear old lady begged me to go on playing, and entered into conversation with me, complimented me on my French accent, and asked me if I was at school in France. It was just about that time that I first met my wife, then Miss Olive Custance, and we were married a year later. She can confirm what I have written about my appearance at that time, and the fact that it scarcely changed during the next 10 years. I am obliged to go into all this because I am now approaching the most difficult and embarrassing part of my task in writing these memoirs. I mean my association with Oscar Wilde. Anyone who knows anything about life as it really is in England at school, at the university, and later, and who is not a party to the hypocritical wholesale lying and suppression of the truth which, up till quite lately, was de rigueur on this sort of question, will know that, my appearance being what it was, I was exactly the type which attracts boys and men quite as much as it attracts women and girls. I decline to go on sticking to the convention which has hitherto forced me to suppress the truth. I did it in a former book because I was then advised by the man who helped me to write it, T.W.H. Crossland, to wit, that to do otherwise would be equal to committing suicide. I have already told the truth about this matter in the witness box, which is the most public confessional in the world, and I am going to tell it once more in this book, just as I wanted to do when I wrote my book Oscar Wilde and Myself in 1914. I was persuaded not to tell the whole truth then, but now I am much surer of my ground, and I am convinced that nothing but truth can serve me. When I was at school, As I have already indicated, I learned, after much initial repugnance and resistance, to do what everybody else did. By the time I was in my last year at Winchester, I was neither better nor worse than the other boys in my house. My moral sense had been completely destroyed, and as to religion, it simply did not exist in my day at Winchester. To say that it was treated as a joke would be a euphemism. It was treated with utter contempt, ridicule, and blasphemy. There was a picture of the Last Supper, a reproduction of Da Vinci's picture, hanging over the high table in the dining room of our house. One of the boys, who was a prefect, and certainly the most powerful and influential boy in the house — he was in Commoner 6 at football and in the school 11 — used to make a practice of hurling a piece of bread at this picture every time he came in to tea, there being then no master present. His object being to hit the figure of our Lord. I give this as a comparatively mild instance of the attitude towards sacred things that existed, and in this connection I may refer back once more to Ideal Ward, whose son, the late Mr. Wilfred Ward, quotes his father as saying about the Winchester of his day, "It is impossible to conceive anything more like hell." I am inclined to say ditto. When I was a boy at Winchester and at Oxford, I had many fine friendships, perfectly normal, wholesome, and not in the least sentimental. Such was my friendship with Encombe, which lasted till he died, at the age of 29. I had other friendships which were sentimental and passionate, but perfectly pure and innocent. Such was my friendship with Wellington Cotton. I had others again which were neither pure nor innocent. But if it is to be assumed from this that I was abnormal, or degenerate, or exceptionally wicked, then it must also be assumed that at least 90% of my contemporaries at Winchester and Oxford were the same. I cannot consent to tell the truth about myself without also telling it about other people, though I shall be careful not to mention names. There is nothing more dangerous and more certain to expose one to violent abuse and hatred than to tell the truth in England, even in the witness box, when one has sworn on the Bible before God to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But to get back to my boyhood and youth, I say once for all that I was not at all abnormal or degenerate. I was perfectly healthy and natural, and to quote the words in the witness box of my family doctor, whom I called as a witness in my libel against the Evening News, above the average, both mentally and physically. 50,000 other boys might have done, and did as a fact do, exactly what I did, but, unlike me, they have not been compelled by a cruel fate to act the lifelong part of a scapegoat, and bear the whole force of all the concentrated hypocrisy and sham virtue which, in these matters, has made England a byword among the nations of the world any time during the last 300 years. It is an outrage that I should be obliged at my age, after being married for 26 years, and with a son of 25, to put all this into print. If I had been treated, I will not say fairly, but with the remotest approach to humanity and decency, it should never have become necessary. No other living creature has been treated as I have been treated, and has invoked in vain, as I have done, the law of his country to help him against a conspiracy of persecution and blackmail which has gone on for more than 30 years, and is still going on to this day. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. I hope that no reader of what I have just written will imagine that I am defending vice. I am not defending it. I hate and loathe it, and I venture to say that I have more right to stand up in the face of the world and say so than most men. I bitterly resent that I was robbed of my virtue and my innocence in my helpless boyhood by being put into a community which one of its own distinguished sons compared to hell. If I had escaped untarnished from Winchester and Oxford, it would have been a miracle, and I would have been a saint. On the other hand, if I had been born a Catholic, or had become one in early childhood, it is 1,000 to 1 that I would have passed unscathed through the same period. That is what I mean when I say that I bitterly resent what happened. The real truth is, of course, that the sort of things boys do at school and college, and that Oscar Wilde and thousands of others go on doing all their lives, are contrary to Christian ethics, but not to pagan ethics. I do not mean that even in classic Greece they were not condemned by the very highest minds, but they were, at the worst, regarded as venial offences, and did not provoke any of that horror and consternation which they are supposed to provoke in this country. But if England is practically today a pagan country, and statistics as to the number of churchgoers prove that she is, what right has she to pose as aghast at pagan habits? None whatever. When she has returned to the faith of her fathers, on which, for commercial and other ignoble reasons, she turned her back at the so-called Reformation, it will be time enough for her to endeavour to get back into the true Catholic attitude towards sin, which she has repudiated and denied. As things are at present, the attitude of the average Englishman on this point is not only hypocritical but absurd. If he really feels such horror at the practices in question, why does he pitchfork his children at the tender age of 12 to 14 into the very places where they are practically certain to learn them? Why are boys brought up to read the classic authors, including the eclogues of Virgil, not excepting, as Byron says, that Horridon beginning with the formosum pasta Corridon? Why were we at Oxford taught to read Plato, and to regard the Symposium as a magnificent work? I am quite aware, of course, that in the Symposium Socrates is on the side of purity, but there is nothing of the unmentionable attitude in the dialogue towards what the Englishman pretends to regard with such horror. One is forced to the conclusion that what England really feels about it is summed up in the one word hypocrisy. Do what you like, it really doesn't matter in the least. We all do it at one time or another of our lives, but we must never admit it, and at all costs we must keep up the attitude of amazed horror at any open manifestation of it in others that comes before us in our official capacity. Well, to paraphrase Ideal Ward again, is it possible to conceive anything more like hell than such an attitude? When I said at the beginning of this chapter that I had more right than most men to stand up in the face of the world and say that I hate and loathe vice, and particularly this vice, I said something which calls for explanation. Well, here is the explanation. I take it that no one has a right to condemn others for a vice which he practices himself. Anyone will agree to that proposition, I suppose. I will go a great deal further, and say that no one who is not entirely chaste has any right to condemn others for any form of impurity. I would not have dared to write this book, and to tell the truth about myself, if I could not say that I have been absolutely chaste, as I have been, for more than 14 years, and that I intend to remain in the same condition up till the day of my death. I ceased to have any part or lot in the Oscar Wilde business at least 26 years ago, when I married. But that in itself would not give me any right to condemn others. Far from it. Later, when, after my wife had left me, just before the trial of the ransom action, I was alone in the world, I had the choice of leading an immoral life, or conforming to the strict Catholic ideal of absolute purity. For about 2 months after my wife left me, about 14 years ago, I lived with a very beautiful girl, who sought me out because she was sorry for me, and thought I had been brutally treated. I had already been a Catholic then for about 18 months, and I knew I was committing and persisting in mortal sin by what I did. My conscience gave me no peace till I finally broke off the affair, and from that day I have lived absolutely chaste, except for 2 lapses in the first year, and have, as I put it in my poem In Excelsis, recaptured my innocence. And if, disvouching then my angel's voice, I could, by natural spirit, so outface the frowning world and its proclaimed offence against my friend, shall I not more rejoice to hate and brave it now, bestead by grace and my long since recaptured innocence? And even this does not give me the right to condemn others. I see that now, though at one time I thought it did. There was a time when I went after Robert Ross, as I was fully justified in doing in self-defence, and to right a great wrong, when I succeeded, I fear, in kidding myself into believing that I was carrying on a sort of purity crusade. The attitude is reflected in some of my satires, and in the book Oscar Wilde and Myself, which I wrote with Crossland. I wish to repudiate that attitude here and now. It is not for me to condemn or judge anyone else, but I do repeat that I have now a better right than most men to say that I hate and loathe every form of sexual vice, because it is the literal truth that I would far rather die any day than indulge in any such vice. And though I do not doubt that there are plenty of virtuous and unmarried men in this country who could say the same, there is, for example, the whole body of the Catholic priesthood, I feel perfectly certain that they are in a very small minority. It is, I hope, scarcely necessary for me to say that I am not going into all these intimate details about my private life with any idea of holding myself up to admiration as a reformed rake. The fact is that I am forced to do it because of the lies that have been told about me, and because it would be impossible for me to tell what I have set out to tell, at whatever cost to my own feelings, without explaining exactly how I stand. If I refer, as I have done, and am going to do again, to affairs with women, it is most emphatically not from the complacent point of view adopted by gentlemen like Mr. George Moore and Mr. Frank Harris. I am so far from being proud of such adventures that I am ashamed of them, and it gives me great pain to have to mention them. But I am trying to show that I was simply just like other young men of my class and education, and not any kind of monster remotely resembling what some of my enemies have tried to make me out. From a Catholic point of view, of course, I was very wicked. I am quite ready to admit that, provided it is accepted that 90% of my contemporaries were exactly the same. I will cheerfully submit to be condemned, and afterwards freely pardoned, as I have been years ago, by the Church of Christ, but I utterly decline to do penance before, shall we say, Mr. Justice Darling, or any of the numerous deadly cross-examiners who have cross-examined me at various times on the instructions of the late Sir George Lewis. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Perhaps someone will say, "What is it that you complain of? Do you suggest that judges and lawyers ought not to adopt an attitude of reprehension towards these vices which you yourself admit to be horrible?" I reply that I do not complain that judges and advocates should adopt such an attitude, but I do complain most bitterly that a man who is living a perfectly good and proper life with his wife and child, who, in the face of great odds, had established a commanding position in the world of poetry and letters, and who, for 12 years, has done everything possible to live down youthful indiscretions, for which he has already endured the most frightful punishment, should be denied that protection of the law against malicious libel which is the natural right of any decent citizen. This is what happened to me in 1913. I had long ceased to have any connection with the wild gang or cult. I had been married for more than 11 years. I had recovered my position in society, and I was living a perfectly harmless and reputable life. I had edited a leading literary paper for 3.5 years, with considerable success and credit, and I had published what even my worst enemies admit to be some of the finest poetry in the English language. Yet when I appealed to the courts for protection against a malicious statement made in a book at the instigation of the late Robert Ross, who hated me and had sworn to revenge himself on me because I declined to go on associating with him, to the effect that I was responsible for the ruin of Oscar Wilde, the courts, instead of protecting me as they should have done, allowed me to be flung to the wolves. Letters written by me to Oscar Wilde, which had been stolen by Robert Ross and kept secretly, although at the time he stole them he professed to be one of my greatest friends, were brought up against me and put to me in court. I was outmatched in the most cruel way by the weight of counsel. I had arrayed against me, appearing, if you please, for Mr. Arthur Ransom, the author of the book containing the libel, a young struggling author who, without the assistance of Ross and his gang, would have been hard put to it to find £100, Sir James Campbell, leader of the Irish Bar, Mr. McCardy, now Mr. Justice McCardy, Mr. F. E. Smith, now Lord Birkenhead, and other junior counsel, while I, for my part, was represented by only an inexperienced junior, who had been called to the bar for only about 2 years. This junior, my old friend Mr. Cecil Hayes, did his gallant best against hopeless odds, but the attitude of the judge made his already difficult task impossible. There are some judges who, if they see a man in the courts struggling against an overwhelming array of big counsel, with the assistance of only an inexperienced junior, will make a point of trying their best to help him out, and at any rate see that he gets as good a chance as possible of getting his case before the jury. But Mr. Justice Darling is not one of them. Letters written by Oscar Wilde to me, and which had got somehow into the possession of my father — they were stolen by a servant from me and sold to my father — were brought up against me. They were produced by Messrs. Charles Russell and Company, my father's solicitors, at the request, doubtless, as they would say, on subpoena, of Messrs. Lewis and Lewis, who were also my father's solicitors in the first place when he had his fight with Oscar Wilde. Thus, the two firms of solicitors employed by my father in what he and his counsel, Sir Edward Carson, described over and over again as an effort to save his son, combined to produce these letters against that son and to ruin him, or endeavour to do so, 18 years later, under the complacent eye of Mr. Justice Darling. In addition to that, the judge allowed the whole of the unpublished portion of the letter known as De Profundis, written to me, but which I never received, as it remained in the hands of Robert Ross, by Oscar Wilde in prison, to be used as evidence against me. For 2 hours I sat in the witness box and listened to the poisonous stream of wild lies and grotesque accusations which Wilde, in his rage and despair at the situation he found himself in, had committed to paper in his prison cell, although in the last letter he wrote to me before his conviction he had told me for the 100th time that his only hope of living through any sentence he might get was that I would stick to him, and that he might one day just see me again, and touch my hand. I remember this passage from the letter. "Child of all my imagination, little delicate flower, I am going to test the power of love. I am going to see if I cannot make the bitter waters sweet by the intensity of the love I bear you." In another letter of the same period he said, "None of God's created things, and you are the morning star of life, has been so wildly worshipped, so madly adored." In another letter he called me, "My darling child, with Christ's own heart in you." Between the time when he wrote these letters, and at least 30 others in the same strain, all of which, alas, I destroyed about a year before this ransom case came on, and the time when he wrote the De Profundis letter, nothing whatever had happened between us. He went into prison vowing eternal devotion to me, and imploring me in the most pathetic and heartbreaking terms not to desert him, but to stick to him and wait for him till he came out, all of which and much more I faithfully did. And within a year he was writing this frightful farrago of abuse and vilification. Strange and terrible enigma. I will return to it later. Mr. Martin Secker, who was the publisher of the book by Mr. Arthur Ransome, Oscar Wilde, A Critical Study, containing the libel on me, and who withdrew the book from circulation directly I issued writs against him and Mr. Ransome, told me some years later the whole story of how the book came to be written, and to contain the reflection on me which goaded me into taking action, and thus gave Robert Ross his chance of gratifying his malice. Mr. Secker said to me, in substance, as follows: "I must say that Ransome was perfectly innocent in the matter. He came to me and suggested a book on Wilde, and, after hearing what his idea of the book was, I commissioned him to write it. He then said that it would be a tremendous help to him in writing the book if he could get an introduction to Robert Ross. He subsequently met Ross, who was very friendly, and seemed inclined to give him every assistance. Ross told Ransome that if he would be guided by him, and do the book on certain lines, he would give him access to all sorts of documents and sources of information which had not been available to anyone else. Naturally, Ransome gratefully agreed to all that Ross proposed, and after that it was easy for Ross to get in the attack on you which the book contained, and which in itself was only a matter of a few words." Mr. Secker went on to tell me that when his attention was drawn to it, he had immediately recognized that the attack on me was unfair, and in no way essential to the book, and that he told Ransome that he intended to withdraw the book from circulation and issue a new edition, leaving out the words complained of. He told me that Ransome would have agreed to this, but, perhaps naturally enough, when Ransome found that the case was to be turned into a cause célèbre, and that he was to be provided with all the materials to fight it without any risk to himself, he readily agreed to let Ross arrange the matter in his own way. Ross's way was to make Ransome plead justification, and by the methods I have described, the case was fought and won, and the justification was legally established. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. As I have now got on to the subject of the Ransome libel suit, which was tried in the King's Bench Division in 1913, I will here reproduce a portion of the letter I wrote to Frank Harris in Nice at his request in 1925, and which is incorporated in the new preface to Harris's Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde. The new preface was published by the Fortune Press in London in the same year, and a second edition of it has recently appeared. I quote here all that part of my letter which relates to Robert Ross and the Ransome case. I shall then go back to the period I had reached in these memoirs when I was at Oxford, and first met Oscar Wilde. Now to come to the question of Robert Ross. When I start to write about him, I am reminded of that phrase of St. Paul, the mystery of iniquity. Why he behaved in the dreadful way he did, and what made him hate me, and use diabolical skill and cunning in his efforts to destroy my character, I have not the slightest idea. The trouble about Ross has always been that what he did was so bad as to be, on the face of it, incredible. Most people simply will not believe that any man could be such a villain and such a hypocrite. All I can do is to give as briefly as possible the main facts as they exist and can be proved, not by my own statements, but by the irrefutable evidence of publicly recorded events. When Oscar Wilde died in Paris, I was in Scotland, and I did not reach Paris till 2 days after his death, just in time to attend the funeral, the cost of which I paid. Ross, with whom I was then, as I supposed, on terms of great friendship, was there when Wilde died, and it was he who telegraphed me informing me of Wilde's death. While Wilde lay dead, and before I arrived in Paris, Ross went through the papers and manuscripts he found in Wilde's rooms. Among them he found a quantity of my letters to Wilde. These letters he appropriated without a word to me. I naturally had not the slightest idea that he had found and stolen letters written by me to Wilde, and I suppose that even those queerly misguided persons who professed to admire Ross as a model of faithful friendship, and who gave him a public testimonial after I had exposed him in 1914 at the Old Bailey, will admit that to steal or appropriate letters written by one of one's friends to another friend, and to keep them secretly, and finally use them against their writer in a law court, is a wicked, disgraceful, and dishonourable action. The facts as to this business cannot be denied. Ross took my letters, and his executors or heirs have got them to this day. How many letters he found and kept, I have no idea. When the Ransom case, in which I sued Ransom for a libel which he had been inspired by Ross to write against me in his Oscar Wilde: A Critical Study, came on, some of these letters were produced by Ross and put to me in court during my cross-examination by Sir James Campbell, Ransom's counsel. The letters were letters of which, as I said then, and have frequently said since in the witness box, I am ashamed. Their production when I was quite unaware of their existence, and their being sprung upon me in the witness box 15 years after they were written, caused me to lose my case against Ransom. Mr. Comyns Carr, K.C., who was subsequently my counsel in 4 other lawsuits, in all of which I was successful, told me some years later that he could not understand how I lost the Ransom case. He said to me, "If your case had been put to the jury, you could not have lost it." My case was not put to the jury partly because my counsel and old friend, Mr. Cecil Hayes, was, as he would be the first to admit, outmatched and overwhelmed by the array of counsel against him, Sir James Campbell, Mr. F.E. Smith, now Lord Birkenhead, and Mr. McCardy, now Mr. Justice McCardy. Mr. Hayes was at that time an inexperienced junior, and had not the skill and power as an advocate which he has since acquired. The judge who tried the case, Mr. Justice Darling, was bitterly hostile to me throughout, and I was, unfortunately for me, bound by a promise that I'd given to Cecil Hayes, on my word of honour, that I would not attack the judge, however great provocation he gave me. So I was simply a dumb lamb for the slaughter. Although I produced my pass-books, and proved that I'd given Wilde £390 in cheques, in addition to a lot of ready money, in the 1 year between the death of my father and the death of Wilde, and although I proved that when I left Wilde at my villa in Naples I gave him £200, paid to him by my mother through Mr. Mulready, whom I called as a witness, and that at the very moment when he was writing his disgraceful letter to Ross, printed, at Ross's instigation, in your book on page 406, in which he says that I left him penniless at Naples, he had £200 of my money in his pocket, a fact perfectly well known to Ross, who was sharing rooms with Mulready at the time the payment of the £200 was made. In spite of all this, I say, I lost my case on the prejudice caused against me by the production of these letters stolen by Ross and secretly kept for all those years. At the same ransom trial, the unpublished part of De Profundis was brought out against me. For the history of this manuscript, I can best refer you to Ross's own preface to the first edition of De Profundis, published in 1905, which I reviewed for you in that year in your paper, The Candid Friend, without having the slightest idea that it was a letter addressed by Wilde to me. Ross, in his preface, says that the manuscript was given to him by Wilde on the day he left prison. Neither he nor Wilde ever said a word about it to me. I had no knowledge of its existence till the year 1912, when a copy of the whole manuscript, including the hitherto unpublished part, was sent to me as part of Ransom's Particulars of Justification by the solicitors Lewis and Lewis. I have little to say about this dreadful piece of cold-blooded, malignant malice, hypocrisy, and lying. It passes my comprehension that any reasonable being can be taken in by such stuff. As I have already convinced you that almost every word it contains is a lie, or distortion of the truth, and as, moreover, you always thought very meanly of it, and would never, as you now tell me, have swallowed any of it, if Ross had not bolstered it up by his own lies and misrepresentation, I need not now waste much more ink over it. The letters of Wilde to me, written at Berneval after he left prison, which have been published in America in a privately printed edition issued by Mr. William Andrews Clark, are, in themselves, quite sufficient to demonstrate the falsity and wickedness of his attack on me in De Profundis. I have, moreover, answered his mostly absurd allegations fully in my book Oscar Wilde and Myself. Just take this as an example of Wilde's reckless perversion of truth. He says in De Profundis, page 555 of your book, Appendix, "I am not speaking in phrases of rhetorical exaggeration, but in terms of absolute truth, when I remind you that during the whole time we were together I never wrote one single line, whether at Torquay, Goring, London, Florence, or elsewhere. My life, as long as you were by my side, was entirely sterile and uncreative, and with few intervals you were, I regret to say, by my side always." Well, as stated in my book Oscar Wilde and Myself, page 137, the fact is that Wilde planned and wrote the whole of A Woman of No Importance while we were together at Lady Mount Temple's house at Babbacombe, Torquay. Lady Mount Temple lent him the house, and I stayed there with him, accompanied by a tutor, Mr. Dodgson Campbell, now of the British Museum, for about 2 months. That he wrote the whole of The Importance of Being Earnest while I was with him at Worthing, and An Ideal Husband partly at Goring and partly in London, in rooms he took at St. James's Place, where I saw him every day. He also did the final version of the Ballad of Reading Gaol in my villa at Naples. Even De Profundis is a letter written to me. In his letter to me from Berneval, beginning, "My own darling boy," written just before he joined me in Naples, he says, "I feel that my only hope of doing beautiful work in art is being with you. It was not so in old days, but now it is different. I feel that only with you can I do anything at all." It is the same right through the De Profundis letter. Lie, lie, lie. Oscar Wilde told you himself that in prison he suffered from wild delusions. He appears to have committed the record of these delusions to paper. Most of his letter is simply incomprehensible to me. He invents the maddest fictions. An 11-page telegram, supposed to have been sent by me to him. Purely imaginary scenes at Voisin's and Pylard's. The grotesque nonsense of his account of a quarrel we had at Brighton, which both of us had, as I supposed, forgotten all about a week after it happened. My alleged threats of suicide and wild despair, while I was separated from him and staying in Egypt. where, as a matter of fact, I stayed for 3 months as the guest of Lord and Lady Cromer at the British Agency, and had a most lively and cheerful time, as Reggie Turner and E.F. Benson, who met me out there and went up the Nile with me, could testify. His monstrous lies about the money he alleged I got from him, lies which he could not support by one single cheque or entry in his passbook. The whole letter is the raving of a lunatic, a man driven mad by impotent rage and malice and malevolent desire to injure at all costs the friend he professed to love, and with whom he at once resumed friendly relations when he got out of prison. I pass to what happened after the ransom trial had gone against me. My wife left me, my only child was taken away from me, my home was broken up, and I was left penniless and ruined, socially as well as financially. I recognized that the author of all this havoc was Robert Ross. I knew of my own knowledge, as did literally thousands of others in London, that Ross was exactly the same sort of man in his private life as Wilde had been. The difference between Ross and me was that while I, as a boy of 20, had come under Wilde's influence and had got myself mixed up in the awful gang that surrounded him, I had long since, more than 12 years then, escaped out of it all. I had married within a little more than a year of Wilde's death, and I was living a happy, healthy, and normal life with my wife and child. Ross, on the other hand, had become more and more obsessed with the dreadful vice which had been the bane of Oscar Wilde. The mantle of Wilde in this respect had fallen on him. He was the high priest of all the sodomites in London, and it was he who was held up to the world as the faithful friend of Wilde, out of the exploitation of whose cult he had made a fortune. The noble, disinterested friend, the pure, the holy person, in contrast to the wicked and depraved Alfred Douglas, who had ruined Oscar Wilde and deserted him. Flesh and blood couldn't stand it, and I swore the day after the ransom trial that I would never rest till I had publicly exposed Ross in his true colours. I don't want to prolong this letter unduly, and I must endeavour to stick to essentials, and to be as brief as possible. It took me 2 years to bring Ross to book. How I did it without money, and with scarcely a friend in the world, apart from my mother, is something of a miracle. I adopted the same method as that employed by my father. That is to say, I libelled Ross, and at last forced him to take criminal proceedings against me. It took a great deal more libelling to bring Ross to the fighting point than it did to bring Wilde. I began by libelling him to Mr. Justice Darling, the judge who had tried the ransom case. Mr. Justice Darling made a public reference to my letter from the bench, read it aloud in court, and handed it to counsel representing Ross. No doubt he thought that immediate criminal proceedings against me would follow, but Ross took what I had said lying down. It was not till I had several times repeated the libel in writing to his friends, Mr. and Mrs. Asquith, and till I had printed and broadcasted 2 pamphlets containing the same libel, that I goaded him into action. My father had accused Wilde of posing as a sodomite. I applied the following flowers of speech to Ross: an unspeakable skunk, a filthy B. blank, a notorious sodomite, an habitual debaucher and corrupter of young boys right down to the present day, and, last but not least, a blackmailer. I was arrested and kept 5 days without bail at Brixton Prison. I pleaded justification, and when I finally got out of Brixton on bail, I had about 5 weeks in which to find enough evidence to justify my libels, with the alternative of getting anything between 6 months and 2 years imprisonment. I had not a scrap of evidence beyond my own private knowledge, which was based on the fact that Ross never made the slightest attempt to conceal his proclivities. He boasted openly of what he did and had done all his life. This, however, was no good, or very little good, for my plea of justification. I cannot tell you now, it would take too long, all about how I got the evidence. I firmly believe that my getting it was a supernatural business, and was due to the fact that, having by this time become a devout Catholic, I cast myself wholly on Providence, and prayed for help in my desperate need. Just about a week before my trial, and when I had almost given up hope, I stumbled right into the evidence. In 2 days thereafter, with the assistance of my solicitor, Mr. Edward Bell, I had an array of 13 or 14 witnesses, and the plea was drawn up by my counsel, Mr. Comyns Carr. The trial lasted 8 days at the Old Bailey. It went my way from the first. After Sir Ernest Wilde, K.C., now Recorder of London, had opened for Ross in a speech in which he painted me as blackly as possible to the jury, he put his client into the box. Ross's cross-examination by Comyns Carr was quite as sensational as that of Wilde by Carson. By the time it was half over, I had the case won. The foreman of the jury told me, after the case was over, that he and most of the jury wanted to stop the case and give me a verdict immediately after Ross's cross-examination, but that one man, the same who ultimately caused the disagreement of the jury, refused to listen to such a proposition. So the case went on. I went into the box myself, and was cross-examined for many hours by Wilde, and my stolen letters were again put to me. But, this time round, they produced little effect. They have been produced twice since, once at the Pemberton Billing trial, when I scored heavily and helped to win the verdict, and finally at the hearing of my action against the Evening News in 1921, for libelling me by saying that I had shown marked signs of degeneracy when I was cross-examined by Sir Douglas Hogg, the Attorney General, for 6 hours, and got a verdict and £1,000 damages, and a rider from the jury expressing an opinion that the constant bringing up of these letters was disgraceful, and that they ought to be returned to me or destroyed. Witness after witness gave the most damning evidence against Ross, and the judge, Mr. Justice Coleridge, summed up against him in a very deadly, though perfectly fair way. In fact, the charges I brought against Ross, which were specific charges giving names of victims, dates, and full particulars, were proved up to the hilt. The evidence of Inspector West, with 25 years' service at Scotland Yard and Vine Street, would alone have been enough to justify my charges. The inspector, who came of his own accord and volunteered evidence, swore that in his professional capacity as a detective, who had for 15 years patrolled the neighbourhood of Vine Street, Piccadilly, etc., at night, he had known Ross during all those years as an habitual associate of sodomites and male prostitutes. However, the jury, after being out about 3 hours, came back and said they could not agree on a verdict, and I was released again on bail and bound over to come up for trial at the next sessions. When I left the court, I found 9 members of the jury, including the foreman, waiting for me outside. They expressed their deep regret at the result, and told me that it was due to one man who absolutely refused to give a verdict against Ross. They all shook hands with me and congratulated me. They told me they were all against me at first, and amazed to find how right I was, and what a different person I was from what they had always imagined. Meanwhile, the papers in London had almost entirely suppressed all mention of this sensational case. Instead of the columns and columns which they had given to the Ransom case when I lost, now there was day by day a meagre half-column or a mere paragraph. The public was left quite in the dark as to what had happened, and Mr. Blumenfeld, the editor of the Daily Express, when I complained to him of the shameful way I had been treated in the reports in his paper, naively told me that the bad reports were not due to any prejudice or unfair feeling against me, because, said he, to tell the truth, I haven't the least idea how or why you were acquitted, or what happened. Yet the verbatim report of this, probably the most sensational case that has ever been tried at the Old Bailey, was available to all the newspapers. The treatment I received at this time destroyed the last vestige of a belief in British fair play which had survived my former experience. However, even the press couldn't save Ross. His counsel first proposed to enter a nolle prosequi with my consent, each side paying its own costs. I declined to agree to this, and expressed my firm determination to come up at the next sessions and be tried again, and I added a little more evidence to my plea of justification. That settled Ross. He climbed down completely. His counsel, Wilde, now came forward with the proposal that if I would agree to allow a nolle prosequi to be entered, that is, allow the prosecution to be withdrawn, Lewis and Lewis, on behalf of Ross, would pay my costs and out-of-pocket expenses, about £600. This was a godsend to me, as I was practically without a penny, and I accepted the offer with joy, my plea of justification remaining on record as established at the Central Criminal Court, where anyone is at liberty to go and inspect it. On the other hand, the disagreement probably saved Ross from a criminal prosecution, which would almost certainly have followed unavoidably if the jury had brought in a verdict against him. It was, by the way, Mr. Forrest Fulton, junior counsel for Ross, and the son of the late Recorder of London, who pointed out to Mr. Bell, my solicitor, that the entering of a nolle prosequi on Ross's behalf was an even greater victory for me than a verdict would have been, for the obvious reason that a nolle prosequi entered under such circumstances is an acknowledgment of guilt, and is equal to a plea of guilty on the part of the prosecutor. I have only to add, to be finished once for all with the odious subject of Ross, that about 3 months after the result of my trial at the Old Bailey had been reported in the papers, a public testimonial and a gift of £700 were presented to Robert Ross. The testimonial, which expressed the greatest love, friendship, and admiration for Ross as a faithful friend and distinguished man of letters, was got up by Mr., now Sir, Edmund Gosse, who, together with Mr. H. G. Wells, gave evidence as to character for Ross at my trial. They both declared, to the bewilderment of the judge and jury, that they had known and loved Ross for years, and that he was the most pure-minded man they had ever known. The testimonial was signed by about 350 people, including the Prime Minister and Mrs. Asquith, a dozen peers, an Anglican bishop, and a number of more or less distinguished persons in the social, literary, and artistic world. After the trial, Ross had to resign the lucrative post of Assessor of Picture Valuations to the Board of Trade, at £1,500 a year, which had been bestowed on him by Mr. Asquith, but he was neither ostracised nor seriously affected in his social position. The Asquiths continued to receive him. Another government appointment was given to him a year later, and when he died the Times devoted a whole column to his praise as a type of all that is noblest and best in an English gentleman. Comment is needless. I have never been able to understand the attitude of the curious people who make a hero of Ross, any more than I could ever understand Ross's own villainies and unspeakable meannesses. It is well to remember that when I justified against Ross, I had to prove that, in addition to being a votary of Wilde's vices, he was also a blackmailer. I proved the one thing just as much as I proved the other. If the Asquiths and Messrs. Gosse, Wells, and the rest like that sort of thing, it is, of course, no affair of mine, but surely there is something very queer about the whole business. I have long given up bothering about it myself, and I must leave the further discussion and examination of it to you and to your readers, if you decide to incorporate this letter in your revised Life of Oscar Wilde. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. I left Winchester at Christmas 1888. I had then just passed my 18th birthday. Early in 1889 I was sent abroad with a tutor, Mr. Gerald Campbell, younger brother of Sir Guy Campbell, Baronet, a nephew of my great-aunt Madeline, the Honourable Mrs. Percy Wyndham, to whom I have already referred, and in that way a connection of my own. Mr. Campbell is, and has been for years, a member of the staff of the Times. While I was with him in the south of France, I had my first affair with a woman. She was a lady of celebrated beauty, at least 12 years older than myself, the divorced wife of an earl. She had run away with a lover, but at this time they were definitely separated. I stayed in the same hotel with her, and she was a cousin of my tutor, Gerald Campbell. The affair proceeded on classic lines, and except that there was no outraged husband, and to do myself justice I must say that I have never, even in the days when I had no morals to speak of, so much as contemplated the possibility of making love to another man's wife. It worked out very much on the lines of the first episode of Byron's Don Juan and Julia. It culminated in a terrible moment when my tutor, very indiscreetly as I thought then, and still maintain, knocked at the door of the lady's bedroom one night and demanded in stern tones the restitution of his ravished ewe-lamb. The ewe-lamb, reduced to tears, and dressed in one of the lady's much beribboned nightgowns, was duly handed out after a painful scene, and to the accompaniment of loud barks from the lady's pet dog. Thereafter the poor lady was mercilessly attacked and blamed by whole juries of matrons for her wickedness in seducing an innocent boy. I am glad to remember that I had sufficient chivalry to protest loudly, and without regard to my own interests, that after 4 years at Winchester I was no more an innocent boy than I was an angel out of heaven. I don't believe my protestations were taken seriously, and in any case I was of course separated forever from my lovely lady and sent back to England in disgrace. This was some months before I first went up to Oxford. I don't want to be frivolous on the one hand, or hypocritical on the other. In the then existing conditions, in which it was utterly impossible and out of the reach of dreams that I should preserve my already damaged purity, I cannot but think that I might have done a good deal worse, and it is probable that, if we had been left alone, my lady love would at any rate have kept me away from baser promiscuities. As it was, I gravitated inevitably, exactly like every other boy of my age and upbringing in those days, to the promenade at the Empire, for which, when its existence was threatened by Mrs. Ormiston Chant, Winston Churchill put up his first "great fight," and later to the slightly more aristocratic Corinthian Club, in both cases with what might be described as the usual trimmings. If I laugh at all this dismal business, it is, I assure you, my gentle readers, only, like Figaro, de peut-être obligé d'en pleurer. I am obliged to tell all this about myself because it is an answer, though not the one I should like to be able to give, to the accusation which has been made against me of being what is called abnormal and degenerate from a sexual point of view. By the way, the last time this accusation of being degenerate was made against me was by the Evening News in 1921, and it cost that enterprising journal £1,000 in damages to me, and a good many more thousands in costs. I went up to Magdalen College, Oxford, in October 1889, just about the time of my 19th birthday. My outlook in life at that time was largely sporting and convivial, though I had my intellectual and artistic side. I had hunted quite a lot as a boy with the Cottesmore from the glorious house, Burley-on-the-Hill, of my uncle, the late George Finch. I was fond of shooting, though I did not become, what I can claim to have been afterwards, a good shot, till many years later. I played games, went a lot on the river, though I did not take up rowing seriously, and was fond of cross-country runs with parties of friends, the rule being that if anyone jumped anything, all the others were obliged to follow. This engaging pastime very nearly cost me my life on one occasion. I was with a party of 7 or 8 friends, running and jumping across country. It was just after the historic Great Frost, in 1890, I think, when the Thames at Oxford was frozen solid, and a coach and 4 was frequently driven down the river right past the row of college barges. The frost had broken up, but the river was still jammed with ice. I suddenly conceived the idea of crossing the river by jumping or stepping from block to block of ice, and, calling on the rest to follow, I got across, followed by all the others. We all got across safely by something like a miracle, whereupon I started to cross back again. I jumped on a large floating block of ice, and to my horror it dipped and pitched me right into the swirling icy water, the block of ice on which I had stepped going clean over my head. When I tried to come up, my head bumped against the ice, and meanwhile my companions on the bank were splitting themselves with laughter at my mishap. I was very nearly drowned before one of them, my old and dear friend Tyler Reed, dead, alas, many years ago, tumbled to the fact that it was no laughing matter, and waded in up to his waist to pull me out, which he did after a struggle. A minute or two's gasping on the bank, and I was all right again, and able to run home and get warm. I was clad only in a zephyr and running shorts with bare legs, without suffering any ill results. Intellectually at that time I was, as I have always been, a lover of the best in literature. I began to love Shakespeare when I was a mere child. My mother used to read him aloud to me, and I was fond of and had read most of the best English poetry and all the standard novels by the time I had finished my second year at Oxford. Mr. Frank Harris, in one of his periodical spiteful attacks on me, reproaches me because he says that in my book, Oscar Wilde and Myself, I give no credit to Wilde for the intellectual stimulus I got from him. The accusation is, like nearly all Mr. Harris's accusations against me, quite unfounded. Anyone who reads that book will see for himself that I do give Wilde every credit in that direction that is due to him. At the same time, it was certainly not Wilde that taught me to love or to write poetry, and as Harris himself, to do him justice for the only honest thing he has ever said about me, has emphasized over and over again his opinion that I was always a far better poet than Wilde, it is rather difficult to guess what it is that he thinks I ought to have said about Wilde's intellectual stimulus that I have not said over and over again. I began to write poetry in my first year at Oxford. I had before, in my school days, written verse, chiefly humorous, but none of it was good enough to survive. The only extant examples of it can be found in a paper called The Pentagram, which, in conjunction with 2 friends of mine, Sal Phipps of my own house and Lidderdale of Moorsheads, I brought out at Winchester during the summer term of 1888. I have a bound copy of this paper, of which a dozen weekly numbers appeared. It had a tremendous success at the time, and the circulation at the end worked out at a good deal more than 1 copy a head for every boy in the school. Lots of old Wickhamists took it in. There used to be a bound copy of it in our house library, and I expect it is still there. In my second year at Oxford, I wrote my first serious poem. It was called Autumn Days, and appeared in the Oxford magazine. Mr., now Sir Herbert Warren, the president of Magdalen, wrote me a letter of congratulation on it. I have not kept his letter, but I remember these words from it. I thought it really passionate and really fine. I must confess I had no idea you could do anything so good. I happen to remember these words from his letter because 7 or 8 years afterwards, when my volume of poetry, The City of the Soul, was brought out anonymously, I sent Sir Herbert Warren a copy of it, which he sent back to me by return of post with a letter in which he said, "I regret that I cannot accept this book from you." It struck me at the time as being rather a brutal and unnecessarily unkind thing to do, and I remember looking up and finding his letter about autumn days, which I had preserved, and reading it again before tearing it up. The phrase I have quoted stuck in my memory. I give this story as a typical example of the sort of thing I have had to put up with all my life as the result of my friendship with Oscar Wilde, who, by the way, was also an old friend of Sir Herbert Warren's, and used to make a point of calling on him every time he came to see me at Oxford. In addition to a real love of literature, and especially of poetry, I had also a passion for music. Although I had, by the time I got to Oxford, lost all belief in religion, I scarcely missed a day in attending the evening service in Magdalen Chapel. The celebrated choir, which was, and is, I believe, the finest in the world. It ought to be, for it is a separate foundation and has about £5,000 a year to spend, was a lure which I could not resist. I got by this means a real knowledge of some of the finest church music. It also led to my great friendship, which I am glad to say still continues, with Frank Marshall, one of the academical clerks, who was and is a splendid musician and pianist. I had another great friend in the choir, by name Tapsfield, now a canon of St. Paul's, who had a magnificent bass voice and was an accomplished musician. I was also on terms of great friendship with dear old Dr. Roberts, the organist, kindest-hearted and most loyal of men, and had the free run of his organ loft. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. This kind of life went on for 2 years, varied in the vacations with shooting and hunting and a certain amount of racing. My mother's country house was about 4 miles from Ascot, and we had a party for the races every year, which always included my uncle, Percy Wyndham, and my Aunt Madeline. It is interesting to recall that in those days, when Lord Coventry was master of the Buckhounds, the price for a ticket to the Royal Enclosure for the whole week, 4 days racing, was £1. Now it is 5 guineas. Quite half the people who get into the enclosure nowadays would have had no earthly at that period. My brother, Drumlanrig, being in the Coldstream Guards, supplied us all lavishly with tickets by the dozen for lunch and so forth in the guards' tent. Later, when I had horses of my own in France, for 2 short years only, alas, I had the opportunity of comparing French and English racing methods. I consider that the French system is far the better. There is a mania in England for special reserved enclosures, which is very snobbish, and also gives an opening to all sorts of undesirable, and what the English, with beautiful unawareness of their own characteristic failings, are wont to describe as un-English differentiations. In the year 1910 I was refused admission by the late Duke of Richmond to the private stand at Goodwood, though I had no difficulty in getting into the Jockey Club stand at Doncaster, the county stand at York, and similar enclosures all over the country. Of course, as long as the Duke of Richmond has a private stand, he is at liberty to refuse admission to persons of better birth than himself, while admitting any kind of nouveau riche or dubious profiteer. But the point is that racing is a national institution, and depends for support on those who pay for it, the public. And no private individual ought to be in a position to exercise the power of ostracism at his own private whim. At the time when the Duke refused to let me into the private stand at Goodwood, I was a member of White's Club. I had to leave it automatically when I was driven into the bankruptcy court by Ross and Lewis and Lewis in 1913. And to keep me out of a place to which I had a perfectly clear, natural right of entry, can only be described as ill-natured, to put it as mildly as possible. The fact that the Duke of Richmond happened to be a friend and partisan of my father-in-law, Colonel Custance — they had been in the Grenadiers together — with whom at the time I had a feud about my only son Raymond, did not make his attitude any more chivalrous. At the beautiful racecourses round Paris, where one can go racing, 15 minutes in a taxi, day after day all the year round, except during the time when the venue is changed to the south of France, and during the Deauville fortnight, there are only 2 enclosures. When I was racing, the Passage, grandstand and paddock consisting of spacious lawns, gay with flowers and capable of holding a huge crowd without discomfort, was priced at 20 francs, which was then equivalent to 16 shillings, while the Pelouse was 3 francs, about half a crown. Anyone who chose to pay could go into the one or the other, according to his or her own fancy. The price for ladies was half that for men. The racing in France was, and is, just as good as it was and is in England, and, from the point of view of breeding stayers, the French are rapidly getting the better of the English — have, in fact, definitely established their superiority. I never go near a racecourse in England now, chiefly because I consider the prices of admission to be exorbitant, and the crowd and discomfort of the incessant railway journeys which are necessary, if one wants to race regularly, make the game hardly worth the candle, except either for the very rich, or those who go racing professionally or semi-professionally. During my school holidays and vacations, between the years 1886 up to the outbreak of the Oscar Wilde scandal in 1895, I frequently met and consorted with the late King Edward, then Prince of Wales, the Duke of Cambridge, and other royalties. I spent 2 seasons at Homburg, while I was an undergraduate, with my mother and my grandfather, Alfred Montgomery, who was on very intimate terms with the Prince, and we dined with the Prince, à la belle franquette, in the then prevailing fashion at Homburg, at least half a dozen times. My grandfather also introduced me to the Duke of Cambridge at Homburg, and afterwards used to take me to his house in Piccadilly. I have recollections of a dinner given to the Duke by my grandfather at the Travellers' Club, when the Duke, who was a very amiable old gentleman, and most kind to me, fell asleep after dinner, and snored, just at the moment when urgent reasons for leaving the table had manifested themselves in me. After a whispered and agonized appeal to my grandfather, I was given leave to slip out quietly, but, as luck would have it, I knocked over a knife or a fork, and the noise restored His Royal Highness to consciousness, to the great relief of his equerry and the rest of the party, which numbered about 8 guests. It was just about this time that I had what I can only, pace Mr. Frank Harris, describe as the great misfortune to meet Oscar Wilde. I was taken to his house, 16 Tite Street, by Lionel Johnson, the Wykehamist poet, who was one of my greatest friends at Oxford. He was 2 years at Winchester with me, but, as he was a scholar in college and I was in a house, and was moreover 3 years younger than he, I never had any acquaintance with him at school. He himself used to tell with great gusto the story that, when, in my 2nd year at Winchester, I was told by one of the masters, or dons as we called them at Winchester, Mr. Toy, to order my name, that is to say, report to the prefect of hall, who in turn reported to the headmaster, who sometimes thereupon administered a licking with a birch rod, it was he, Lionel Johnson, who, as prefect of hall at the time, officiated by holding up my shirt on the only occasion when I was licked. My executioner was Dr. Fearon, the bear, for whom, by the way, I retain a feeling of great affection, and who, for several years at Winchester, persisted in regarding me, in the face of all evidence to the contrary, as a sort of budding saint or angel child, and who let me off in consequence at least half a dozen other lickings which I fully merited to receive. Lionel told this story, as I have said, but I can only say that I have no recollection at all of seeing him on that painful occasion, as I did not get to know him to speak to till 2 or more years later. He contributed a very charming, half-whimsical, half-pathetic poem to the last number of the Pentagram, and a magnificent one, as well as several contributions in prose to my Oxford paper, The Spirit Lamp, of which more anon. Lionel was a delightful fellow, though exceedingly eccentric, and, alas, in his later years, greatly addicted to potations, which his small and childlike frame could not withstand. He was not much over 30 when he died. He had a mania for not going to bed, and if he could get anyone to sit up with him, he would discourse in the most brilliant way up till 5 o'clock in the morning. At other times of the day he was rather noticeably silent. He was a great scholar, and undoubtedly a great poet, but the austerity and profundity of his best work makes him one who is never likely to appeal to any but a very eclectic audience. It was one of the griefs of his later years that he had introduced me to Wilde, though, of course, his doing so could not possibly have had any bearing on the events that followed. And Mr. Frank Harris may be interested to hear that his terrible and celebrated sonnet, beginning "I hate you with a necessary hate," was, as Lionel told me himself long after it was written, meant for Wilde, and that the friend to whom it referred was myself, which indicates that he did not share Lord Darling's view as to the apportioning of the responsibility for the ruin which overtook us both, more or less. This sonnet was written quite a year before the final catastrophe, and Lionel Johnson's natural kindness of heart constrained him, in his sorrow for Wilde's terrible punishment, to deny the reference to Wilde of his sonnet to many people, though he admitted to me that he had meant it for Wilde at a time when he considered that he was ruining me, his junior by 18 years. I deeply regret that Lionel did not live to have the satisfaction of seeing me in his beloved Catholic church, which he joined almost immediately after he went down from Oxford. But as I knew he always prayed hard for my conversion, he no doubt had something to do with it, though I was almost anti-Catholic in the days of our association. After all, there is no reason to regret that he did not live to see his prayers answered, for of course he knows all about it now. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Lionel Johnson, as I say, called for me one day during the vacation at my mother's house, 18 Cadogan Place, and took me on to see Oscar Wilde in Tite Street. We had tea in his little writing room facing the street on the ground floor, and before I left, Oscar took me upstairs to the drawing room and introduced me to his wife. I was always on the best of terms with Mrs. Wilde. I liked her and she liked me. She told me, about a year after I first met her, that she liked me better than any of Oscar's other friends. She frequently came to my mother's house and was present at a dance which my mother gave during the first year of my acquaintance with her husband. After the debacle, I never saw her again, and I do not doubt that Ross and others succeeded in poisoning her mind against me, but up to the very last day of our acquaintance we were the best of friends. The last time I saw her was 2 nights before the proceedings taken by Oscar Wilde against my father at the Old Bailey, when we all 3 had dinner in a restaurant and went on to a box at the St. James's Theatre, where Oscar's play, The Importance of Being Earnest, was running to crowded houses. She was very much agitated, and when I said good night to her at the door of the theatre, she had tears in her eyes. I felt dreadfully sorry for her, for though I then believed that Oscar would beat my father, and had not the slightest anticipation of the frightful catastrophe that was imminent, I knew that at the very best the whole business must be a terrible ordeal for her. Honesty compels me to say that Oscar, during the time I knew him, was not very kind to his wife. He certainly had been, as he often told me, very much in love with her, and the marriage was purely a love match. At the time when I first met him, he was still fond of her, but he was often impatient with her, and sometimes snubbed her, and he resented, and showed that he resented, the attitude of slight disapproval which she often adopted towards him. Towards the end of the time before the catastrophe, and they never met again after he came out of prison, the relations between them were distinctly strained. To try to make out that this had anything whatever to do with me is simply dishonest and untruthful. Those who know the facts, and there are many now living who do know them, will, if they tell the truth, bear witness that I was never a bone of contention between Oscar and his wife, although I once used that very phrase in a jocular way in a letter to Ross, which was used against me at the ransom trial. The evidence as to the sort of thing Oscar was doing, and the kind of people he met and associated with, which came out at his trial, is surely enough to account for the by no means complete estrangement that had arisen between his wife and himself, without trying to drag me into it. The real truth is, as Harris and Ross and the rest of my detractors always knew perfectly well, that if Oscar had confined himself to his extravagant devotion to me, even admitting, as I do, that there was, for a time, an element of perverseness about it, he could have laughed at all his enemies, not excepting my father. The letters he wrote me, which were used by my father, not, as was expressly and carefully explained by Sir Edward Carson to the jury at the Old Bailey, with any idea of suggesting that there had been anything actually wrong between us, but as a father's justification for his action in intervening to end a dangerous friendship, have been printed over and over again in the newspapers. There are only 2 of them. Anyone can read them for himself, and I will defy anyone to say that they contain any evidence whatsoever of misconduct. They proved, what neither Wilde nor I ever denied, that Wilde had an exaggerated devotion to me, and an unbounded admiration for my personal appearance. He compared me to Hylas and Hyacinthus, and the language he used was of course extravagant and unusual. But there is nothing whatever in his letters which could not be matched in Shakespeare's sonnets, also written to a boy. And though I believe it is the fashion nowadays to accuse Shakespeare of having had the same vices as Wilde, this merely shows the ignorance and baseness and stupidity of those who make such accusations on such grounds. Shakespeare, as I have pointed out before, refuted his detractors by anticipation, in the last 6 lines of the very sonnet which is generally quoted as the strongest evidence against him. I refer to the sonnet beginning, "A woman's face with nature's own hand painted, hast thou, the master-mistress of my passion." The lines enumerated above clearly show not only that Shakespeare's passion for Mr. W.H. was perfectly innocent, but that Shakespeare himself had never envisaged the possibility of its being anything else. "Nature," says he, "who intended thee for a woman, fell a-doting, and, by addition, thee of me defeated." Could anything be clearer? If you had been a woman, but unfortunately you were a boy, so that I was defeated. To rub it in still more strongly, he goes on to say, "But since she pricked thee out for woman's pleasure, mine be thy love, and thy love's use their treasure." The effect of the lines referred to is even stronger, because they are so obviously not deliberately made in answer to, or in anticipation of, any adverse suggestion. Shakespeare exculpates himself, in the eyes of any reasonable being, quite definitely and quite unconsciously. Obviously it never occurred to him that anyone would put a bad interpretation on his love and adoration for Master W.H. In the same way, I repeat, I will challenge anyone who is not prejudiced to find anything in any letter of Wilde's to me that exists, or ever has existed, that is not consistent with a perfectly pure devotion. The two letters produced by my father were the two worst, from Wilde's point of view, and from mine, chiefly because they were artificial, and therefore not moving. But there is really nothing wrong or incriminating in them. If Wilde had not been proved up to the hilt to have been what he was, on the evidence of a whole troop of male gutter-snipes, for frequenting whose society he could not produce any other possible explanation, he would certainly have been in no danger from anything connected with his friendship with me. The gentle Harris and others, who were so ready, for reasons best known to themselves, to fling at me the accusation of having ruined Wilde, and sacrificed him to gratify my hatred of my father, overlook the fact that the numerous boys in respect of whom he was accused and convicted, one and all became his accusers. It was they that gave him away, and gave evidence against him in the witness box. All I did was to stick to him through thick and thin, and to offer, and indeed beg to be allowed, to go into the witness box to defend him. While I am on the subject of the two letters of Wilde's to me, produced by my father, and brought up against me several times since, without causing me to turn a hair, I may give an example of the methods which commend themselves to Mr. Frank Harris in what he wishes us to believe is a noble and disinterested effort to defend the memory of his friend. One of the letters to which I have just referred contains the following words: "I am sure Hyacinthus, whom Apollo loved so madly, was you in Greek days." This is what Mr. Harris thinks it fair to the memory of his dead friend to turn the words into, in his book, The Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde. "No Apollo followed love so madly as you in Greek days." In his anxiety to get in a foul blow at me, he deliberately makes out his beloved friend to be the author of the vile phrase quoted, concerning which it might well be said that Oscar Wilde would turn in his grave if he knew that he had been accused of writing such an appalling and disgusting vulgarism. If, as I say, there was nothing whatever in Wilde's letters to me which could have caused him the slightest serious trouble, it is equally true that there was not, and never has been, any other serious evidence against us. Harris, in his new preface to the Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, refers to my relations with Wilde in the following words: "Little can be laid to the charge of Douglas in his relations with Wilde, but intense admiration for an older and very brilliant man, and for having permitted, against the grain, such familiarities as are common among boy friends at English public schools. The graver accusation was simply invented from beginning to end." Quite so, invented by Frank Harris. No one else has ever made the accusation. Harris wrote the words quoted above after I had, of my own free will, told him exactly and in detail what my relations with Wilde were for a comparatively short period of time. There was nothing whatever to make me confess to him to the extent I did, except a regard for truth. If I had sworn that there never had been even what there was, for a short time, in our relations, Harris would not have had it in his power to produce a tittle of evidence to the contrary. As a matter of fact, no such suggestion, even to the extent of imputing what I have voluntarily confessed, was made against me either at the trial of my father, when the suggestion was formally repudiated by my father's counsel Carson, or later at Wilde's trials. Apart from malicious and lying gossip, no such charge has ever been made against me in such a way that I could take steps to refute it. Harris, in his book, invents a deliberately lying account of my first meeting with Wilde. Remembering that Lionel Johnson was present at this meeting, and that Mrs. Wilde was in the next room, it does not require any more than the most elementary common sense for anyone to decide that Mr. Harris's story is a wicked, malicious, and grotesquely preposterous lie. How could Harris possibly know what took place, or what was said at my first interview with Wilde. He does not, in his book, pretend that his information came from Wilde, and the only two other persons who could know were myself and Lionel Johnson. What really happened, of course, at that interview was just the ordinary interchange of courtesies. Wilde was very agreeable and talked a great deal. I was very much impressed, much more so than I have admitted in my book, Oscar Wilde and Myself, which I wrote with Crossland. And, before I left, Wilde had asked me to lunch or to dinner at his club, and I had accepted his invitation. Of course, if Harris's book, The Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, had been published in England, I would long ago have taken criminal proceedings against Harris and his publisher, and he would, without the shadow of doubt, have been sent to prison, probably for the maximum 2 years. But as the book was published in America by Harris himself, without a publisher, I was powerless to do anything. Want of money prevented me from going to America, and even if I had gone there, what chance would I have had of obtaining in that country the justice which I have only barely succeeded in obtaining in my own country after a long and bitter fight against frightful odds? End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. It has been pointed out to me that to the present or rising generation of those who may read this book, the names of Frank Harris and Robert Ross convey little or nothing. Frank Harris had certainly, before he left England for good, about 3 or 4 years before the war, established a reputation as a considerable man of letters and a great talker. His name and reputation are perfectly familiar to most of the elder men of letters in London today, but outside this circle he is now unknown. His books are not read in England, and his name is almost forgotten. When I first met him, in 1894 or thereabouts, he occupied a commanding position in contemporary letters and journalism. He was editor of the Fortnightly Review, and had published a volume of short stories, called Elder Conklin, which was highly praised by competent critics. As editor of the Fortnightly Review, he had the discrimination to print, and pay highly for, Oscar Wilde's brilliant essays, The Decay of the Art of Lying, and The Critic as Artist. He married a wealthy lady, who had a house in Park Lane next to that occupied by George Wyndham and his wife, Lady Grosvenor. While Frank Harris remained with his first wife, he came into considerable prominence in the social and literary world as the giver of dinner parties, where the conversation was supposed to soar to unusual heights of brilliance. His origin was wrapped in mystery, and those who wish to examine his own account of his youth, parentage, and early adventures can, unfortunately, only do so by reading his latest book, My Life and Loves, which is a work of almost pure pornography. Copies coming into England by post are seized and destroyed by the postal authorities, and anyone found selling it would be liable to be sent to prison. During the short period already alluded to in this book, when I was on friendly terms with Harris again, after an interval of 15 years' estrangement, when he was writing the new preface to the Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, he sent me a copy of My Life and Loves to the hotel where I was staying in Nice. I read about 30 or 40 pages of it, and then wrapped it up in paper and sent it back to Harris by special messenger, with a note in which I told him that it was quite impossible for me to keep such a book in my possession, and begging him, if he wished to continue on good terms with me, and not once more to break up our newly re-established entente, not to mention it or discuss it with me. Beyond a jocular remark about my prudery, he never referred to the subject again. From what I saw of Harris's book, I think that if all the filth were cut out of it, it would make a very interesting biography. Harris's life, apart from his sordid and depressing amatory adventures, was, according to his own account, dramatic and adventurous. His father, if I remember right, was a skipper in the merchant service. Harris ran away from home at the age of about 16 and went to America, where he was in turn a bellboy, a cowboy, an advertising canvasser, and a journalist. He seems to have had a thirst for knowledge and a real love of literature, and some rich man paid for him to go to a university. I believe he is a good scholar. You cannot be in his company more than an hour without hearing him quote a long passage in Greek from the Odyssey. He does it with great gusto and in a sonorous voice. It is true that it is always the same passage, but on the strength of it I am quite prepared to accept his word that he is, or was, a good Greek scholar. I myself knew Greek quite well when I was at Oxford. The other day I came across 2 volumes of Herodotus which I used when I was reading for Greats. They were interleaved and had copious notes in my handwriting, including long passages in Greek. I am, I regret to say, utterly unable to read or understand a word of Greek today. So I should be the last to deny Harris's title to have been the scholar he claims to have been. I know that he was for a time a master at Brighton Grammar School, but what he taught the boys there I have no idea. His chief asset at the time when I first met him in London was, as it is today, his deep and impressive voice, his sucking dove roar, as Crossland in Shakespearean phrase called it. He and Wilde met at a dinner party, and Harris told the company an epic story about some prize fight, where Slavin, the Australian fighter, was attacked by the crowd, and how he fought the whole lot with his back to the wall. Oscar, who up till then had disliked and avoided Harris, was fascinated by the splendid way Harris told the story. He complimented Harris, and they immediately became friends. Harris was afterwards owner and editor of the Saturday Review, and later of Vanity Fair. When he had the last-named paper, I occasionally wrote for him, and he published in its columns a quantity of my light verse, as well as 1 or 2 of my sonnets. Harris has written a lot about Shakespeare. His book, Shakespeare the Man, is interesting, and shows that he has a profound knowledge of Shakespeare's text, but the conclusions he arrives at seem to me to be fantastic and demonstrably false. As I pointed out in an article in Plain English, Harris's main idea was to prove that Shakespeare was very much the same sort of man as Harris. This is not a view that I can accept. Quite apart from anything he has written about me in his book, The Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, it is very easy to demonstrate that Frank Harris is a monumental liar, and worthy in that respect to rank with Robert Ross and Wilde himself. When I was his guest at Nice in 1925, he was rash enough to present me with a copy of his book, Contemporary Portraits, 4th series. The first pen portraits in the book are those of Wilfred Scowen Blunt and George Wyndham, both of whom were my cousins, and with both of whom I was on very intimate terms. I quote the first paragraph of the chapter more as an example of ignorance than lying. The other day Wilfred Blunt died, when over 80 years old, and left everything he possessed to his secretary. Those who knew the man and the chief circumstances were not surprised, but most people, and particularly those who knew a little, were dumbfounded. Surely Blunt had a daughter. Why had he not left his property, and especially Crabbet Park, to her? Anyone who knows anything at all about the matter knows that Mr. Blunt's daughter, my cousin Judith, formerly the Honourable Mrs. Neville Lytton, and now Lady Wentworth, she is a peeress in her own right, is in possession of Crabbet Park, which her father made over to her in his lifetime. When he died, he left the little Jacobean manor house, New Buildings Place, and a few hundred acres to his cousin, Miss Dorothy Carleton, who had kept house for him during the last few years of his life. This house was not a family place, and he was, of course, free to leave it away from his daughter, who, in addition to the entailed property, had all her mother Lady Anne's money, and will also ultimately inherit a large part of Lord Lovelace's property. Harris goes on to talk of When I knew Blunt in the 80s, and, following his usual custom in dealing with dead celebrities, he pretends to an intimacy which is purely imaginary, and reports long and equally imaginary conversations. Wilfred Blunt told me that he had seen Harris only once, when he came to interview him for a paper, and that after a conversation lasting about 5 minutes, he rang the bell and told the servant to show Harris out. Harris, in the same chapter of his book, gives a long account of the meeting of the Crabbit Club when Oscar Wilde was attacked, in a chaffing way, in an after-dinner speech, by the late Lord Curzon of Kedleston, and Oscar's reply. He represents that he, Harris, was present on this occasion. He goes on to give an account of what happened the year after that, at the annual meeting of the Crabbit Club, when, as it happens, I, the youngest and most recently elected member, was present. Again, he describes the scene throughout as if he had been present, and he says plainly that he was a member of the club. This is an almost incredible piece of impudence. Harris never belonged to the Crabbit Club, and was never present at any meeting of that club. There are at least a dozen members of the club now living who could bear me out in this, for instance, Lord Crewe and Mr. Lawrence Curry. Harris describes the whole scene from the description which I gave to him and Wilde at the time. He goes on to give conversations with George Wyndham which bear the plainest evidence of their utter falsity on their surface. Wyndham, it is true, did know Harris slightly, and, I believe, once dined with him and his wife in Park Lane, but he disliked and mistrusted Harris intensely, and when I became very friendly with Harris, at the time of the South African War, when George was Under-Secretary for War, he wrote me a letter warning me against having anything to do with Harris, of whom he expressed a very low opinion. The rest of Harris's book consists of portraits of persons with most of whom I have never had any personal acquaintance, but ex pede Herculem. As to Robert Ross, when I first met him he was a rather pathetic-looking little creature, in appearance something like a kitten. He was the son of a Canadian lawyer, who, I believe, at one time occupied a prominent position in Canadian politics, but who was ruined financially by the Grand Trunk Railway smash. Robert Ross, called by his friends Bobby or Robbie, lived with his mother, Mrs. Ross, a charming old lady who had a house in Onslow Gardens. He went up to Cambridge, but after he had been a year there he was ragged by the undergraduates of his college, King's, and ducked in the fountain. The reason of his unpopularity I do not know, but anyhow he left Cambridge abruptly. At the time I first met him, about 18 months later, he had known Oscar Wilde for about a year. He had by that time moved into rooms of his own in Church Street, Kensington, number 39, I think. He had a tiny bedroom and sitting room there, and an allowance from his mother of £200 a year. He earned a little more by writing for the Saturday Review, under the editorship of the late Mr. Pollock. He also knew Henley, and introduced me to him in Henley's favourite resort, the Solferino Café, now extinct, in Rupert Street. Henley liked Ross in those days, and, I believe, also gave him work. Afterwards, Henley's hatred of Oscar Wilde caused a breach between them. The same cause prevented Henley from printing in his monthly review, the New Review, my Ballad of Perkin Warbeck, which he greatly admired, and which was shown to him on my behalf by George Street, at that time a great friend of mine. Ross was, by way of being devoted to me in those days. If I had followed his example, and kept the letters he wrote to me, I could have showed that he professed devotion and admiration for me in as extravagant terms as those used by Wilde. It was I that made Ross socially, for, but for me, he would never have got to know the people in society whose countenance he so skilfully exploited in later years. I brought him to my mother's house in Cadogan Place, where he met a lot of people whom, without any desire to be snobbish, I can only describe as being in a much higher class than himself. I also, later, introduced him to the Glenconners, through which he became very friendly with Mrs. Asquith, who was his principal standby after his debacle in 1914, and who also signed the celebrated testimonial which was given to him after his exposure at the Old Bailey. In the early days I was very fond of Ross, and it is difficult for me to realize, even now, that he was the same man who afterwards treated me in so cruel and abominable a fashion. I cannot recall another instance of such a complete change of character as that which took place in this nervous, affectionate, sentimental, and emotional little man, between the time when I first met him and the last 12 years of his life. The last time I set eyes on him in 1914 at the Old Bailey, he was, I must say, not a pleasant object to behold. It would have been impossible to recognize the slender, attractive, impulsive boy I had once known in that sinister-looking, bloated, and bald-headed person, with his snaky eyes, his round, bulging face and body, and his nigger-like mouth and teeth. Ross left about £40,000 when he died. How he got it I do not know, though I can make a guess. When I first knew him he had only a small allowance from his mother, and was always desperately hard up. At her death he got a small income, certainly not more than £500 a year. He then ran a little picture shop in Ryder Street, and it afterwards blossomed into a bigger establishment known as Carfax in Berry Street. According to what he told me himself, this business was never a great financial success. But he became friendly with the Asquiths, and the late Lord Oxford, when he was Prime Minister, gave him a government appointment as Assessor of Picture Valuations to the Board of Trade. After the collapse of his prosecution of me at the Old Bailey, to which I have already alluded, he, of course, lost this job. He was given another job later during the premiership of Mr. Lloyd George, but he died suddenly one night just after he had got his appointment, and before he had had time to enjoy any of its fruits. His great friend, when I knew him, was Mr. Moore Adey, also at one time a great friend of my own, and after Ross left Church Street, Kensington, he and Adey shared rooms for years in Hornton Street, and afterwards again in another house in Church Street. Ross died in rooms in Half Moon Street, which he had occupied then for several years. I am informed that his death took place on the night after he had given a dinner at Prince's Restaurant to a company of his friends to celebrate his new appointment. He was found dead in the morning by his servant. He was undoubtedly a man of brains and ability, and a good talker. After Wilde's death, he seemed to make a fairly successful effort to model himself on Wilde as a conversationalist. His writings consisted of only a few odd papers. I myself published a story by him in my Oxford magazine, The Spirit Lamp. It was called How We Lost the Book of Jasher. It was quite a good story, but Ross never had any real pretensions to outstanding literary talent, and would never have come into prominence apart from his association with Wilde, and the fact that he had become Wilde's literary executor. He played this up for all he was worth, and he made numerous friends in more or less prominent positions in society. His method was flattery, laid on with a trowel. He could, when he liked, make himself very agreeable, and he always contrived to convey to the particular person with whom he wished to ingratiate himself that he or she was the object of his profound and respectful admiration. When you had had 10 minutes' conversation with him, you went away with a pleasing feeling that you were really an important person, and that Ross appreciated it and would never be likely to forget it. The resultant glow of satisfaction, multiplied in hundreds of different cases, produced the atmosphere which enabled Ross to climb into a position which was far beyond the wildest dreams of his youth. Max Beerbohm was my contemporary at Oxford, and we were on intimate terms. I met him through his chief friend there, Reggie Turner, also a contemporary and a great friend of mine. They were both friends of Ross's and Adey's. I published in my undergraduate paper, The Spirit Lamp, the first article of Max's that ever appeared in print. It was an essay on the incomparable beauty of modern dress. It was an entirely characteristic piece of cleverness and artificiality, and caused intense annoyance to the Philistines of the period. I do not think it has ever been reprinted. It was signed J. M. Beerbohm. When I quarrelled with Ross, I lost touch with both Turner and Beerbohm. This I regretted very much, especially in the case of Turner, of whom I was very fond, and who was at one time quite devoted to me. When I was in Cairo, as the guest of the Cromers, Reggie Turner was staying with his half-brother, Frank Lawson, on a dahabeeyah, which was the last word in comfort and luxury. I was a frequent guest on the boat. Reggie Turner is the author of a number of novels, but I believe the only poem he ever wrote in his life was addressed to me. It was a sonnet, and was produced after terrific wrestlings of the spirit on board the dahabeeyah. I remember only the first 2 lines. More fair than any flower is thy face, thy limbs from all comparison are free. Reggie Turner, Robert Hitchens, and E. F. Benson were all at Luxor, staying in the same hotel as myself, and we went up the Nile in a post-boat. I saw a lot of Hitchens at Luxor, and he wrote his book The Green Carnation entirely on the strength and as the result of his association with me, for he had at that time never met Oscar Wilde. The book did me a lot of harm, and the writing of it, and the appropriation without acknowledgment of a large number of my good things and jokes, constituted a piece of perfidy for which I refrain from reproaching its author, because he has publicly expressed his contrition for it. Freddie Benson, on the other hand, was a real friend, who tried to influence me in the right direction, and who also endeavoured to get his publisher, Methuen, to publish my poems. Methuen declined them after being kind enough to say that they showed a certain amount of promise, and they were afterwards turned down by, among others, Heinemann. As already related, they were first published in 1896 by the Mercure de France, and in London in 1899 by Grant Richards. I afterwards, when I became a Catholic, was a great friend of Hugh Benson, Monsignor Benson, and stayed with him on several occasions in his house near Buntingford. I knew Aubrey Beardsley, and met him often in London with Wilde and Ross, but truth compels me to say that I did not like him, although I greatly admired some of his drawings. I liked poor Dowson, and regret that in the last 2 years of his life, when he was living on a small pittance from Smithers, the publisher, I did not do what I might have done to help him. I also used to meet Arthur Symons pretty frequently, but I was never on anything like terms of friendship or intimacy with him. I recognize his great talents now more than I did in those days, but from the poetical point of view he belongs to a school which I cannot truthfully profess to admire. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. From the day when I first met Oscar Wilde, as I have described, he made up to me in every possible way. He was continually asking me to dine or lunch with him, and sending me letters, notes, and telegrams. He flattered me, gave me presents, and made much of me in every way. He gave me copies of all his books with inscriptions in them. He wrote a sonnet to me, and gave it to me at dinner one night in a restaurant. That was after I had known him about 6 months. It is in the Methuen Complete edition, and it begins, "The sin was mine, I did not understand." Anyone who takes the trouble to read it carefully will see that it shows clearly that the familiarities, to use Harris's word, had not then begun. I wish to get over this odious subject once for all as quickly as possible. These familiarities were rare, but they did occur spasmodically. They began about 9 months after I first met Oscar Wilde, as the result of a long, patient, and strenuous siege on his part. They were completely discontinued about 6 months before the final catastrophe, and were never resumed after he came out of prison. Wilde always claimed that his love for me was ideal and spiritual. I once, after he came out of prison, in the course of a somewhat acrimonious discussion, brought up against him that this was not strictly the case, and that there had been another side to it. He said, "Oh, it was so little that, and then only by accident. Essentially, it was always a reaching up towards the ideal, and in the end it became utterly ideal." Honestly, I believe he thought this to be true and meant what he said. In any case, I am perfectly certain that his love for me, such as it really was before he went to prison, was the nearest he ever got to a pure and spiritual love. I have here, at great cost to myself, given a true account of our relations. Anyone is at liberty to believe me or not, but I wish to say solemnly that I have not tried to gloss them over, or make them appear less guilty than they were. Of the sin which takes its name from one of the cities of the plain, there never was the slightest question. I give this as my solemn word before God, as I hope to be saved. What there was quite bad enough. But, as I have already remarked, when all this happened I had been 6 years at school and at Oxford, and I had lost my moral sense and had no religion. Years afterwards, when I became a Catholic, in the course of the general confession which every convert has to make as a preliminary to being received into the church, I confessed all this, but I said then to the priest who heard my confession, Monsignor Bickerstaff Drew, "At the time when I did these things, I did not consider them wrong. If I had thought them wrong, I would not have done them." Even before I met Wilde, I had persuaded myself that sins of the flesh were not wrong, and my opinion was of course vastly strengthened and confirmed by his brilliantly reasoned defence of them, which may be said almost to have been the gospel of his life. He went through life preaching the gospel which he puts into the mouth of Lord Henry Wotton in Dorian Gray. Wilde was, in fact, a most powerful and convincing heresiarch. He preached that it was the duty of every man to live his own life to the utmost, to be always seeking for new sensations, and to have what he called the courage to commit what are called sins. I am trying to be fair to Wilde, and not to make him responsible for corrupting me more than he did. All the same, I must say that it strikes me now that the difference between us was this, that I was at that time a frank and natural pagan, and that he was a man who believed in sin, and yet deliberately committed it, thereby obtaining a doubly perverse pleasure. I was a boy, and he was a blasé and very intellectual and brilliant man who had immense experience of life. Inevitably, I assimilated his views to a great extent. In fact, I was so completely obsessed by them that they exercised over me the same kind of subconscious tyranny which the Darwinian theory of man's evolution from apes exercises over the minds of millions of men at this day. I really thought Wilde's arguments were unanswerable, just as otherwise reasonable people are hypnotized by the Darwinian theory, which, as a matter of fact, is only a theory, and likely to remain one. Long after Wilde was dead, and after I was married and had utterly got away from the Wilde cult and tradition, I went on subconsciously believing that he was, more or less, a prophet, and that his views about morals, whether one liked them or not, were based on abstract truth, and were unanswerable and irrefutable. It was not till after Wilde had been dead at least 8 years, and while, being then of course quite ignorant of the way he had turned and rent me in the unpublished part of De Profundis, I was still devoted to his memory, that it first occurred to me that he really was a very wicked man, quite apart from his sexual aberrations. I was then gradually getting towards a comprehension of the Christian system of ethics, which I had so long scorned. I passed through about 2 years of High Church Anglicanism while I was editing the Academy, and then, in 1911, I became a Catholic. It is a consideration of all these facts and abstractions which makes it impossible for me to pretend, as I would really like to be able to do, if only for the sake of obliging Mr. Frank Harris, that Wilde's friendship was ever any kind of a blessing to me, or that I owe him anything which I would not willingly part with, if I have not done so already. As I have already stated, it was certainly not he who taught me to love poetry or to write it. In the articles I wrote in my undergraduate magazine, The Spirit Lamp, and even in some of my first articles in the Academy, about 1907 to 1908, it is easy to trace a certain amount of his influence on my style and point of view, but I will defy anyone to find it in the stuff I wrote in prose in the last 2 years of my editorship of the Academy, or in that which I wrote in plain English, 1920 to 1921. While as far as poetry, which is my long suit, is concerned, I can say without much fear of contradiction that, fortunately for me, he had no influence on me at all. His views on poetry, and on literature generally, were on the whole much sounder than one might suppose would be likely to be the case. He liked the best among dead authors, and was not above admitting that Dickens was a man of great genius, and he had a very fair critical faculty. On the whole, I would, even as I am now, have trusted him to pick out good new stuff when he saw it for the first time. He was quite capable of admiring the work of persons whom he personally disliked, a feat which appears to be beyond the compassing of a good many of our present-day critics. Henley, for example, and he always spoke generously about his contemporaries, provided, of course, that his artistic conscience, which was much more potent than his moral conscience, would permit him to do so. He greatly admired Pater, and he told me he would rather have written Swinburne's Poems and Ballads, first series, than anything that had appeared in the English language in his lifetime. He thought highly of Meredith, even more so of Tennyson, and he admired Frank Harris's short stories, Elder Conklin, and so forth, more than I have been able to do myself. He had at one time a considerable cult for Robert Louis Stevenson, and he was even sometimes enthusiastic about Kipling. His taste was sufficiently catholic to include Anatole France, Paul Bourget, and Huysmans. He always professed to admire my poetry very much, though in the unpublished part of De Profundis, I am obliged to call it the unpublished part to differentiate it from the well-known book, though actually the unpublished part has been published broadcast in our own newspapers and in book form in America, Germany, and France. He refers to it contemptuously as my undergraduate verse. However, as in the same intemperate outburst of spite and malice he makes slighting remarks about my personal appearance, and refers sneeringly to my low stature (I am 5 feet 9 inches, which for a man of my originally very slight build and weight, 9 stone 7 in those days, was just about the right height. I do not take what he says very seriously. What I mean is that if he had worked himself up in De Profundis into the incredible state of mind in which he could run down the personal appearance of Hylas and Hyacinthus, not to insist on the rose of all the world, as he once called me in a letter, there can be no difficulty in supposing that his detraction of my poetry, which he had professed greatly to admire, was on the same level of sincerity or insincerity. To sum up what I want to convey, I mean that while he certainly did not corrupt my taste in literature, or do me any harm from a literary point of view, I am not conscious of being under any debt to him in that direction, while on the moral side he did exercise a most frightful influence on me, which it took me many years to outgrow. How then can I pretend to feel gratitude to him for what he did? All I can truly say is that I was at one time absolutely devoted to him, as he undoubtedly was to me, and that in those days my greatest pleasure was to be with him. He had delightful gifts as a talker and as a friend. He was, before prison had smashed him and demoralized him, most kind and hospitable, and generally sweet-tempered. The appalling bad taste of his references in the unpublished part of De Profundis to the money he spent on entertaining the darling of his heart and soul would have been utterly impossible to the old Oscar Wilde as I first knew him, even if his always exuberant imagination had been equal to the task of inflating that sum into the good round one of £5,000, which is the figure he arrived at in jail, apparently by the simple process of adding together nearly all the money he had during all the time that he had known me, and lumping it together as the amount he had spent on me. I have expressed in one of the sonnets I wrote about him after he was dead, the dead poet, the magical quality of his conversation. And as of old in music measureless I heard his golden voice, and marked him trace unto the common thing the hidden grace, and conjure wonder out of emptiness, till mean things put on beauty like a dress, and all the world was an enchanted place. He did succeed in weaving spells. One sat and listened to him enthralled. It all appeared to be wisdom and power and beauty and enchantment. It was indeed enchantment and nothing else. But a man who has broken loose from a spell cannot look back on the enchantment again and recapture the illusion of the shattered spell. He can only, as I do, remember that it was so, and wonder, and perhaps shudder a little. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. I must beg to point out that if in this book I go into the odious question of finance, it is only because Wilde has forced me to do it by the deliberate lies and misrepresentations he was guilty of in the unpublished part of De Profundis, and again, afterwards, by word of mouth to numerous persons between the time of his release from prison and his death. As I have already remarked in my last chapter, this meanness and bad taste were quite alien to Oscar Wilde as I first knew him. Up to the time of his imprisonment he was exceedingly generous, hospitable, and open-handed. It was surely natural enough that a man of nearly 40, who takes a violent fancy to an undergraduate of 21, and constantly invites him to lunch and dinner at the best restaurants, should incur a certain amount of expense without expecting that his young friend should make a point of keeping the account balanced by an equal return of hospitality. When I first met Oscar, he had an income of at least £2,000 a year. Quite a lot of money, I can assure you, in the 1890s, and equal to at least £4,000 in the present day. And I had an allowance from my father of £350 a year. I lived with my mother, of course, and had practically everything paid for me, besides having the run of a large number of country houses, and so many invitations to balls, parties, and dinners, that it would have been impossible for me to keep pace with them all, even if I had tried to do so. Obviously, at my age, and with my amount of pocket money, I was more often a guest than a host. But as Oscar Wilde has set down, in his unpublished De Profundis letter, the grossly untrue statement that he had spent more than £5,000 in entertaining me during the time that elapsed between our first meeting and his conviction and imprisonment, just about 3 years, I am constrained to say that £500 or £600 would be much nearer the mark. On the other side of the balance sheet, there is to be considered that about a year after I first met Wilde, my father wrote to me and said that unless I dropped his acquaintance and gave my word of honour that I would have no more to do with him, my allowance would cease. I refused to drop Wilde, and told my father that if he was mean enough to stop my allowance, he must do so. My allowance was stopped in the year 1893, nor did I ever receive another penny from my father till his death in December 1899, when I came automatically into my share of the money provided for the younger children of his marriage. So that my friendship with Wilde and my refusal to give him up cost me £2,450 in those 7 years. What I lost in other ways, such as social position, the natural and unquestioned right of entry into the inner circle of what was probably at that time the most exclusive and aristocratic set in the world, is not to be gauged in terms of money. But to stick solely to the money side, I may say, as I said in Oscar Wilde and Myself, that I really actually spent far more on him than he did on me. When he started to fight with my father, I gave him £360 to pay the expenses of the action. Of course, I had to get the money from my mother, but practically all the money I had at all after my father cut off my allowance came from my mother. And later, when I left him in my villa at Naples, I gave him £200. Not much, you may say, but it was all I could manage to get, and represented a lot to me at the time. During the 5 years that elapsed between Wilde's imprisonment and the death of my father, when I came into a certain amount of money, I was always very hard up. My average income during those years, most of which I spent abroad and living on my own, was certainly not more than £400 a year. In fact, I had barely enough to keep myself going, but even so I was continually helping Wilde to the utmost extent that I could manage. In the year that elapsed between the death of my father and that of Wilde himself, I gave the latter quite £1,000. As long as he lived, I would have gone on giving him money whenever I had it to give. The last cheque I sent him, for £10, reached him, as, marvellous to relate, is actually recorded by Robert Ross in his account of Oscar's death, which appears in Harris's Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, only a few days before he died. Frank Harris, in that book, affirms that after Oscar's release from prison, what he is pleased to describe as the Queensberry family undertook to provide Wilde with money, and he bitterly reproaches me by implication because this money was not forthcoming. Like almost everything else in Harris's book which concerns me, directly or indirectly, this story is utterly untrue. Who were the Queensberry family at that time? The term in this connection could apply only to my father, who had deliberately smashed Wilde, and would be as likely to give him money or any other assistance as he would have been to give it to the devil himself. My mother, who looked upon Wilde as a villain and a scoundrel, and bitterly lamented my association with him, and my brother Percy, afterwards 9th Marquess of Queensberry, who disliked and despised Wilde, and did what he did for him, that is to say, went bail for him after he had been committed for trial, only at my urgent request, because he loved me and was prepared to back me up against my father, or against anyone else, to the last limit of his capacity. The only glimmering of a foundation for this preposterous story of promised assistance for Wilde from the Queensberry family lies in the fact that I myself told Wilde on one occasion that I would endeavour to get my brother Percy to help him. I was as good as my word, and I did implore my brother to do something for him. My brother was the most good-natured and kind-hearted man who ever lived, and he was also devoted to me. His answer to my appeal was the answer he almost invariably made to any appeal for assistance that I ever made to him. He was, as everyone who knew him could testify, a man who always imagined that he was just on the brink of making an enormous fortune. He replied to my request by telling me that he was, for the moment, very pushed for money, but that in a few months he expected to bring off a very big coup, and that as soon as the coup materialized, I could have all the money I wanted, to give to Wilde or for any other purpose. "Don't worry, my dearest boy," he wrote. "In a short time I shall be a very rich man, and if I am a rich man, you, of course, will be the same." Naturally, being in those days nothing if not an optimist, I passed on the glad tidings to Oscar, and it is on this slender foundation that Harris's bunkum about the Queensberry family's undertaking to provide for Oscar Wilde is based. To do my dear brother justice, I do not doubt for a moment that if he had brought off a big coup at that time, or at any time afterwards, he would have immediately made me a large participator in his good fortune. But the coup never materialized, and, on the contrary, my brother, instead of making a fortune, lost practically every penny he had in the world, including about £300,000 which he inherited at the death of my father. The time when he came into this money synchronized with my own inheritance of my modest younger son's portion, so that there was, naturally, no call on him to provide anything for Wilde, whom, as I have already stated, I immediately made a participator in my improved fortunes. Oscar Wilde lived only a year after my father's death, and during that year he had enough money from me and from other sources, including Frank Harris, who claims to have given him £1,000, to have lived in the greatest comfort and luxury. I commend these facts, which, as far as my share is concerned at any rate, can be proved by documentary and legal evidence, to Mr. Robert Harborough Sherard, who is chiefly responsible for the legend that Wilde was left by his friends to starve in Paris. I also commend them to Messrs. André Gide and Davray, who have added their quota to the heavy load of unprovoked and reckless abuse, calumny, and vilification which has been heaped on me in return for the constant sacrifice of my own interests which I made on Wilde's behalf, from the day of his downfall to the hour of his death. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. During the 3 years which elapsed between my first meeting with Oscar and his conviction in 1895, I stayed with him as his guest in Lady Mount Temple's house in Babbacombe. The house was lent to him and Mrs. Wilde, where he wrote A Woman of No Importance, at a farmhouse which he took near Cromer, at a house in Goring, where he wrote An Ideal Husband, and at Worthing, where he wrote The Importance of Being Earnest. In every single case Mrs. Wilde was with him, though at Goring she was absent for some weeks. He stayed with me as my guest on 2 occasions at Oxford, in the rooms, 34 High Street over the Loaders Club, which I shared with my great friend, Lord Encombe. He also stayed at my mother's house near Bracknell. On several occasions we went abroad together. We went to Paris, to Algiers, and to Florence. At the last named place I was by myself for some time, my mother having sent me there chiefly with the idea of getting me away from Oscar. But after I had been there about a month, he followed me. While at Florence he began A Florentine Tragedy, but whether he finished it there or not I cannot now remember. During the time I was with him I wrote some of my own best poetry. I was away from him altogether for quite 3 months when I went to stay at Cairo as the guest of Lord and Lady Cromer at the British Agency. Lady Cromer, Lord Cromer's first wife, and the mother of the present Lord Cromer, was one of my mother's greatest friends. I have already referred to the wildly untrue statements Oscar makes in the unpublished part of De Profundis, referring to this time, during which there was a slight coolness between us. My devotion to Oscar was at this time again a serious handicap to my material and social interest. In this way. After I had been with the Cromers for 3 months, I was, partly through the influence of my grandfather, Alfred Montgomery, and partly through the good offices of Lord Cromer himself, appointed honorary attaché to the ambassador at Constantinople, Lord Currie. The news of the appointment was given to me by Lord Cromer, and I must say, in explanation of subsequent events, that I did not get the impression that I was bound to take it up immediately. I told Lord Cromer that before going to Constantinople I wanted to go back to London, or at any rate as far as Paris. He did not raise the slightest objection, nor did he give me any hint whatever that such a proceeding on my part would be construed, as it actually was, into a piece of rudeness or impertinence to Lord Currie. My longing to see Oscar Wilde again was what made me go back to Paris. I wrote and told him I was coming, and asked him to meet me there. In the unpublished De Profundis, he represents that he, at that time, had determined to break away from me, and that he came to meet me again with reluctance. This is deliberately untrue. As soon as I suggested meeting him in Paris, he telegraphed his delight at the prospect. I left Cairo and went with Dodo Benson, the novelist, with whom I was at that time on terms of great friendship, to Athens, where I stayed as his guest at some rooms he had there. I spent about a week there in perfect weather, and passed most of my time sitting in the Acropolis and delighting in the Greek sculpture and its contrast to what I have always regarded as the ugly and unattractive Egyptian monuments. I greatly enjoyed my visit, and Reggie Lister, who was there at the legation as second secretary, made himself very agreeable, as he always did. I then went on to Paris, where I spent a week with Oscar, and so back to London to my mother's house. I fully intended to go on to Constantinople after spending a few days with my mother, but directly I got back I was told that Lord Currie was in a frightful rage because I had not come straight on to Constantinople, that he regarded my conduct as a piece of insolence, and that he now declined to have me as honorary attaché. I was amazed to hear all this, but not particularly perturbed. The disapproval of Lord Currie left me quite unaffected. I had never had the honour of meeting him, though I knew his brother, Bertram Currie, the head of the family, very well, and he, Bertram Currie, was a friend of my mother's, and had always been charming to me. I am afraid that I simply regarded and stigmatized Lord Currie's indignation as an unreasonable display of middle-class fussiness. I failed to understand what it was all about, and secretly I was delighted to escape from the necessity of going to Constantinople, and to be able to get back to London. Looking back at the whole thing now, I still do not understand why Lord Currie should have been angry. The only possible explanation of his attitude, which has since occurred to me, is that someone may have made mischief by deliberately misrepresenting the facts, and by representing my attitude towards my appointment as one of what Frank Harris is fond of describing as aristocratic insolence. All I can say is that I had not the slightest intention of being rude to Lord Currie, that I was gratified at getting the appointment, that I liked what I had seen of diplomatic life. I spent most of my time in the Chancery at Cairo, and was good friends with all the secretaries and attachés, particularly with Mitchell Innes, and that if I had known that it was expected of me, I would have gone straight off to Constantinople without a murmur. As it was, and considering that I went back to Paris and London with the knowledge and approval of Lord Cromer, and after consulting him, I cannot say that I was in the least to blame. I regard the whole incident as one of those numerous cases in which my most simple and harmless acts have been misconstrued and misrepresented, and when I have been blamed and abused without the slightest regard to kindness or charity or good feeling. If Lord Currie, who, to quote Wilde, did not rise from the ranks of the aristocracy, but was born in the purple of commerce, had been a little more grand seigneur than he was, he would not have made such a ridiculous fuss, and it would not have occurred to him, he was a newly created peer, that any assault on his dignity had been so much as dreamed of. However, there was the end of my diplomatic career, and I was in disgrace with my grandfather, Alfred Montgomery, and once more exposed to the risks of the mad-dog threats of my father, who had then already for some time past been threatening Oscar Wilde and me because of our association, and our being constantly in each other's company in public places. The miserable story of how my father deliberately set about ruining his son under the hypocritical pretence of saving him has been told often enough, with more or less accuracy. In the letter I wrote to Frank Harris at Nice in 1925, which is incorporated in the new preface to the Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, which Harris undertook to print as a preface to all future editions of his book, while at the same time deleting or annotating and stigmatizing as deliberately false practically everything he says about me in that book, I have given my final and official account of the matter. I am very reluctant to rewrite the story once more. The simplest thing is to reproduce that portion of my letter to Harris which relates to the action of my father, and my own action in advising Oscar Wilde to fight him, and supporting him, as I did, with money, and with my offer to go into the witness box for him. This I do in the next chapter. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. My dear Frank, I do not dispute the substantial accuracy of your account in your book of the meeting between Oscar Wilde and myself on the one hand, and Bernard Shaw and yourself on the other, at the Café Royal, just before the proceedings against my father were started. Your complaint against me, as expressed in your book, is that, having heard all you had to say about the strength of the case against Oscar, I still persisted in egging him on to fight, and declared that anyone who advised him to the contrary was not playing the part of a true friend. It is true that you presented my father's case quite correctly. At the time, both Oscar and I already knew what that case was. My father had declared, from the first moment that the proceedings against him were started in the police court, that he intended to plead justification, that is to say, prove that what he had written was true, and written in the public interest. Whether or not Oscar and I had actually seen my father's plea of justification at the time when the Café Royal incident took place, I can't say for certain. But in any case, we saw the plea and went through it, with all its names and allegations and particulars, with Sir Edward Clarke and his junior, Mr. (now Sir) Travers Humphreys, and the solicitor, Mr. C.O. Humphreys, in Clarke's chambers, at least a week before the case opened at the Old Bailey. It follows that what you said to Oscar about my father's plea was no news to us, and we both knew all about it, and knowing all about it, had resolved to fight. Neither you nor Shaw had the slightest idea, because we did not tell you, what our case against my father was. In the event, this case was never brought before the jury at all, but at the time when the Café Royal interview took place, Sir Edward Clarke was pledged to fight the case according to my ideas, and to put me into the witness box immediately after his opening speech. If you want to know why he didn't do this, I can only say that you had better ask him. I have never seen him or spoken to him since the catastrophe, for which he, in my opinion, was largely responsible, though I don't for a moment suggest that he acted otherwise than in what he considered to be the best interests of his client. To understand what our case against my father was, it is necessary to understand what his relations had been at that time for at least 20 years with my mother and us children, his sons. I don't like dragging things up against my father, and in my own book, Oscar Wilde and Myself, I have allowed him to keep the beau role which public opinion gave him at that time, but to which he was, in truth, very far from being entitled. It seems that the time has come when the whole truth and the real truth must be told. The case against my father, which Sir Edward Clarke undertook and solemnly promised to bring before the court in his opening speech, and to support with my evidence in the witness box, was simply that he was an inhuman brute, that he had bullied and persecuted and outraged my mother for years, long even before she divorced him in 1887, 7 years before the case between Wilde and him came on, and that he had for 20 years neglected and ill-treated his children, and had forfeited all claim to a father's authority over them. I am not going into a lot of details. The memory of the whole business is sickening to me, and it is hateful to have to write about it, but I will give you one or two instances of the sort of man he was. For years before my mother at last divorced him, the final straw that broke the back of my mother's angelic patience was that my father wanted to bring his mistress to my mother's house, and proposed that they should all three live together under one roof. He had made a practice of going away for months and years at a time. We children scarcely ever saw him. Between the time when I was 5 years old and the time when the wild Queensberry conflict began, I can truthfully say that I could count on the fingers of both hands the number of the occasions when I had been under the same roof with him. He did not live with us. He had rooms in London, and he hardly ever turned up at our house in London or the country except for 1 or 2 nights at the most. I have been as much as 2 or 3 years when I was a boy without seeing him at all. After my mother divorced him, the Scottish courts fixed a certain annual sum of money which he was to pay to my mother for herself and the education of the children. Although he had no legal right to do so, he retained in his own hands the payment of this jointure, which was really a first charge on the whole of his property and estate. This enabled him to torture my mother by refusing, as he regularly did, to pay her the allowance when it came due twice a year. Over and over again he refused to pay it, and it was necessary for my mother to resort to lawyers and to go to the first stages of legal proceedings to induce him to pay her the money necessary to keep up her establishment and to feed and educate her children. Under threat of legal proceedings, he paid a month or so after the right date, but when the next half-yearly payment came due, he would repeat his tactics. As I have implied, he practically ceased living with my mother nearly 20 years before the wild Queensberry case came on, and 7 years before it came on she had divorced him. During the whole of those years he made a practice of writing her brutally abusive letters. I have read some of these letters, and they are the letters of an unmanly brute or a crazy lunatic. On one occasion, before the divorce, he suddenly turned up at my mother's house near Ascot, and turned her and all us children out of the house at 24 hours' notice, because he wanted to come there for Ascot with a party of his friends, including a certain lady whom it was impossible for my mother to meet. My mother had herself invited a party of 12 friends for the race week, and my little sister and 3 of us boys were also in the house. We all had to clear out, bag and baggage, the next day, and go up to London, and my mother had to telegraph to all her guests to put them off. My father was a madman, and his mania was to persecute my mother. My mother was, and is, an angel and a saint, who has never done a wrong thing or thought a wrong thought in her life. When my father was dying, she went to him, and in the lucid interval that came to him before death, he expressed his contrition, but right up to the time of his final illness, he continued to persecute her. My eldest brother, Drumlanrig, was, just before his early and tragic death, private secretary to Lord Rosebery, who was then Minister for Foreign Affairs under Mr. Gladstone. Lord Rosebery suggested that an English peerage should be bestowed upon Drumlanrig, which would enable him to be a lord-in-waiting to the Queen. There is no English peerage at present in our family. My father had a marquisate, earldom, viscounty, and barony, but they were all in the peerage of Scotland, and, by an absurd anomaly and injustice to Scotland, a Scottish peerage does not carry with it a seat in the House of Lords. 16 Scottish peers are elected by their fellow peers to sit in the House of Lords as representative peers. The head of our family had always been elected as a representative peer, almost as a matter of course. My nephew, the present Marquis, is a representative peer, and my father sat as a representative peer until he made a scene one year by declaring he was not a Christian and refusing to take the oath, which he characterized as Christian tomfoolery. Thereafter his fellow peers refused to elect him again, and he went about raging against them and heaping abuse on them all in consequence. Accordingly, When the proposal to make Drumlanrig a peer of the United Kingdom in the lifetime of his father was mooted, my brother, knowing full well the sort of man my father was, declined it, on the grounds that his father would be sure to be furious if he, Drumlanrig, were to have a seat in the House of Lords, when Queensberry had none. Gladstone and Rosebery then suggested that my brother should approach my father and ask him if he had any objection, or if he would consent to the peerage being given to Drumlanrig. Queensberry, on being approached, was all smiles. He raised no objection at all, and declared he was delighted at the honour paid to his son. But Drumlanrig, wishing to bind him down and commit him irrevocably to this consent, begged him to write directly to Gladstone to the effect indicated. This my father did. He wrote to Gladstone thanking him, and expressing his great satisfaction at the honour done by Her Majesty to his son. Drumlanrig was made a peer of the United Kingdom as Lord Kelhead. The title is now extinct, as he died without heirs of his body. And within a month my father was writing abusive and insulting letters to him, to the Queen, to Mr. Gladstone, and chiefly to poor Lord Rosebery. He actually threatened to horsewhip the last named, and followed him for that purpose to Homburg, where he used to walk up and down outside Rosebery's hotel with a dog-whip in his hand. The late King Edward, then Prince of Wales, at last interfered, and by the exercise of much tact and conciliation induced my father to give up the idea of thrashing Rosebery and to leave Homburg. My father's treatment of my second brother, Percy, late Marquis of Queensberry, and at the time of the Wilde affair, Lord Douglas of Howick, was just as bad. When Percy married his wife, the charming daughter of a Cornish rector, the offshoot of an ancient and gentle family, he abused and insulted him without rhyme or reason, and made foul aspersions on his girl wife and her family, who were utterly unknown to him. He always refused even to see my brother's beautiful children, 2 boys and a girl, and he died without ever having set eyes on any of them, simply because my brother Percy, who loved me dearly, stuck up for me when my father attacked me with brutal abuse and insult, after ignoring and neglecting me for years. My father exhausted his vocabulary in abuse of him, and, not content with that, showered obscene and insulting letters and postcards on his young wife. Driven nearly frantic by this treatment, my brother, who, simply because I had asked him to help me, had gone bail for Wilde after he was committed for trial, meeting his father by chance one day in Piccadilly, went up and asked Queensberry to desist from writing obscene letters to his wife. My father, thereupon, to quote from the report in the papers, made a vulgar noise with his lips, and Percy hit him. My father hit back, and several blows were exchanged before the police came up and took them both in charge. They were both bound over to keep the peace. My father never spoke to Percy again, deprived him of all allowances and financial assistance, thereby compelling Percy to borrow money on his expectations as heir to the entailed property, and persisted to the last in ignoring the existence of Percy's wife and children. When he was dying, Percy went to see him, and my father spat at him. My brother Percy was the kindest-hearted and sweetest-tempered man I ever met, and such faults as he had were never able to obscure the essential goodness of his character, as an innumerable host of friends of all classes, ranks, and conditions would testify. My father's treatment of him was brutal. In fact, it was as bad as his treatment of me and Drumlanrig. Well, to cut a long story short, this was the Queensberry who was to be presented, with all the forensic skill of Sir Edward Clarke, to the jury and to the public. I attended the consultations with Clarke, and told him all the story I have told here, and a great deal more beside, and I gave a written proof of it to Humphreys, the solicitor, as a basis of the brief he prepared for Sir Edward Clarke. I told Sir Edward that if he would call me as a witness at the beginning of the case, before Wilde, we could create so much feeling and prejudice against my father that no jury would give him a verdict. The main point was to show that his pretended solicitude for his son, and his alleged desire to save him, were nothing but a hypocritical pretence, and that his real object was to do, what in effect he succeeded in doing, ruin his son and finally break the heart of his martyred wife. I knew then, instinctively, that if I got into the witness box I could carry a jury with me. I have proved it since, over and over again. I told Clark that if he did not put me in the witness box, we might as well throw up the case at once. He said, "Make your mind at rest, Lord Alfred. I agree with everything you say. My idea of the way to conduct this case is to launch out at the outset with a deadly attack on Lord Queensberry for his conduct to his family, of which we have ample proof in his letters to you and to your grandfather, Mr. Alfred Montgomery, supplemented by your own evidence." I said, "Yes, but will you promise faithfully to put me in the box?" He replied, "I promise you I will. You shall go into the box immediately after my opening speech." On that, I went away content. I knew we were in for a hell of a fight. I knew that Oscar was guilty of what my father had accused him of, though I denied this on Crossland's advice in my book Oscar Wilde and Myself. I thought we should win, and think so now. I attribute the breakdown of Wilde's case entirely to Sir Edward Clarke's abandonment of his declared intention to conduct the case on the lines indicated. What induced him to change his mind and his tactics I have never had the slightest idea. All I know is that if I had gone into the box I would have won the case for Wilde, who was himself the worst witness I have ever heard give evidence, just as I have won case after case in later years out of the witness box, for myself and others, e.g. Pemberton Billing and Crossland. At the very worst, even if he had lost the case, there would have been no subsequent criminal prosecution of Wilde. All the sympathy and all the feeling would have been on our side instead of on Queensberry's. This is what I knew, and what I was thinking when I met you and Shaw at the Café Royal. I had screwed Oscar up to the sticking place, and I had all my family, leaving out Queensberry, behind me, and I had paid out of my own pocket all the expenses of the case. This fact, that I paid £360 for the cost of Wilde's case, is always ignored by the Ross-inspired biographers, though in the ransom trial it was used against me as an example of my unfilial conduct. When, therefore, you and Shaw gave your advice based on a one-sided knowledge of the facts, I resented it, and I was terribly afraid that Oscar would weaken and throw up the sponge. I knew he was an awful coward. I did not dare tell you our case for fear that I might not convince you, and that you and Shaw might, even after hearing it, argue Wilde out of the state of mind I had got him into. My one object was to get him out of the café as soon as possible, hence my rudeness. I was rude, I quite admit. But then, at that time, I hardly knew you, and I had never even seen Shaw before, and I was then, as I am now, very diffident until aroused by opposition, as, for example, when I am cross-examined, when I become a terror, and more than able to hold my own with any counsel at the bar. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. I suppose, after all, it is necessary to a complete comprehension of the case that I should fill in the gaps in the narrative contained in the last chapter. The story has been told so often that I am apt to forget that many of my readers may not know it. What happened was that, after I had known Wilde a few months, and had been about a great deal with him, my father suddenly one day spoke to me about it, and told me that Wilde was not a fit man for me to associate with. I must do my father the justice to say that at this stage he was not unkind or offensive, as he became afterwards. He light-heartedly told me that I must give up knowing Wilde, and seemed to think that this would be quite enough. Naturally, considering that in the first place I was of age and free to choose my own friends, and in the second place that my father had neglected me for years, in fact all my life, and had never shown more than the very slightest and most perfunctory interest in my doings, I ignored my father's instructions. I wrote to him and told him that I did not see any reason why I should give up my friend, and that I really could not think of such a thing. I wrote my father a perfectly respectful and affectionate letter, and begged him not to interfere. He replied, telling me that I was a fool and a baby, and that I did not understand what I was doing. The controversy began to get acrimonious, and my father had already begun to make threats of cutting off my allowance, when, one day, while I was lunching with Oscar at the Café Royal, upstairs, my father came in and sat at another table. I immediately went over to my father and asked him to come up and join Wilde and me for lunch. He refused at first, but I pressed him, and he said, "Very well," and came rather sulkily over to our table. I introduced them to each other. Oscar exerted himself to be agreeable. He was in good form, and in about 10 minutes he had my father laughing and listening eagerly to his conversation. The lunch was such a success that when they got on to Christianity, which was my father's bugbear, and therefore his favourite topic, he actually, a little while before this time, gave public lectures against Christianity, and he always described himself as an agnostic. Lunch was over, and they had got to the cigar and liqueur and coffee stage. In the end I got bored and left them, at about 3 o'clock, still talking to each other and leaving me out. When I saw Oscar that evening, he informed me, with pardonable pride, that he had completely got round my father, that they were now great friends, and had arranged to meet again, and that the luncheon at the Café Royal had been prolonged till past 4 o'clock. I was of course delighted to hear this, and still more so when, 2 days later, I got a letter from my father saying that he wished to take back all he had said about Oscar Wilde, that he considered him a charming fellow and very clever, and that he did not wonder I was so fond of him. He went on to say that he had been told by his old friend, Lord de Grey, afterwards Lord Ripon, that Wilde was a friend of his and Lady de Grey's, and that he was perfectly all right in every way, besides being a man of genius and a most delightful and amusing talker. This pleasant state of affairs lasted, however, only about 2 months. One day I got another letter from my father, repeating his old accusations against Wilde, and requiring me, once for all, to give an undertaking, on my word of honour, not to see him or associate with him again. Failing this, my father told me that he would stop my allowance. I wrote back an angry letter, in which I said that I declined to do anything of the kind. I reminded my father of his neglect, and said that I did not consider that he had any right to interfere in my life, and I told him that if he was mean enough to stop my allowance, he could go ahead and do it, which he promptly did. I am not justifying my conduct, I am merely relating the facts. No doubt it would have been far better for me if I had obeyed my father. On the other hand, I am entitled to say, and in this I am supported by my mother and also by my uncle, my father's now sole surviving brother, the very Reverend Canon Lord Archibald Douglas, who is a Catholic priest, that the main responsibility for the trouble must rest with my father. His brutal treatment of my mother, his noisy repudiation of Christianity, which had resulted in his being practically turned out of the House of Lords, and the fact that he was himself living a notoriously immoral life, deprived him of what in other circumstances would have been his legitimate authority. Moreover, considering that such a short time before he had met and liked Wilde, and had actually written telling me that he withdrew his aspersions, and giving me full authority to go on with my friendship, I felt that he had at any rate no right whatever to adopt the threatening and bullying attitude which he had now taken up. I am the last person in the world who can be bullied or threatened into doing anything. In that respect, I very much resemble my father. Neither of us would give way. My father wrote to me in insulting terms. I replied in the same vein, and when he wrote to me his most outrageous letter of all, in which he made a perfectly untrue statement as to something which he alleged he had seen with his own eyes. Need I say that his letters have been used against me in the law courts over and over again? I sent him my celebrated telegram, "What a funny little man you are!" I did this deliberately as being what I considered the most effective way of hitting back at him. Harris, in his Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, says that I showed feminine ingenuity in devising such a telegram. This is exactly typical of Harris's spiteful methods, which, as a matter of fact, are far more feminine in the bad sense than mine have ever been. My father at that time, and indeed all his life, was a formidable person. He was a man who had established a reputation as a dangerous man, and one who would stick at nothing if he was roused. He was, at one time, amateur lightweight champion boxer. He had repeatedly threatened to thrash me if he found me in Wilde's company, and he went round to all the restaurants we frequented and warned the managers and maître d'hôtel that he intended to assault both Wilde and myself if he caught us together on their premises. When I heard this, I made a point of going regularly with Wilde to these very restaurants. I wrote more than once to my father and told him that on such and such a day, at such and such an hour, he would find us in such and such a restaurant, and I invited him to come round and see what happened to him if he started any of his ruffianly tricks. I see nothing feminine in this conduct. No doubt it was wrong of me to defy my father, but at any rate I question whether Harris himself, for all his ancient pistol truculence, would have had the pluck to do as much. Everyone in London was apparently afraid of my father, with the solitary exception of myself, for he was allowed to do such things which would have been tolerated in no one else, and no one ever had the courage to tackle him. To do Oscar Wilde justice, he showed plenty of spirit, and was not unduly intimidated by my father's threats. He was nervous, but he did not climb down or show the white feather. All through life I have found that persons who make threats of the thrashings they are going to give, and who warn other people about the terrible things they are going to do, are very unlikely to be really dangerous. If my father had really meant to assault me or Wilde in a restaurant, he would have done it first, and talked about it afterwards. I sent him the telegram I have quoted, precisely to show him that I treated his threats with utter contempt. No doubt it filled him with rage, but it had the result of convincing him that I was not disposed to be bluffed, and we heard no more about thrashings and chucking out of restaurants. In the various letters that my father sent me, he of course libelled Oscar Wilde quite sufficiently for Wilde to have taken proceedings against him long before he actually did. I am not, and never have been, at all ashamed of the fact that I urged Oscar from the very first to take proceedings. According to what were then my lights, I did right in doing so. I told him that he should go for my father at once. If he had done this, my father would not have had a leg to stand on. The evidence which my father got later took a long time to collect, and could not have been available at the time when he first started his attack. Curiously enough, in this as in other ways, history repeated itself when I went for Ross. If Ross had started proceedings against me directly after I first began libelling him, he would almost certainly have succeeded in squashing me. The climax came soon after the first night of Oscar's play, The Importance of Being Earnest, at the St. James's Theatre. My father went to the box office with a bunch of carrots in his hand, which he proposed to throw at Wilde when he appeared before the curtain at the end of the play. He was refused admission to the theatre. I was absent in Biskra when this happened, but on getting a letter from Oscar relating the incident as well as an account of the great success of the play, I rushed back to London. Shortly afterwards, my father left one of his cards at one of Oscar's clubs, the Albemarle, on which he had written the words, "Oscar Wilde posing as sodomite." On this, Oscar Wilde took action. In the book Oscar Wilde and Myself, which I wrote in collaboration with Crossland, there is, written by Crossland, an account of this episode which gives an entirely false account of my own actions at this moment. I am, of course, myself responsible for this mistake, because I asked Crossland to write this part of the book, feeling at the time so shaken and unnerved by the experiences I had been through at the ransom trial that I felt I could not bring myself to write about it. Crossland wrote the story, and I read it and passed it. Not till after the book was published did I realize that what was written contained a grave blunder. It is stated in Oscar Wilde and Myself that I went with Wilde to Bow Street when he applied for a warrant for my father's arrest. This is not the case. I did not go with him, and what is more, I did not know till the day after it was done that he had at last actually started proceedings against my father. As a matter of fact, Robert Ross was at the time Wilde's adviser in the matter. It was Ross who induced Wilde to go to Ross's, solicitor, Mr. Humphreys, a charming man and an able solicitor, but the last solicitor in the world who would be useful to Wilde in such a juncture. Humphreys was a high-class family solicitor, and had, I believe, no experience in criminal matters. He knew nothing whatever about Oscar Wilde, of course. I mention all this not because I wish to evade responsibility for advising Oscar to proceed against my father. As I have already explained, I had advised him to do it long before, but it is important to record the fact that directly Oscar told me that he had got a warrant for my father's arrest, and that his solicitor was Humphreys, I said, "Why on earth didn't you go to George Lewis?" That, of course, was during the lifetime of the original George Lewis, the father of the late Sir George, Ross's great friend, who pursued me for so many years in the law courts. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Old Sir George Lewis was a personal friend of Oscar Wilde. He knew a great deal about him, and was at that time the one solicitor in London, except perhaps Mr. Arthur Newton, who was really competent to deal with the situation that had arisen. After the failure of Oscar's prosecution of my father, when Sir Edward Clarke had thrown up the sponge and my father had been acquitted, I drove with Oscar to George Lewis's office. It was then too late. George Lewis had actually appeared for my father at the police court, but owing to his friendship for Oscar and his wife, he told my father that it would be impossible for him to go on with the case, and he passed the case and all the documents, including the letters stolen from me, to Charles Russell and Company. When Oscar and I saw old George Lewis directly after the collapse of the case against my father, he said to Wilde, "What's the use of coming to me now? I am powerless to do anything. If you had had the sense to bring Lord Queensberry's card to me in the first place, I would have torn it up and thrown it in the fire, and told you not to make a fool of yourself." Of course, this was being wise after the event, but all the same, I think it is highly probable that if Oscar had gone to Lewis, as I always took it for granted he would, in case he contemplated proceeding against my father, Lewis would have settled the matter, in one way or another, without letting it get into court. Unlike his son, the late Sir George, who always appeared anxious to thrust his clients into the law courts, the old George Lewis, he was not made a baronet till many years later, was a past master at settling awkward cases out of court and without public scandal. It was precisely this faculty of his that made him so celebrated, and enabled him to build up his great business and obtain the confidence of so many prominent persons. I certainly had always advised Oscar to fight my father, but I was not impervious to reason, and if old George Lewis had assured Wilde that he had no chance, and was cutting his own throat and playing into my father's hands, I would probably have been convinced. And in any case I had no power, though both Harris and his friend Bernard Shaw, the supreme farceur of his age, seemed to assume that at the age of 24 I was entirely responsible for everything that Wilde did or did not do, to make Oscar Wilde disregard the advice of his solicitors. As it was, the case was hopeless from the moment it reached the Old Bailey. Sir Edward Clarke opened in much the sort of way he would have done if his client had been the Archbishop of Canterbury, and then left him to be torn to pieces by Carson. Poor Oscar scintillated brilliantly in the witness box. His answers in cross-examination bristled with polished wit, and from the point of view of mere verbal repartee, he scored off Carson again and again. But from the point of view of winning his case, or getting the jury on his side, which ought to be the aim of every witness, he was hopeless. Carson happens to be one of the extremely few eminent counsel who really are eminent. Most of the great counsel, I speak from a lot of personal experience, who are supposed to be deadly cross-examiners, are men whom I would look upon it as a real treat to take on from the witness box. But Carson is the one and only counsel I have come across who really is formidable to a man with brains. He is even clever enough not to mind being made to look a fool. Quite apart from his cleverness, he had the most wonderful material for cross-examination in the case of Oscar Wilde that any counsel at the bar was ever blessed with. Sir Edward Clarke made no attempt, as he should have done, to take the wind out of Carson's sails by asking Wilde in his examination-in-chief the questions in a modified form which were to be expected in cross-examination, which is the supreme art of examining in chief. He left everything to Carson and to his unfortunate client. The more brilliant and amusing and witty Oscar became, the more the jury hated him and totted up the points against him. When Carson had finished, Clarke re-examined without repairing any of the damage, and the next day chucked up the case and left his client to the tender mercies of the police and the public prosecutor. My father walked out, triumphant and elate. Thanks to Sir Edward Clarke, nothing of any consequence had been brought up that might even have caused him a moment's slight uneasiness. He had assumed the mantle of the heartbroken, loving father, fighting nobly to save his son, and Sir Edward Clarke did not lift a finger to disturb the classic folds of the mantle. That same evening, Oscar Wilde was arrested in my rooms at the Cadogan Hotel in Sloane Street. I was with him from the moment when the case against my father was abandoned by Clarke, right up to about an hour before his arrest. At the moment when he was arrested, I was away, having gone to the House of Commons to see my cousin, George Wyndham, and find out for certain whether there was to be a prosecution. When I got back to the hotel, Oscar had been gone, with the detectives who arrested him, for about half an hour. I immediately followed him in a cab to Bow Street and tried to bail him out, which of course was quite absurd. Only I did not know anything about these things in those days. I was in a frightful state of despair and consternation, but I never for a moment thought of clearing out, as Ross and all the other immediate entourage of Wilde, I will not give their names, did. All these faithful friends went out of the country and remained abroad till Wilde was convicted. I do not imagine that I was ever in the slightest danger of being arrested myself as the result of my father's noble efforts to save me, but it is the fact that I was warned that I was in great danger, both by my friends and my enemies, who agreed in hoping that I would leave the country. I stayed on in the Cadogan Hotel. My brother Percy turned up the day after Oscar's arrest and gave me £250. I was cleaned out, all my money having gone to Oscar's solicitors and counsel. He also told me that he would stick to me through thick and thin, and that if Oscar could get bail later on, he would stand for any amount up to £10,000, which was at that time about all the money he had in the world. His indignation against my father was extreme, and I have already related what it led to. I went to see Oscar at Holloway Prison every day up till the time he was committed for trial, except on the day when I went to see him at Bow Street Police Station. The police were very friendly, as they always are, God bless 'em, and in the intervals of Oscar's appearance in court I spent several hours with him in a comfortable room upstairs, cigarettes and whiskies and sodas being distinctly not barred. Sir Edward Clarke put the lid on his performance at the Old Bailey by failing to cross-examine the witnesses at the police court, and Oscar and Alfred Taylor were committed for trial. At that time, of course, I knew nothing about the law courts, neither did Oscar. We were really in the state, generally described as an ideal one by judges, of being entirely in the hands of our legal advisers. A more terrible position for a man it is difficult to imagine this side of hell. If I had known about the law courts what I know now, and learnt to know very quickly once I went into the matter, I would have urged Oscar to say that if Sir Edward Clarke would not cross-examine the witnesses at the police court, he must request him to retire from the case, and let someone else, even any smart junior, do it instead. At that time we were both such simpletons in legal matters that it never even occurred to either of us that Sir Edward Clarke was not performing prodigies of skill and courage in his conduct of the case. I have even recollections of writing Sir Edward a long and pathetic letter of thanks for what he had done after poor Oscar's conviction. It does not bear thinking of. I used to see Oscar every day at Holloway in the ghastly way that visits are arranged in prisons. The visitor goes into a box, rather like the box in a pawn shop, if my gentle readers will forgive an allusion to such a low place. There is a whole row of these boxes, each occupied by a visitor, and opposite, facing each visitor, is the prisoner whom he is visiting. The two sides of visitors and prisoners are separated by a corridor about a yard in width, and a warder paces up and down the corridor. The visit lasts, as far as I can remember, a quarter of an hour. The visitor and the prisoner have to shout to make their voices heard above the voices of the other prisoners and visitors. Nothing more revolting and cruel and deliberately malignant could be devised by human ingenuity. And it is to be remembered that I'm speaking of a remand prison, where the prisoners are waiting trial, and possibly quite innocent of any offence whatever. Poor Oscar was rather deaf. He could hardly hear what I said in the Babel. He looked at me with tears running down his cheeks, and I looked at him. Such as it was, as he told me in nearly every letter he wrote, and he wrote every day with clockwork regularity, this interview was the only bright spot in the day. He looked forward to it with pathetic eagerness. There was literally nothing else I could do for him. The world outside the prison, as represented by the newspapers, was howling for his blood like a pack of wolves. One of the evening papers had an article describing, of course from imagination, his first night in the cell at Bow Street, where he was locked up on the night of his arrest. With ferocious glee it described how he paced up and down all night. I do not remember ever before or since reading such a revolting article, so full of devilish malice and bestial cruelty. Certainly, whatever poor Oscar had done, from the moment the prison gates closed upon him, he began to redeem himself by suffering, and even to shine in contrast to the conduct of his enemies. At the noble game of hitting a man when he is down, the English can give points to any other nation on earth. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Just after finishing the writing of the last chapter, I happened to have a conversation with Mr. Arthur Newton, the solicitor who defended Alfred Taylor, who was charged at the same time as Oscar Wilde. I had not seen Mr. Newton for at least 16 years. He reminded me of what I had completely forgotten, that I sent him £50 to defend Alfred Taylor. Taylor was never a friend of mine, indeed I scarcely knew him, and in the course of the evidence given against Wilde it was established, more or less accidentally, and, as I imagine, to the chagrin of the counsel who was prosecuting Wilde, that I had never been in his rooms in Great College Street. I felt sorry, not being English, that Taylor should be left as he was, in prison, quite penniless, unfriended and undefended. So I sent Mr. Newton a cheque and asked him to do the best he could for Taylor with such a small sum. No doubt if this fact had been within the knowledge of Robert Ross, it would have been brought up against me at the time of the trial of the ransom libel action as an example of my innate depravity, when it would, doubtless, have furnished Lord Darling with another convenient stick to beat me with, in the interests of impartial justice. But, as it happens, this dark deed has remained in obscurity to this day, when I make a present of it to those whom it may concern. Oscar was about 3 weeks in prison at Holloway before he came up for trial at the Old Bailey before Mr. Justice Charles. The day before the trial came on, I left the country, because I was asked to do so by Sir Edward Clarke, who said that my presence in London was prejudicial to his client. As a matter of fact, if he had called me as a witness, as I implored him to do even at this late hour, he would, in all probability, have saved Oscar. I declined to leave except at the direct request of Oscar himself, and he, poor man, being entirely in the hands of his legal advisers, urgently begged me, both by letter and by word of mouth, to go. He thus, without knowing it, of course, threw away his last chance of acquittal. I went to Calais and stayed at the Terminus Hotel of the Gare Maritime. From there, on or about the third day of the trial, I telegraphed to Sir Edward Clarke, giving him certain information which I implored him to use, although it was compromising to myself, and again offering to give evidence. In reply, I got a stern rebuke from Wilde's solicitors, who informed me that my telegram was most improper, and that Sir Edward Clarke had been greatly upset by receiving it. I was solemnly adjured not to attempt any further interference, which can only have the effect of rendering Sir Edward's task still harder than it is already. In my own mind, I have not the slightest doubt that if I had given evidence, Oscar would have got off. As it was, the jury disagreed, and he was sent back to prison to await another trial. An application was then made to a judge in chambers for bail, which in common justice ought to have been granted by the magistrate in the first place. This time bail was granted, and my brother Percy, then Lord Douglas of Howick, and afterwards 9th Marquess of Queensberry, went bail for Oscar. The other bail was a clergyman of the Church of England, Mr. Stuart Headlam. There can be no harm in mentioning now that my brother had to guarantee Mr. Headlam against loss, as, if Oscar had bolted, as he might have done, Headlam would have been completely ruined. So my brother made himself responsible for the whole sum, £3,000. I immediately wrote to my brother and begged him to tell Oscar that he was at liberty to go if he would and could. My brother replied that he sincerely hoped that Wilde would go, and that he was quite prepared to stand the racket. Frank Harris made elaborate arrangements to get Oscar out of the country. He borrowed a yacht from a member of Parliament, and had it lying at a port ready. He got Oscar one night into a carriage with a pair of fast-trotting horses, and started to drive him to the port, but Oscar absolutely refused to go. He wrote me a very touching letter giving his reasons for not going. It made me weep at the time, and even now I don't like to think of it, but I have thought since 100 times that it was an insane thing not to go, and that it would really have been a braver thing to do. Oscar said in his letter that he could not run away and hide and let down his bails. But my brother wanted him to go on my account, and Mr. Headlam would not have been affected in the least. He wrote, "A dishonoured name, a hunted life, and not for me, to whom you have been revealed on that high hill where beautiful things are transfigured." He also, pathetically, thought that he had a good chance of being acquitted at the second trial. If he had scrapped Sir Edward Clarke, defended himself, and called me as a witness, he might even then have had a sporting chance. But as things were, there was not the slightest hope for him. To the very last I urged him to go, and at the time when I wrote to him from Paris a letter which Harris gives in his book as an example of my heartlessness, chiefly, apparently, because I mentioned in the letter that I had with me young Charlie Hickey, a charming boy about a couple of years younger than myself, and well known to Oscar, a son of Colonel Hickey. I was expecting him to arrive in Paris to join me at any minute. Harris, in the new preface to the Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, explains that it was Ross who misrepresented the Hickey incident to him, and he expresses great regret for the injustice he did me. When Oscar got out on bail, he went with my brother to a hotel and took rooms. But my father, I blush to have to tell it of him, though his friend Sir Claude de Crespigny evidently thinks it is something to be proud of, went to the hotel and denounced Oscar to the manager, who promptly turned him out. He then went to his mother's house in Oakley Street, where his brother, Willie Wilde, took him in for the night. At this point, two Jews, not English, please observe, Mr. and Mrs. Ernest Leveson, offered to take him into their comfortable house in Courtfield Gardens. He remained in their house till his conviction. Mrs. Leveson, the Sphinx, as Oscar called her, and the name has stuck to her, is of course well known as a brilliant and witty writer. Both she and her husband showed on this occasion great courage and chivalry, and, I might add, Christian charity. People who live in this more tolerant, or at any rate less fiercely hypocritical, age can have no conception of the courage required in those days to be seen even speaking to Oscar Wilde, or having any association with him. Oscar wrote to me every day while he was out on bail, about 3 weeks, and I wrote every day to him. Where are the letters I wrote to him? I know that Ross, as I shall relate, stole, or conveyed, if you prefer the Falstaffian word, a large number of my letters. Any that were, or could be made to appear detrimental to me, or to reflect on my character, he used against me. But there must have been a great many others that would at any rate have shown how utterly devoted I was at that time to Oscar Wilde, and how completely I was ready to sacrifice my own interests, my safety, and even my honour to help him. As at the ransom trial, Ross's object was to show that I had abandoned Wilde, and deserted him, and ruined him, these letters were of course suppressed. Where are they now, I ask? When I won my action for libel against the Evening News in 1922, the jury added a rider to their verdict, expressing a strong opinion that my letters should be returned to me, or at least destroyed. My solicitors, Messrs. Carter and Bell, wrote to Messrs. Lewis and Lewis, and asked them if they intended to carry out the recommendation of the jury. Lewis and Lewis replied that the letters were not in their possession. Mr. Commins Carr, K.C., who was my counsel in this case, advised me that it would be possible for me to apply to the Chancery Court for an order, or injunction, enforcing the jury's recommendation, but my experience of Chancery Court judges gave me no kind of encouragement to expect anything at all from them except cynical injustice. Moreover, Mr. Carr pointed out to me that it really did not matter who had the letters, as, in view of the verdict I had obtained, and the jury's rider, they could never be used against me again without disastrous results to those who use them. Consequently, I have never taken any steps to try to recover these letters. May I suggest now that it would be a graceful action on the part of someone, whoever he may be, to return them to me? Nothing could more serve to rehabilitate Wilde from a moral point of view than, if it were only possible, the publication of every single letter he ever wrote to me and every single letter that I ever wrote to him. As it is, just those few selected as damaging to us, first by my father and then by Robert Ross, have been produced. Those published would not amount to more than 5% of the whole lot we wrote to each other. I myself destroyed at least 150 letters of his to me, keeping only those which were comparatively colourless, all published in America by Mr. Andrews Clark. Of those I wrote to Wilde, which must be quite as numerous, only the few produced at the ransom trial by Ross have been given publicity. Ross had too strong a commercial instinct, unless I am very much mistaken, to have destroyed the rest. Again, I ask, where are they? And what prevents the person, whoever he may be, who now holds them, from returning them to me, or making them public? The whole of this question regarding the property in letters might be held up as an example of what the English call un-English, but which I call typically English. The letters which Oscar Wilde wrote, and those which my father wrote to me, can be with impunity stolen and kept openly in the possession of persons and firms who make no secret of the fact that they keep them on purpose to use against me whenever occasion may arise or it may suit their convenience. Messrs. Charles Russell and Company, my father's solicitors, have several times brought Oscar Wilde's 2 letters to me, to which I have referred previously, into court against me, and they have had them framed and covered with glass. Why should these letters, which are my property, be in the possession of anyone but myself? The same applies to the whole manuscript of De Profundis, including the unpublished part. This is a letter written by Wilde in prison. It begins, "Dear Bosie," and is signed, "Your affectionate friend Oscar Wilde." Ross obtained possession of it and kept it, concealing all knowledge of it, for 12 years. He says in one of his prefaces that Wilde gave it to him on the day he left prison, but he has never attempted to explain why he did not send it on to me, or even send me a copy. In any case, the manuscript, which now reposes in the British Museum, and which is, of course, enormously valuable, really belongs to me. Why should the British Museum retain possession of my property? On the other hand, letters I wrote myself to my father, to Wilde, to Ross, and to others can be, and have been at different times, brought up against me in court, and can remain indefinitely in the hands of my enemies. Apparently, Wilde's letters to me and my father's letters to me belong to anyone who can manage to get hold of them, and the same applies to the letters I wrote with my own hand. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. To return to Oscar's trial. He was convicted and sentenced to 2 years' hard labour by Mr. Justice Wills. He was very unlucky, because I knew for a fact that if the jury had not disagreed at his first trial, and if he had then been convicted, Mr. Justice Charles would have given him 6 months. When Mr. Frank Harris, in his Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, is not inventing fairy tales about me, he often says things that I cordially agree with and endorse. I do entirely agree with him that the sentence of 2 years' hard labour passed on Oscar Wilde by Mr. Justice Wills was cruel and outrageous. I invite anyone who disagrees, or pretends to disagree, with me to look up the records of sentences passed for similar offences any time during the last 35 years. I doubt if he will find a single instance of a man getting so terrible a sentence unless there were greatly aggravating circumstances, détournement de mineur, or brutalization, or cases of master and pupil, for example. As Harris points out, it was never even suggested by a peculiarly fierce and vindictive prosecution that Oscar had corrupted any single one of his victims. In fact, they were not victims at all. One and all were accomplices, and should have been in the dock with him if there were any prosecution at all. As a matter of fact, all the evidence was obtained by giving the victims the choice between giving evidence or being prosecuted themselves. The choice was also offered to Alfred Taylor. He was visited by the late Inspector Littlechild of Scotland Yard, who assured him that if he would give evidence against Wilde, he would be safe. I had this information at the time, and it was recently confirmed to me by Mr. Newton, the solicitor who appeared for Taylor. To his lasting credit, Taylor refused to give evidence against Oscar Wilde, and preferred to go, as he did, to 2 years' hard labour, rather than, by betraying his friend, to sully his honour, which to my mind remains, from this very fact, far brighter than that of many of those who helped to hound Oscar Wilde to his doom. All the other witnesses, with one exception, of whom more anon, gave evidence to save their skins. Of course, if they had all refused to give evidence, as this one did, the case would have collapsed. I mean that this case differed from most others of the kind, in which there is an injured prosecutor, a father or guardian, and at least one real victim. All this is very important because, after all, there is such a thing as justice and fair play, even in the case of Oscar Wilde. That sounds a commonplace now, when he has been turned by his misguided admirers into a martyr and a hero. But at the time when these things happened, I was the one and only man in England who openly and publicly stuck up for him, and declined to back down or yield an inch to popular clamour. It is perhaps hardly necessary for me to say that the idea of acting otherwise than I did never even occurred to me for a moment. Perhaps if I had been able to guess that years later I was to lose a case for libel in which I was accused of abandoning Wilde and ruining him and deserting him, and that my accusers were to be Wilde's most intimate soi-disant friends, who would produce Wilde's own posthumous abuse of me, penned at the very time when I was suffering exile, obloquy, poverty and disgrace on his behalf and out of my loyalty to him, I might have been tempted to think twice before committing myself so completely as I did to his cause. But at the time I had no thought but to carry out the solemn promise I had given him that I would stick to him through thick and thin, and that neither bribes nor threats would move me an inch from my determination that when he came out of prison he should find me exactly the same as I was when he last saw me, a few weeks before his conviction. From this determination I never moved. As I have already explained, at that time I had no religion at all, and very little moral sense. It never occurred to me as conceivable that it would be right for me to give up Wilde. To do so, on the contrary, would have appeared to me dishonourable, cowardly, mean, and disgraceful. The idea that it would have been a moral act to disown him, and make terms with his enemies, chief of whom was my father, never presented itself to my mind. Nor do I even now consider that it would have been anything but dishonourable and cowardly on my part to abandon him. I had of course the opportunity for a very good get-out, if I had cared to avail myself of it, when, after he had been about 9 months in prison, I was told by Ross that Oscar had turned against me, that he now spoke of me with bitterness and dislike, that he did not want to have any letter from me, and in fact stated categorically that I was on no account to write to him, and that I was to hand over any letters of his I had to Ross. Instead of doing what I might have done, and saying, "Oh, very well, of course, if he does not desire my friendship, there is no object in going on making myself into a martyr and a pariah on his account," I determined all the more to stick to him. I said to Ross, in effect, "I don't care what you say. It may be true that Oscar has turned against me, but that is probably only because he is half mad as a result of his sufferings in prison, and in any case, whether he has turned against me or not, I have not turned against him. I promised him on my most sacred word that I would stick to him, and I shall go on doing it. When he comes out of prison, if he chooses to say he does not want my friendship, and that he wants his letters back, he can do so with his own mouth. But in the meanwhile, I am not taking any advice or any messages from you, nor shall I give you any of Oscar's letters, and you can mind your own damned business and leave me to mind mine." I believe Ross's hatred of me and a subconscious determination to get even with me, although he went on pretending to be my friend, began from the moment when I gave him this answer to his attempt to interfere between Wilde and me and to obtain possession of Wilde's letters. I have no doubt now at all, though I never dreamed of such a thing at the time, that he deliberately poisoned Wilde against me at this time by misrepresenting my attitude and my actions, and I have no doubt that he acted out of jealousy. Before I leave the subject of Oscar's trial and conviction, I will explain my allusion a few pages back to the one witness who, after giving a proof of his evidence to the prosecution, declined to bear it out in the witness box. This youth was a gentleman by birth, and of an entirely different character and class to the other witnesses. He was terrorized into making a statement against Wilde. I am not suggesting that what he alleged may not have been true, by the same means as the other victims. I happened to see him in the corridor at Bow Street Police Court while he was waiting to give evidence. I went up and shook hands with him and said, "Surely you are not going to give evidence against Oscar?" He looked round in a frightened way and then whispered, "Well, what can I do? I daren't refuse to give evidence now. They got a statement out of me." I said, "For God's sake, remember you are a gentleman and a public schoolboy. Don't put yourself on a level with scum like blank and blank," two of the witnesses. When counsel asks you the questions, deny the whole thing and say you made the statement because you were frightened by the police. They can't do anything to you. He grabbed my hand and said, "All right, I'll do what you say." He did. More power to him. To the consternation of prosecuting counsel, he denied his own statement, and swore that Wilde had never been anything to him but a good friend. Counsel, of course, dropped him like a hot brick. He was told to stand down, and walked out of the court having inflicted a very nasty jolt to the prosecution, of which an intelligent counsel, if such a one had been appearing for Wilde, would have made tremendous use. I do not think it fair to give this young man's name, but a reference to the reports in the papers of the case would of course reveal it. I would not mention it if I did not think that what he did was greatly to his credit and perfectly justifiable. If all the other witnesses had replied in the same way, and by stating the fact that they only gave their evidence because it was a choice between the witness box and the dock, the whole case would have been shooed out of court in a very short time, and one of the greatest and most far-reachingly disastrous scandals that ever afflicted this country would have been nipped in the bud. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. This prosecution of Oscar Wilde never had any moral force behind it, and as a result it produced nothing but a crop of evil and calamity. It was dictated by vengeance and hypocrisy, unaccompanied by any genuine moral purpose. The man who brought it about, although his direct part in the proceedings ceased after his acquittal at the Old Bailey, was an immoral man, a bad father and a worse husband, an avowed atheist, a man who did not scruple to sacrifice his own son and break the heart of his long-suffering wife, simply to gratify his feelings of revenge and his passion for notoriety. As exemplifying my father's moral attitude towards the whole business, I may state that after Oscar Wilde's conviction he wrote to me offering, if I would give up Wilde forever, to supply me with money and an allowance, and suggesting that I should go to the South Sea Islands, where, he said, you will find plenty of beautiful girls. His only idea of reformation was to substitute, as he supposed, one vice for another. If he had left me alone, and refrained from publishing the scandal to the whole world, my friendship with Wilde, which had already become quite harmless many months before the final catastrophe, would no doubt have gradually cooled off. It was not likely that I could have gone on indefinitely keeping up a sentimental friendship with a man whose ideas of what he describes in the unpublished part of De Profundis as his great love for me could yet allow him to live the kind of life of promiscuous nastiness with a dozen or more boy paramours which was revealed in his trial. The emotion of the great crisis fanned the waning fires of our devotion to each other. I was, before the trial, beginning to be a little tired of Oscar's goings-on, even allowing for the fact that he of course concealed his infidelities as much as he could. We had had several acrimonious quarrels. In the ordinary course of events, my infatuation for him would have worn out, and obviously his for me was a very much less enduring and tremendous affair than he himself imagined it to be. If it had not been so, he would scarcely have made such a complete volte-face in his attitude towards me after being in prison only 9 months. I do not blame my father for trying to separate me from Wilde, but I do blame him bitterly for the way he tried to do it, and for acting as he did when he found that his efforts at separating us were unavailing. It is, and I defy anyone to say the contrary, perfectly obvious that he was not thinking of me and my interests when he created the scandal which ruined my life, and also, to a great extent, what was left of his own. For his spectacular victory at the Old Bailey did my poor father no good. He was, metaphorically speaking, pursued by furies ever afterwards up to the time of his last illness. A great number of people of his own class, who did not bother their heads over much about what happened to Queensberry's boy after his father had ruined him, yet definitely drew the line from that time forth at Queensberry himself. He was cut by many of his oldest friends, and politely cold-shouldered by others. My godfather, dear old Lord Robert Bruce (I am called, as my second name, Bruce, after him), who was in the navy with my father, and up till then one of his greatest friends, told me himself, years after, that he never spoke to my father again after what he had done. He was forever estranged from his son and heir, my brother Percy, and from Percy's wife and children. And though he received me back into favour for a short time, about a year before his death, our reconciliation did not last long. After formally forgiving me and embracing me with tears many times in the smoking room of Bailey's Hotel, where he was then staying, promising me my allowance back again, and actually writing to his cousin Arthur Douglas, who managed his affairs, to that effect, and calling me "my poor darling boy," he whipped round on me again and wrote me an abusive letter in which he said that he did not intend to give me a penny until he knew exactly what my relations were with "that beast Wilde." This was quite gratuitous, as I had already explained in a letter to my cousin Algy Bourke, the Honourable Algernon Bourke, brother of the late Lord Mayo, exactly what those relations were, and he had shown my letter to my father, who had thereupon expressed a desire to see me and receive me back into favour. What happened was, precisely, that I wrote to Algy Bourke from Paris, and told him that I should like to make friends with my father again, and I asked him to try to arrange it. I told Algy that I was ready to express contrition for what I had done, but, I said, I cannot undertake not to see Wilde from time to time. I can, however, give you and my father my word that my relations with him are entirely harmless, and only dictated by my feeling that I cannot abandon him now that he is poor and broken, after being his friend when he was rich and flourishing. I went on to say that I was sure my father would appreciate the situation, that my intercourse with Wilde was chiefly confined to helping him financially whenever I could, and that I had already given my word of honour to my mother that I would never live in the same house with him or sleep under the same roof with him again. I had given this promise to my mother when I left Wilde in my villa at Naples. In return for the promise, my mother gave me £200 to give to Wilde. I went on to say to Algy that I must ask my father to consider the sort of dog's life I have had for the last few years and to meet me halfway, and not make it impossible for me to bring about the reconciliation which I so sincerely desired. Algy, kindest and most untiringly good-natured of men, immediately approached my father, showed him my letter, and wrote to me within 24 hours to say that it was all right, and that my father would be delighted to see me, and had spoken in the most affectionate way about me. The interview I have described took place between us. This must have been in 1898, I think. The reconciliation lasted only about a week, and came to an end when my father wrote in the terms I have described. I made a suitable reply, in which I said that it was obvious that there was no possibility of any lasting peace between us, and once more hurling back the celebrated and legendary allowance with stinging words. Very wrong and stupid of me, no doubt. If I had had enough tact, I would have said nothing, and allowed my father to come round again in his own way. But in those days I had no sense, and I was, moreover, ill in bed with influenza at my mother's house, 18 Cadogan Place, when my father's letter arrived. I worked myself into a fever over it, and replied in terms calculated to make the breach irreparable. My father was, I believe, very much upset by my letter. I saw him again only once in the street many months later. I was in a cab. I was struck with compunction at his appearance, for he looked ill and wild and haggard. I ascertained from my brother-in-law, St. George Fox Pitt, who was about the only member of the family who was at that time on speaking terms with him, that he was under the impression that I hated him, and that I was responsible for certain purely imaginary troubles from which he was suffering. He told my brother-in-law that he was being persecuted by the Oscar Wilders, and that they had driven him out of various hotels, and disturbed him at nights by shouting abusive epithets at him. I felt dreadfully upset about all this, and, as it was quite obvious that my father was suffering from delusions, it struck me that the best thing I could do to remove them was to write to my brother-in-law a letter which I asked him to show my father. In this letter I said that my father was completely mistaken in imagining that I hated him, or had any feelings about him except of kindness and affection. I explained that the last letter I had written to him was provoked by his own, which had reached me when I was in a high fever from influenza, and that I was scarcely responsible for what it contained, and in any case did not mean what I said, and entirely withdrew it. I also sent him my love. St. George gave my letter to my father. He read it, and it undoubtedly calmed his mind and put a stop to his delusions about persecutions. He made no comment on the letter, but my brother-in-law said, "I think he was pleased to see it." Not long afterwards he died, at the early age of 53. My uncle Archie, the Catholic priest, wrote me 12 years later, after I became a Catholic, a letter in which he told me that before my father died, a cloud seemed to lift off his spirit. He entirely renounced his agnostic views, and professed his love for and faith in Jesus Christ, to whom, he said, I have confessed all my sins. My uncle gave him conditional absolution, and he died happily and peacefully. My dear mother visited him just before his death, and he assured her she was the only woman he had ever loved. May his soul rest in peace. In spite of the hard things I have been compelled to say about him, I have got back much of my old love for him as I had it when I was a child. Needless to say, I have never ceased to pray for him, and I look forward confidently to seeing him hereafter in a better world than this, when all misunderstandings and obstacles to love and knowledge will be removed forever. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. After Oscar's conviction, I remained in France for a time, and then went to Naples and Capri. I had a villa at Capri for about 6 months, and I stayed there right through the summer, spending most of the time in the water. During this period, I wrote some of my best poetry. I then returned to Paris, and while I was there I was asked by the Mercure de France, the well-known literary monthly magazine, to write an article giving my version of the Oscar Wilde affair. I accepted the invitation, and I wrote an article for the paper, in English, for at that time I did not know French well enough to write an article in the language, though I spoke French well, and ended by speaking it almost like a Frenchman. The article was translated into French, and in it I included a quantity of extracts from the letters which Oscar had written to me while he was in Holloway Jail, and while he was staying at the house of the Levisons, when he was on bail. I believe my article and the letters, if their publication had not been prevented by the possibly well-meant but disastrous interference of Robert Harborough Sherard, would have had the effect of completely rehabilitating Oscar, at any rate in France. Unfortunately, however, Sherard saw Oscar in prison and told him that I was going to publish all his letters in a newspaper, and, knowing nothing whatever about my motives or the nature of the article, which I would have been glad to explain to him if he had taken the trouble to see me and inquire, entirely misrepresented the whole affair to Oscar. Ross, for his part, did the same. The result was that Oscar, according to Sherard's story, commissioned him to stop the publication of his letters. Sherard was a personal friend of the translator of my article, whose name I have forgotten, but who was a well-known man of letters and a member of the staff of the Mercure de France. And he saw this gentleman and told him that Oscar begged that his letters should not be published. Consequently, the Mercure de France asked me to omit the letters from my article. I therefore decided that it was useless to publish the article without the letters, and in view of the attitude towards me of Oscar, as retailed by Ross, who told me that he was commissioned by Oscar to demand the handing over of the letters to him, Ross. I have already described what I said to Ross when he approached me on the subject. Thus, for the second time, Oscar Wilde, by his own misguided action, and acting on the bad advice of those who had the access to him which was denied, by his own fault, to me, dealt a fatal blow to his chances of rehabilitation. When he begged me, at Sir Edward Clarke's imperative behest, to leave the country before his trial, and to put it out of the question that I should be called as a witness on his behalf, he threw away his chances of acquittal, and now, when he prevented me, who at that time loved him passionately, and had no thought but to try to help him, and lift him up out of the gutter into which he had fallen, from defending him, as I could have done so effectively, he once again threw away his trump card. My article and his letters were designed to show that there was a fine and noble side to the whole of this business, which Oscar's enemies, assisted by his feeble defenders and fat-headed friends, had dragged down into the kennel and the stews. I wanted to lift the affair out of the atmosphere of the police court and the Old Bailey into the higher air of romance and tragedy. The letters which I intended to publish showed Oscar in a light which has never been revealed to anyone except myself and the few people to whom, at various times, I showed the letters. At the time he wrote them, the anguish of his mind, coupled with what shone out at that time unmistakably as his real love for me, lifted him into realms of altruistic beauty and pathos, which he never reached at any other time of his life, or in any of his published works. I have never known anyone who could read these letters without genuine emotion. I have shown them to persons who hated and despised Oscar Wilde, and they have read them, and shed tears over them. They showed him to be, at that time, one who had forgotten self in his love for someone else. They were 1,000,000 miles removed from the artificial, slightly repellent epistles which were produced against him at the Old Bailey by my father as specimens of his attitude to me, with their hylaces and hyacinthuses, slim gilt soles, flower-like lips, and all the other bag of tricks. These letters had the ring of genuine feeling, tragic emotion, sublimated passion. For once in his life, and for a period extending over many weeks, facing as he was a world which was one vast nightmare of unknown terror and hostile glares, he thought more about someone else than of himself. The letters were really noble and really fine. The alchemy of passionate sincerity transmuted his thoughts into pure gold. One of them contained an apologia for his whole attitude towards me, and what I meant to him, which would have gone far to disarm the criticism of his worst enemies. Once these letters had been published and read, there would have been an end of that terrible laughter of the world, which, as one of Wilde's characters says in Lady Windermere's Fan, is a thing more tragic than all the tears the world has ever shed. I do not believe that my father himself could have read them without a feeling that here was something which he did not understand, and which could not be spat upon without terrible risk to the spitter. I defy anyone who retains the least spark of honour to spit upon the real, essential love of one human being for another. And when I say love, I mean love, and not physical passion or desire or anything else. I say in excelsis, for love essentially must needs be chaste, and being contracted to unchastity, even in marriage, knows essential loss, and falls into a malady of waste, squandering the expended spirit's minted fee for that which in itself is worthless dross. As Oscar said to me in one of these letters, pleasure hides love from us, but pain reveals it in its essence. He knew that then, but he forgot it all too soon. I bitterly regret that these letters were not published at the time to which I refer. I bitterly regret that years afterwards I burnt them with my own hand, on the advice of a friend, at a time when I was fool enough to be ashamed of having received such letters from a man, and of having treasured them for so many years. If I had them now, I would print them all in this book, provided, of course, that the executors of Oscar Wilde, or one or another of his faithful friends, did not obtain an injunction to restrain me from doing so. As it is, they are lost forever, and with them is lost forever the evidence of what Oscar Wilde really was, once, at any rate, for a few weeks in his life. I have recorded in this book a few of the phrases from them that have stuck in my memory. I wish my memory were better. I wish I had stuck to my own original instincts, which are always right in this sort of matter. I wish it had occurred to me that the friend who advised me to burn the letters was also a friend of Robert Ross, and that the advice he gave me to destroy these letters was tendered only a few months before the trial of the ransom action for libel. A little while after this episode of the cancellation of my article, the Mercure de France, which is also, of course, a publishing house, offered to publish a collection of my poems. The volume appeared with a page-by-page French prose translation. The translation was ably done by the late Eugène Tardieu, a man of considerable talent and charming personality, who was on the staff of the Echo de Paris. The book was published at 3 francs 50 cents, and there were, if I remember right, 50 copies de luxe and 25 de grand luxe, priced at 10 francs and 25 francs respectively. I am informed that a single copy of the Édition de grand luxe on Japanese vellum was sold about 2 years ago at the Maison Drouot for 10,000 francs, about £80 at the present rate of exchange. I do not myself possess a single copy of the book. Of those I had, I gave away many, and the rest have disappeared. Footnote. Since I wrote this, my friend Mr. A. Symonds has kindly presented me with a copy. End footnote. The book has been out of print for at least 20 years. 1,000 copies were printed. It was well received in Paris, and from the moment of its appearance my status as a poet was generously conceded by French men of letters, and never afterwards disputed. The Mercure de France, on at least 2 occasions, asked me to consent to reprinting the volume, but this I declined to do, for the reason that it contained certain poems which, although there is really no harm in them, and, poetically speaking, some of them are exceedingly good, were brought up against me at the instance of Mr. Ransom, or, I suppose I ought more properly to say, at the instance of Robert Ross, for I have long exonerated Mr. Ransom from any blame in the matter of that libel action, in cross-examination at the High Court. I felt so aggrieved and disgusted at this that I have preferred to withdraw the poems altogether from circulation, and I accordingly refused permission to the Mercure de France to reprint the book containing them. No doubt they will be reprinted after my death, but meanwhile the book containing them is practically unobtainable for love or money. I am glad to think that my first poems were published in France, a country which I have always loved, and I recall with satisfaction that Shelley's first volume of poetry was published at Pisa. From the beginning when was aught but stones for English prophets. I quote from one of the sonnets in my collected edition. Not that my poetry has been stoned in England. On the contrary, it was very well received when it first appeared in 1899, published anonymously as The City of the Soul by Grant Richards. But it was published in Paris and appreciated by some of the finest writers in France, notably Mallarmé, 3 years before I could get a publisher to look at it in London. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. During the last 3 months of his imprisonment, Oscar Wilde wrote the letter to me which constitutes the whole of the book called De Profundis, and the unpublished part, which is in the British Museum. I never saw it, or had the slightest knowledge of it, till more than 12 years later, and to this day I do not know whether Wilde really meant what he said, or whether he merely wrote it and then thought better of it. According to the account given by Robert Ross in one of his prefaces, Wilde gave him the manuscript on the day he left prison. In another place, Ross implies that it was sent to him by Wilde while he was still in prison, with instructions as to what he was to do with it. The 2 stories appear to be contradictory. Quite apart from what he did to me, which is related in chapter 7 of this book, Ross is shown by Frank Harris in the new preface to The Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde to have been a truly monumental liar. His lies, like Falstaff's, were gross and palpable. Harris points out that the account he gives in his Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde of the death of Oscar, as related to him by Ross, is a pure invention of Ross's. Reggie Turner, who was in the room when Wilde died, has assured Harris that the account given by Ross, with its nauseating and disgusting details, is a lie from beginning to end. The same applies to Ross's account of the transference of Wilde's body to the Père Lachaise cemetery. I refer my readers to the new preface, where they can read Harris's own account of these amazing perversions of fact, which were Ross's contribution to Harris's original book. Knowing, therefore, that Ross's testimony on this, as on any subject, is utterly valueless, it is impossible for me to arrive at any certain conclusion about the matter. I am not on speaking terms with any of Ross's intimate friends. If I were, I would endeavour to find out the truth from them, supposing that they know it. Oscar Wilde's surviving son, Vivian, whom I have not seen since he was a little boy of 7 or 8 years, possibly knows the real truth, if he has not been deceived by Ross, which is quite on the cards. At the time when I wrote my book, Oscar Wilde and myself, in collaboration with Crossland, just after the ransom case, I accepted Ross's story that Wilde was privy to the plot of keeping his attack on me secret and publishing it after my death. Now, however, I very much doubt the truth of this. I think it is quite possible that Wilde wrote the letter and thus purged his bosom of his rancour and unreasonable fury against my entirely innocent self, that he gave the letter to Ross when he came out of prison, telling him to send it on to me, or possibly telling him to keep it back for the time being. It seems difficult to believe that, having taken the trouble to write the letter of over 60,000 words, he deliberately refrained from giving me the opportunity to read it, which is apparently what Ross would have us believe. That then, when he made friends with me again, as he did within 3 weeks of his release from prison, he put the thing out of his mind, and thought no more about it. As it contained what he no doubt regarded as a lot of fine writing, his author's vanity would have prevented him from irrevocably destroying it, and he may have had a vague intention of rewriting or revising it. It thus remained in Ross's hands, and when Oscar died Ross had it, and was free to do what he liked with it, and to tell any story he pleased, there being no one who was in a position to contradict him as to Wilde's instructions and intentions about it. It is surely significant that nowhere and at no time has Ross ever stated publicly and definitely that Wilde told him to keep the manuscript and conceal its existence from me. Ross left this to be inferred, but there is no record, as far as I know, of his ever having put it into actual words. Harris points out in the new preface to the Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde that Oscar, after he came out of prison, consistently behaved in a double-faced way about me. He wrote me a quantity of letters from Berneval during the first 3 months after his release from prison, and before he met me again, in which he addressed me in the most affectionate terms. At the very time he was thus writing to me, calling me "my own darling boy," and so forth, he was, as I only found out years afterwards, writing Ross abusive letters about me. Later, when he was taking large sums of money from me in Paris, he went about telling various people, everyone he met apparently, that I had not given him a penny and that I refused to help him. As Harris says, "Such falseness and treachery are hard even to understand, but the facts remain." In view of all these facts, and the utter unreliability as witnesses of both Ross and of Wilde himself, I do not see how it is possible that the real truth as to the De Profundis business can ever be known this side of the Day of Judgment. All I can say is that it is permissible to hope and believe that Wilde did not ultimately intend that his frantic abuse and his ignoble laments about the money he had spent on entertaining me to lunch and dinner in the days of his prosperity should be published after my death. It is even possible to take it for granted that as soon as he made friends with me again, he was heartily ashamed of what he had written. My own evidence on this point is obscured by the fact that, as I did not know of the existence of the De Profundis manuscript till years after Wilde's death, I may have missed references to it which perhaps he made under the impression that I knew of its existence. He may have believed that Ross had actually sent it on to me, and he may have thought that I had duly received it, or that my silence about it was deliberate and calculated. That he did have some such idea is suggested by the fact, which I have recorded in Oscar Wilde and myself, that on one occasion when we were together he referred to something he had said or written about me in prison. Ross, while Wilde was in prison, had sent me a letter containing extracts from remarks which he alleged that Wilde had made about me. But whether these remarks had been written or merely repeated by word of mouth, I did not gather, because, as soon as I realised the nature of Ross's letter, which was a very long one of many pages, I tore it to pieces in a rage and hurled the fragments into the River Marne, by whose banks I was living at the time. It is quite possible that this letter of Ross's contained extracts from Wilde's De Profundis letter to me. On the other hand, if Ross's story that Wilde gave him the letter for the first time on the day he left prison is true, his letter to me, which reached me at Nogent-sur-Marne some time before Wilde's release, could not possibly have contained any such extracts. All I can say with certainty is that on one occasion after I met Oscar again, after his release from prison, I reproached him about something or other in the course of a discussion we had, and he said words to the following effect. "Surely you are not bringing up against me what I wrote in prison when I was starving and half mad. You must know that I didn't really mean a word of what I said." It immediately, and naturally, occurred to me that he was referring to this letter of Ross's, which was supposed to have contained extracts of things he had said, or written against me in prison, and I replied to the effect that I had really not done more than glance at the letter, and that as soon as I saw what it was about, I tore it into pieces, and threw the pieces away, and determined to put the letter altogether out of my mind. As things are at present, and putting all the evidence together in my mind, I am very much inclined to think that he never intended the letter to be used against me, and that Ross had deliberately misrepresented Oscar's attitude and intentions about the letter. If this is the case, it relieves Oscar Wilde of what is otherwise the blackest and most terrible charge that was ever brought against him. It was the belief, shared at that time by myself, and I suppose by everyone who heard the evidence at the ransom trial, that Wilde had really been guilty of this dastardly treachery and ingratitude which inspired Crossland to write his terrible and astonishingly brilliant indictment of Wilde, called The First Stone. If Oscar has been wronged, all I can say is that he owes it to his evil genius, Robert Ross. By the time I started to write this book, I had pretty well convinced myself that Wilde was not guilty in this respect, and it is this feeling, which does not, however, altogether amount to one of certainty, that has enabled me to cut out of my heart the sentiments of anger, resentment, and indignation which inspired me at the time when, with Crossland's assistance, I wrote Oscar Wilde and Myself in 1914. Having once arrived at this state of mind, it seems to me that I am bound to put it formally on record that I withdraw what I said about Oscar in that book. What I said does not, on the whole, represent the real truth, either about the facts of our friendship or my feelings for him. The whole book is distorted and wrenched out of focus by the bewildered resentment and indignation which overcame me when I first read the unpublished portion of De Profundis in the year 1913 or 1912. The ransom case was tried in 1913, but the plea of justification, including a copy of the unpublished portion of De Profundis, was, I believe, delivered at the end of 1912. What happened when I began to write that book was that Crossland, with whom I was then in close association, arising out of the fact that he had been my assistant editor on the Academy for more than 2 years, said to me, "You will never write this book as it ought to be written. Even now, after all that has happened, and after you have got the complete proof of what an unspeakable swine Wilde was, you are still too soft about him to put it right across him as you ought to do. Let me do that part of the book. In fact, you had much better let me write the book altogether, you, of course, giving me the facts and revising it after I've put them into shape." In the end, after much discussion, I agreed to let Crossland collaborate. I paid him handsomely, giving him half of all I got for the book, although originally he asked only for £100. I gave him at least £250. On several occasions, when I had written what I thought was a fairly scathing piece of criticism, Crossland would say, "Yes, it's all very fine and most admirably written, but you are still much too soft." He would then pace up and down the room and dictate, he nearly always dictated, a revised version of what I had written. In the end, the book was really more his than mine. He certainly said things about Wilde which I would never have thought of saying myself. But once they were written, I adopted them con amore. Crossland said, "What we must do is to knock this man clean off the pedestal on which his worshippers have erected him." A lot that the book contains is unfair and misleading. I hope I have learnt now, once for all, that it is always a mistake to be unfair, even to persons who are grossly unfair to oneself. The fact that Ross and Harris and others have deliberately invented and circulated malicious lies about me, and that Wilde himself spent 3 months of his life in prison in a crafty and cunning attempt to blacken my character by means of gross and brutal misrepresentations, does not justify me in hitting back as I did, by deliberately painting, and allowing Crossland to paint, a blacker and more biting portrait of the man than the truth warrants. In Oscar Wilde and Myself, I not only ran down Wilde unfairly, even to the extent of belittling some of his literary work, which I place very much higher than I have there allowed, but I entirely misrepresented the strength of my own love and devotion for him, which persisted right up to the time when I read the unpublished De Profundis in 1913. In doing this, I did less than justice to myself, because the only explanation of much of my conduct in regard to him is precisely that I really was, as I said once, in one of my cases, in the witness box, crazy about the man. The truth is that I really adored him. I think it is fairly certain that in spite of all his protestations about his wonderful love for me, I really loved him far more than he loved me. His love for me, even allowing for the undoubted fact that pain and suffering did, for a time, transfigure it and touch it to finer issues, was yet chiefly founded on his mere admiration for what he chose to consider my personal beauty. I am sorry to have to say it, but I cannot but feel that the explanation of the shocking way he behaved to me and about me during the last 2 or 3 years of his life after he came out of prison was simply that I was no longer quite so attractive in appearance as when he first met me. There is a passage in Dorian Gray which gives quite plainly his own views on this point. Lord Henry says to Basil Hallward, I quote from memory, for I have not read Dorian Gray for more than 12 years, "One day you will look at your friend and observe that his nose is a little out of drawing. You will resent it bitterly, and feel that he has behaved very badly to you." On the other hand, whatever devotion I had for Oscar was certainly, and surely I may say quite obviously, not founded on any physical admiration of mine for him. I loved him because he was brilliant and wonderful and fantastic and fascinating in his mind and in his conversation. His personal appearance, at any rate while I knew him, was always rather against him. When I first met him, I thought him comic-looking. Afterwards, I got used to his strange aspect, and my admiration for his brain and the dazzling brilliance and spell-weaving enchantment of his conversation completely outweighed in my eyes the disadvantages of his appearance. When he got into his frightful trouble, my love for him was deeply intensified by pity and compassion. There was nothing I would not have done for him. It is a mere commonplace of truth to say that I would gladly have died for him, or gone to prison in his stead. That I am not now exaggerating the strength of the feeling I had for Oscar is easy enough to prove. I quote overleaf a sonnet that I wrote about him after he had been dead nearly 3 years. As evidence of the quality and enduring nature of my devotion to him, it is overwhelming to anyone who can appreciate real and sincere poetry. Frank Harris is my great traducer, the man who has done more than anyone else to blacken me and calumniate me in the eyes of the whole world. He claims to have sold 40,000 copies of his abominable book, The Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, in America. And, after admitting in writing that practically every word about me in that book is a deliberate lie or misrepresentation, after apologizing and expressing his deep regret and his desire to atone for the grievous wrong he has done me, he has broken his promise to incorporate the new preface in future editions of his book, and to put footnotes to the book explaining that the misstatements about me were, as he says, insinuated into the book by Robert Ross, and he has brought out a new edition of his book, published by Brentano in New York, in which every single one of his lying statements about myself is repeated. He does not so much as mention the new preface containing his retraction, and if I had not brought it out myself, on my own responsibility, and after being advised by my solicitors that I was entitled to publish it because it is a retraction of and apology for a series of gross libels, it would never have seen the light at all. Yet, by a strange irony, this same Frank Harris is the only now living really prominent man of letters who has written enthusiastically about my poetry. Harris, in the new preface to the Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, after saying that as a writer of sonnets I can stand with Shakespeare, quotes the sonnet in question as an example of a poem which is as fine as anything that can be found in the whole treasure house of English poetry. Here it is, and let it end this chapter. Alas, that time should war against distress, and numb the sweet ache of remembered loss, and give for sorrow's gold the indifferent dross of calm regret or stark forgetfulness. I should have worn eternal mourning dress, and nailed my soul to some perennial cross, and made my thoughts like restless waves that toss on the wild sea's intemperate wilderness. But lo, came life, and with its painted toys lured me to play again like any child. Oh, pardon me this weak inconstancy. May my soul die if in all present joys, lapped in forgetfulness or sense beguiled, yea, in my mirth, if I prefer not thee. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. On the day Oscar Wilde got out of prison, he left the country. Before he left, he went to the Brompton Oratory and asked to see one of the fathers. He had then, as he thought, quite made up his mind to become a Catholic, and his idea was to get received at once if he could. In this hope he would, almost certainly, have been disappointed, for although he did really know rather more than the average Protestant does about Catholicism, yet many of his views were, as appears glaringly in the published part of De Profundis, not only entirely unorthodox, but grossly repugnant to Catholicism, or indeed, one would suppose, to any form of Christianity. He asked for a certain father with whom he was personally acquainted. I do not know whom it was he asked for, but I imagine that it was probably the late Father Sebastian Bowden, a saintly old man who had formerly been in the Coldstream Guards. In any case, the father he asked for happened to be away, and though he could of course have seen any of the others, and was invited to do so, he declined. Whichever of the fathers of the oratory had seen him would, I think, certainly have told him that he could not possibly be received without at least some delay for instruction. This would probably have annoyed Oscar, for although in De Profundis he frequently refers to the supposed humility which he had acquired in prison, the book itself affords the strongest evidence that he had not even begun to understand the meaning of the word in its true Catholic or Christian sense. The idea that he required instruction in a subject in which he set up as an expert would probably have offended him very much. Indeed, I more than suspect that it was the realization of the fact that he would certainly have to submit to instruction that caused him, when he got over to France, to drop the whole idea. He was seeing a good deal of Ross at that time, and Ross, himself a Catholic and a convert, though he afterwards, I am told, apostatized, would have been in a position to give him all the information he required as to the process of getting received into the church. That Oscar did really die a Catholic, being received into the church by a Franciscan on his deathbed, and while he was unable to speak, but still able to make signs, I now believe, though for a long time I doubted the genuineness and validity of his reception. My reasons for doubting them were that Ross, with whom at the time of Oscar's death I was supposed to be, and imagined myself to be, on the best of terms, told me most distinctly and positively that Oscar was quite unconscious at the time of his reception, and that he, Ross, had only got the Franciscan friar to consent to receive him by swearing that Oscar had asked him before he became unconscious to go at once and fetch a priest, as he was determined to die a Catholic. Ross told me that, as a matter of fact, Oscar said no such thing, and that the only justification he had for the step he took was that Oscar, years before, had told him that he intended to die a Catholic, and that if he were in danger of death, Ross, if he were present or available, was to send for a priest. Ross, according to his habit, told various stories about the event, varying them according to his own fancy and the effect he wanted to produce on his audience. At the time when he told me what I have just reproduced, I was not a Catholic, and though not hostile, yet not particularly sympathetic to Catholicism. What Ross actually said to me in effect was, "I hope you don't mind. You know how I feel about these things. Oscar several times in his life did express a desire to be a Catholic, and said that it was the only church to die in. So when he was dying, I took it on myself to fetch a priest and to tell him that Oscar had expressed an earnest desire to be received. I also thought it would make things easier in a Catholic country, and that it would facilitate arrangements for his funeral and burial." I replied that I was very glad that he acted as he did. Years afterwards, the Right Reverend Sir David Hunter Blair, abbot of Fort Augustus, as whose guest I twice spent a week in the Benedictine Abbey of Fort Augustus, wrote me a long letter on the subject, which, unfortunately, I have not been able to find. But I remember quite well what the letter contained, and that the abbot told me that he had heard from the Franciscan friar who received Oscar, who assured him that Oscar was sufficiently conscious to hear and understand all that the friar said to him, and that, although he could not speak, he gave unmistakable signs of assent. "I satisfied myself," wrote the friar, "that he understood and assented. Thus, at the very last moment of his conscious life, betwixt the stirrup and the ground, mercy he sought, and mercy found." I must say, in justice to myself, that when in 1914 I collaborated with Crossland in the book Oscar Wilde and Myself, I was in my own mind quite convinced that Oscar had not died a Catholic. What Ross had told me seemed decisive, and I could imagine no motive for his misleading me. The difference it makes in the way I am able to think of Oscar is, of course, tremendous, chiefly because the fact of his wishing to die a Catholic implies a certain state of mind, which connotes a number of other things. For example, a man becoming a Catholic must, ipso facto, if his conversion be genuine, forgive all those who have injured him and ask pardon of all whom he has injured. He also implicitly renounces all heretical opinions, and expresses contrition for all his sins, both of the flesh and of the spirit. By the way, St. Thomas Aquinas, who, Catholically speaking, is the ultimate word and touchstone of wisdom, lays it down that sins of the spirit are much worse than sins of the flesh, and that is the chief reason why I think that the English attitude towards certain vices is indefensible, except of course in the case of persons who have never by thought, word or deed been implicated in them themselves. For hypocrisy is a spiritual sin. I must explain that I do not mean that a man who has committed sins of the flesh at one time of his life has not a perfect right to feel and express horror at such sins once he has got to realize how horrible they are. But I mean that such a man has no right whatever to persecute or hound down another for doing what he has done himself or condoned in others. It all comes down to the truly heavenly saying of Jesus, "Let him that is without sin among you first cast a stone." Nor do I think that a man can get out of this comfortably, as the average Englishman thinks he can, by saying that whatever he may have done in other, what he calls legitimate, ways, he has never, at any rate since he left school, gone in for Oscar Wilde's particular vice. I very much doubt if such a complacent view of the relative importance of his own and someone else's form of sin will cut much ice at the day of judgment. All sins of the flesh are mortal sins, and are, on the one hand, from that point of view, equally deadly, and, on the other hand, equally easy to obtain absolution for, on the proper conditions. Hence the attitude of the criminal law in France is more logical and more Christian than it is in England. Precisely, of course, because France is still a Catholic country. In France, Oscar Wilde could not have been sent to prison for what he had done, although French opinion was at that time quite as much against what is still sometimes called le vice anglais as English opinion. Oscar Wilde left England forever, as it turned out, and went to the little village of Berneval, where a chalet was obtained for him. When he left prison, a sum of £800 was subscribed for him by various friends, the largest contributor being Miss Schuster. I was not asked to subscribe to this fund. The attitude of Ross, who was chiefly responsible for getting up the subscription, to which, however, I do not think he contributed, as he was at that time, and for a long time afterwards, almost entirely without money, was tacitly hostile to me, and his omission to ask me to subscribe was, no doubt, intended as a deliberate slight. If I had been asked to subscribe, I might or might not have been able to do so. I was living in Paris on a small allowance from my mother, and I seldom had a penny to spare. On the other hand, if I had made an urgent appeal to my brother Percy, I might probably have got £50 or so out of him for the purpose indicated. The official attitude of Oscar, instigated and kept alive by Ross, was, however, that he wished to have nothing whatever to do with me. I am amazed now when I think of the patience and meekness with which I bore this offensive and utterly unmerited treatment. If I had taken Wilde at his word, and neither written to him nor attempted to see him again, the whole course of my life would have been changed to my advantage. Nor would it ever have been in the power of either himself or his faithful friends to reproach me. Instead of doing this, however, I wrote to him at once, and said, in effect, "I am told that you now hate me, and do not wish to see me or have anything to do with me. But all the same, I write to tell you that I have not changed to you, in spite of all the efforts that have been made to put me against you. That I have remembered and kept my solemn promise to stick to you through thick and thin, and that I long to see you again." It is, I think, almost certain that this letter of mine, and a lot more that I wrote to Oscar about this time, were among the number which Ross appropriated and kept when Oscar was lying dead at the Hôtel d'Alsace. If so, it is almost equally certain that Ross's heirs or executors have still got them. Once more, I asked that they should be given back to me. Oscar replied at once, in a somewhat priggish, if not canting tone. He said that he did not hate me, and, on the contrary, still loved me very much, but that at present he thought it better that we should not meet. Although it was not a very nice letter, it certainly was a long way removed from the sort of thing I had been led to expect. Under the rather formal and lecturing surface of the letter, it was easy for me to see that Oscar was very far from having arrived at the state of mind so much desiderated by the faithful friends who were so anxious, for reasons best known to themselves, to take charge of his actions and feelings. To put it plainly, I guessed at once that he was longing to see me, but that other people were putting obstacles in his way. A number of the letters which Oscar wrote to me this time have been published, not for sale, by a Mr. William Andrews Clark, Jr., in America. They have been magnificently produced in facsimile and are supplemented by notes which are ably and fairly written. The writer of the notes points out at once that one of the letters completely disposes of the Ross Harris version of the reunion of Oscar and myself. I will explain later in this book how I came to part with the letters, and how the promise made to me by the person who acquired them that they would not leave his possession during his or my lifetime was violated by his successors in business. At present all I need say is that the letters have been published. I think it rather extraordinary that Mr. Andrews Clark did not have the courtesy to send me a copy of the book, which I saw and carefully went through when I was staying with Frank Harris in Nice in 1925. But possibly he did not realize that I would wish to have it. The publication of the letters bears out what I have already said, that the more of Oscar's letters to me and my letters to him are made public, the better it will be for my reputation and his own. The letters are entirely creditable both to their writer and their recipient. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 24. The letters that Oscar Wilde wrote to me at this time began, as I have stated, in a lecturing and fault-finding tone, which, for all my desire to be reconciled with him, I was not disposed to go on standing for long. I replied vigorously, and pointed out that his attitude towards me was unfair and ungrateful, that it was quite unworthy of him, and that it appeared to reflect the psychological results of his imprisonment in a way which he would probably soon grow out of when he had got back the full use of his brains and intellect. The result was that Oscar soon dropped his fault-finding attitude. His letters became more and more affectionate, and he made no secret of the fact that he was longing to see me again, and that it was only the necessity, chiefly for financial reasons, of keeping in with certain people, including, of course, Ross, who was apparently holding a great part of the money subscribed for Oscar and doling it out from time to time, that prevented him from rushing over to Paris to see me, or asking me to stay with him at Berneval. I may say, to prevent misunderstanding, that I do not blame Ross at all for his cautiousness about the money, and for his, unfortunately fruitless, efforts to make it last a little longer than it did. In this respect, he certainly acted entirely in Oscar's interests, and with the best motives. I must here emphasize what I have said before in this book, that the letters which Oscar wrote me at this time, even allowing for the fact that I later destroyed many of those which contained the most exaggerated expressions of affection and devotion, completely dispose of all the nonsense of his wild accusations against me in the unpublished part of De Profundis. Between the time when he penned this violent diatribe and the time when he wrote me these adoring letters, nothing whatever had happened in relation to our friendship, except that he had got out of prison. If I was such a bad friend, and so unworthy of the great love I showed you, at the time he was spending his last months in prison, Why did I now become his comfort and joy, his only hope for the future, and his own darling boy? It is to be observed that when he wrote these letters he had not seen me for nearly 2 years, so that the disturbing and disastrous effects on him attributed to my presence and personality by Harris, Ross, Sherard, and others had had no chance of being exercised. The real truth is, unpalatable as it may be to Ross and Sherard and Harris, and any other living person who could be named at that time, that Oscar cared more for my little finger than he did for all the rest of these persons put together body and soul. It cannot be contended either that his devotion to me was a mere physical infatuation, because the facts, even according to my great enemy and detractor Frank Harris, are admitted to be that I was, alone of those I have mentioned, not only the dearest friend of his bosom, but his intellectual peer. Harris cannot have it both ways. It is idle for him to endeavour to make out, as he does on one printed page, that I was a kind of Troilus and Cressida, Patroclus to Wilde's Achilles, as interpreted and commented on by the foul-mouthed Thersites, when on another printed page he compares my sonnets to Shakespeare's, and declares unhesitatingly that even in my extreme youth I was always a far better poet than Wilde himself. As I believe in giving credit where it is due, even to those who have most grievously wronged me, and Harris has no excuse at all for his treatment of me, for I was for many years his intimate friend, and he once did put me out of £2,000 without losing my friendship, or hearing any reproaches from me. I may say that I think it is really wonderful that he should have committed himself as strongly as he has done to appreciation of me as a poet and man of letters. At one time he knew many of my sonnets by heart, and used to recite them in his well-known sucking dove roar in restaurants and other public resorts. Seriously, his rendering of them was calculated to delight their author's heart, for he was and is now an accomplished reader or reciter of poetry. His charming and accomplished wife told me that at one time, when he wanted to give the highest praise to any work of art, he used to say, "It's as fine as one as Alfred Douglas's sonnets." It is then certainly to Harris's credit that his desire, for reasons best known to himself, to blacken my character, and hold me up to public contempt and reprobation, has not prevented him from expressing his honest opinion of my merits as a poet, unless indeed it be that this apparent honesty of opinion is only a clever device to lend more strength to his denunciations, as who should say, "You observe how fair I am, though I am obliged in the interests of truth to attack Lord Alfred Douglas's character, I would not dream of denying him any credit that he deserved as a poet and man of brains and intellect." I prefer to think that Harris really did feel that in his denunciation of me he must draw the line somewhere, and that his literary conscience, being, like Oscar Wilde's, more sensitive than his moral conscience, did not permit him to speak falsely about my poetry, even if he had no scruple in deliberately lying about my character and about facts well known to him in regard to my relations with Wilde. Footnote: to accuse a man of downright deliberate lying is a serious thing to do. I was willing enough to accept, without questioning it, whatever my private thoughts were, Harris's explanation that it was Ross who was responsible for misleading him and falsifying the facts. But as he has now repeated his libels in a new edition of his book, and reiterated them in an introduction of a cheap edition of De Profundis published by the Modern Library in New York about a year ago, I can think of no other words to apply to what he has done but deliberate lying. Listen to what he says about me in the new preface to the Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde. That I should have misjudged the foremost poet of this time is my keenest regret. That I could have believed that such noble gifts could go with corrupt meanness of character shows the malignant cleverness of his detractors." These are the words with which he finishes his preface, and yet, within a year, he is republishing the book containing all his false statements and misrepresentations, and writing a fresh batch of them as an introduction to a new book. End of footnote. After Oscar and I had exchanged about half a dozen letters, he wrote and definitely invited me to come and stay with him at Berneval. In a characteristically playful epistle, he suggested that it would be advisable that I should assume some other name for the occasion. He said in his letter that he had been thinking of a suitable name for me, and was divided between Le Chevalier de la Fleur de Lys and Jonquil du Vallon. In another letter he informed me that he had decided that I was to be Jonquil du Vallon, and referred to himself as "that strange purple shadow who is known as Sebastian Melmoth," which was in fact the name he adopted after he came out of prison, and by which I addressed him on the envelopes of my letters. All this, though it may now sound rather childish, was just like the old Oscar whom I had known and loved before the catastrophe. I was just getting ready to start when a telegram arrived stopping me and telling me to await a letter. The letter arrived, and contained a story that he had been warned that it would be dangerous for me to come, as my father was having him watched, and would, certainly, intervene and create a fresh scandal. This, of course, was a pure canard, but no doubt he believed it. He lamented the impossibility of our meeting in moving terms, but declared that his devotion to me was only enhanced by our continued separation. I wrote back, laughing at the idea of my father's supposed plot, and suggesting that we should meet somewhere else. He replied that he would not come to Paris, as he could not face Paris yet, but suggested Rouen. So we agreed to meet at Rouen, and did so for one night and day at the Hôtel de la Poste, where I had stayed before and was known. This made the assumption of an assumed name on my part impracticable, which I really think was a cause of great disappointment to Oscar. The meeting was a great success. I have often thought since that if he or I had died directly after that, our friendship would have ended in a beautiful and romantic way. Poor Oscar cried when I met him at the station. We walked about all day arm in arm or hand in hand, and were perfectly happy. Next day he went back to Berneval, and I returned to Paris, but we had settled that when I went to Naples about 6 weeks later, he was to join me there. About a week later I went to Aix-les-Bains with my mother and sister. I stayed there about 5 weeks and had a most delightful time. While I was there I wrote the Ballad of St. Vitus, which I consider to be the best of my 3 ballads. My mother then went back to London, and I went on to Naples, meeting Oscar on the train from Paris. We went to the Hôtel Royal, and I celebrated the occasion by running up a bill for £68 in the fortnight we were there. This bill remained unpaid right up to the time when I left Oscar at Naples, about 2 or 3 months later, when my dear mother sent me £200 to give to Oscar, and also the money to pay the hotel bill and enable me to get back to Paris via Rome. I must explain that the proprietor, or manager, of the Hôtel Royal, being of course under the usual impression that obtains, or used to obtain, on the continent, that an English lord is invariably a millionaire, seemed quite undisturbed by my request that he should let the bill stand over. He expressed himself enchanted to oblige me, and beyond sending in the bill again after about 2 months, he made no kind of demonstration. I would not have the cheek to do a thing like that nowadays, but in the year 1897 I still lived under the pleasing illusion that life more or less belonged to me, and that money was not a thing to take seriously. While we were at Naples, Oscar finished the Ballad of Reading Gaol, and I wrote the 4 sonnets called The City of the Soul, my Sonnet on the Sonnet, and A Triad of the Moon. About a year before, I had spent some months in Rome with my mother, and I there had the pleasure of meeting, for the first time, my dear old friend Harry de Wint, whose friendship to this day is one of my most valued possessions. Harry and I met in the bar of the Grand Hotel. He had known my father intimately for years, and also other members of my family, and he spoke to me directly he knew who I was. Where he was engaged for several hours in an argument which frequently threatened to culminate in bloodshed, with an exceedingly tough gentleman from the colonies. What the argument was about I cannot now recollect, but the tough gentleman from the colonies, who claimed to be, and really was, I afterwards found out, a bosom friend of my brother Percy's, several times reached for a gun which he carried in his back breeches pocket. The discussion went on with varying degrees of ferocity, alternating with friendly interludes when drinks were offered and accepted, till 3:30 in the morning, at which hour a truce, due to sheer exhaustion on the part of all concerned, was called, and the meeting broke up. Harry saw me back to the rooms where I was living with my mother. I then saw him back to the Grand Hotel. The process was repeated several times, and it was broad daylight when we parted. A few months afterwards I met our colonial friend at Monte Carlo, where, hearing that I had just lost all the money in my pocket, he generously lent me 25 louis, and insisted on entertaining me sumptuously at dinner at the Hôtel de Paris. He referred in feeling terms to Harry, who, according to his account of the affair, was a man to whom he had immediately felt irresistibly drawn by magnetic attraction at first sight, and who had reciprocated the feeling in the strongest way. I saw him a week later, when, I am glad to be able to state, I paid him back the 25 louis, for the next thing I heard about him was that he had committed suicide. I cannot remember the poor fellow's name. Harry de Wint turned up at Naples while Oscar and I were there. He knew Oscar well, and admired his work and his conversation. We dined together in a cafe, and I afterwards happened to go away and leave them together. Harry de Wint told me years later that when he read the accounts of the ransom trial in the papers, he was amazed and disgusted to read the letter which Wilde wrote to Ross, in which he describes how I left him at Naples. "As soon as there was no money, he left me," says Wilde in this abominable letter, and the rest of the letter, which is reproduced in Harris's Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, is in the same strain. No mention is made in it of the £200 I gave him. Harry told me that while I was away, Wilde's conversation with him was one long eulogy of me, and of how I had stuck to him through thick and thin, and was his best and most faithful friend. Harry told me that if he had known about the ransom action, he would have been pleased to come and give evidence on this point. I described in detail in Chapter 14 how I was forced to leave Oscar in Naples because my mother, when she found out that he was with me, immediately wrote to me and said that unless I left him she would discontinue my allowance. What possessed Oscar to write this disgusting letter to Ross, which I read for the first time 14 years later, I cannot even conjecture. As Harris says in the preface, "Such hypocrisy and falsehood are hard even to understand, but the facts remain." Oscar and I were fairly happy at Naples, though we had several quarrels. He had nothing beyond an allowance of £3 a week from his wife, and I had very little money, only about £8 a week. The constant worry about ways and means was trying, and Oscar did not adapt himself as easily as I have always been able to do to making the best of a small income. All the same, we were still great friends, and when my mother's ultimatum came as a bombshell to break up our association, we were both very distressed. Obviously, however, there was nothing for it but for me to leave him. We were neither of us in a position to raise a penny, and it was merely a question of getting enough money to carry Oscar on till he could get more from some other source. I left him in my villa with 3 months' rent paid in advance. With ordinary care, the £200 I got for him would have kept him in Naples, where everything was amazingly cheap, in comfort for at least 5 or 6 months.
I had lived myself on less money for as long a period in France without complaining. But as a matter of fact, Oscar remained only a few weeks in Naples. He then went to Paris. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. While Wilde was with me at Naples, he was in good health and good spirits. He was chiefly engaged in finishing his Ballad of Reading Gaol, of which he had concluded the rough draft at Berneval. He worked at it very hard, thus bearing out the contention I have always made that all good poetry is the result of struggle and effort, and that good poets do not pour out words like inspired gramophones. I have been reminded of his struggles to get the ballad just right by reading the collection of his letters to Robert Ross written from my villa at Posillipo, Naples, recently brought out by Mr. Moore Adie. En passant, I note that he refers in eulogistic terms to 3 sonnets called A Triad of the Moon, which I wrote at that time and which appeared in The City of the Soul, and have been reprinted in subsequent volumes. He says in the first letter in the collection, "Bosie has written 3 lovely sonnets, which I have called The Triad of the Moon. They are quite wonderful. He has sent them to Henley. I have also got him to send his sonnet on Mozart to the musician." I had forgotten till I read this letter that it was Oscar who gave me the name Triad of the Moon for my 3 sonnets. I had also forgotten all about the sonnet on Mozart. I now remember quite well writing it, but I cannot recall more than 2 lines of it. All I know is that the musician evidently did not publish it. In view of Wilde's contemptuous remarks about my undergraduate verse, made when he was in a rage, and quoted by Harris, I am glad to have this independent evidence that he did not always despise my poetry. It is instructive to note, from what he says in these letters, that my influence over him in the poetical line prevailed over that of Ross in at least 2 instances. Ross objected to his fine phrase for a judge, "the man in red who reads the law," in the Ballad of Reading Gaol, saying it made him think of "the man in blue" for a policeman. It was I who insisted on Wilde keeping in the expression and overruling Ross's foolish objection. Again, Ross said that the poem ought to end at the words, "Outcasts always mourn." Wilde says in one letter to Ross, "You are quite right in saying that the poem should end at 'Outcasts always mourn,' but the propaganda, which I desire to make, begins there." The fact is that Ross was a poor critic, and if he had had his way he would have spoiled the Ballad of Reading Gaol, which is the only entirely fine and sincere poem Wilde wrote, forgetting his art for art's sake heresies, which Ross encouraged. It was I again who influenced him here. If the poem had ended at the point suggested by Ross, it would have been a heavy loss to literature. It is exceedingly lucky that I happened to be with Wilde at the time he finished writing this fine poem, far the best thing he ever did in poetry, for otherwise he would certainly have succumbed to some of Ross's inept attacks on his best phrases. "The Black Dock's dreadful pen," he defends against Ross, and he kept it in spite of Ross's efforts to make him change it. It is a fine phrase. His struggles, and his astonishingly humble pleas to be allowed to write his own poem in his own way, remind one of Byron's similar pleas on behalf of Don Juan, when it was continually being assailed by the mediocrities who assembled to criticize it, canto by canto, as Byron sent it in Murray's back parlour. I do not for a moment claim that I helped Wilde to write this great poem. I can recall only one passage which owed something to a sonnet, unpublished, of mine, which I had written while Oscar was in prison, and which I showed him at that time. It had 2 lines,
Into the dreadful town through iron doors, by empty stairs and barren corridors. Those who know the ballad of Reading Gaol well will recognize that there is an echo of these two lines in the ballad. That night the empty corridors, etc., etc. Wilde apologized for borrowing, and I assured him he was quite welcome, and I meant it. That is the only passage which owed anything at all to me, except that I, as a fellow poet, for whom he really had a respect as a poet, stiffened him against the clever criticisms of Ross. All I did was to maintain, then, as I would now against all comers, that Wilde was a much better judge of what is and what is not proper to a poem than Ross, who could not have written a dozen lines of poetry to save his life, and whose critical faculty can be gauged by the fact that he considered Shakespeare very much overrated, and inferior not only to Marlowe, but also to Webster. I am afraid that my reminiscences of life at the Posillipo villa are very vague. I remember that we had a cook called Carmine, a maid, Maria, and two boys called Peppino and Michele, who waited on us. Servants cost little more than their keep in those days at Naples, and the cost of feeding Wilde and myself and the servants was about 12 francs a day. I also remember that the villa, which was charmingly situated, with a terrace and marble steps leading down to the sea, was full of rats, so much so that I, who have always been terrified of rats, and, if the truth must be told, not by any means exactly mad about mice, was reduced to the ludicrous pass of having to hire a room in a house opposite the villa to sleep in. After a time, however, we got rid of the rats, partly by means of a professional and orthodox rat-catcher, but also, and chiefly, according to Oscar's opinion, owing to the ministrations, hired for a small fee, of a potent witch, who was recommended as infallible by Michele, and who came and burned odours and muttered incantations, which she assured us no rats could resist. She also told both our fortunes, and Oscar professed to regard her as a wonderful and powerful sorceress. In appearance she was quite the witch of literature and drama. She had a distinct beard, and, with age and envy, was grown into a hoop. Anyhow, the rats disappeared, and I was able to return to the villa, where I remained till I was obliged to leave because my allowance was threatened with extinction if I remained longer with Wilde. It was after I left him in possession of my villa, and with £200 of my money in his pocket, that he penned his celebrated letter to Ross, to which I have already referred, in which he says that "as soon as there was no money left, Bosie left me," and describes the incident as "the most bitter experience of a bitter life." Considering that I was forced to leave him, much against my will, and that he, for his part, was also threatened with the loss of his pittance of £3 a week from his wife if he continued to live with me, and that, consequently, we both agreed that it was necessary to separate, this letter is one of the most astonishing products that the history of literature has ever recorded. The letter is not included in Mr. Rady's collection, called After Berneval, but it is now being offered for sale, with my consent, by Messrs. Delau of 32 Old Bond Street. As an example of the amount of reliance which can be placed on Wilde's statements, spoken or written, it is perhaps the most powerful piece of evidence in my favour that the whole of this melancholy history of our friendship can provide. I commend it to those who go on refusing to believe that anyone could possibly have behaved so badly as I accuse Wilde and Ross of having done. I include Ross because he used the letter against me at the ransom case, although he knew perfectly well, and had known all along, what were the true facts, and that I was not only innocent of the slightest offence against Wilde, but treated him with the greatest generosity, and was also heartbroken at being obliged to leave him. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. During the next 2 years I saw Oscar constantly in Paris, where I was living in a small flat in the Avenue Kléber. I was still very hard up, but, out of what little I had, I did what I could for him. As a matter of fact, during that time he really had far more money than I had, for, though he had no regular income except his £3 a week, he was helped by a great number of people, including Frank Harris. I must do Harris the justice of saying that he is, and always has been, generous with money. I do not for a moment doubt what he tells me about the money he gave Oscar. Harris at that time owned and edited the Saturday Review, which he ultimately sold at a large profit, and he was very well off. He declares that he alone gave Oscar more than enough for him to live comfortably during the whole time between his release from prison and his death. I could mention a dozen other persons who gave him money, including Ernest Leveson, Dal Young, and Claude Lowther. He also got a good lot from Smithers, the publisher, over the Ballad of Reading Gaol, and he sold the scenario of the play, Mr. and Mrs. Daventry, which Harris afterwards wrote, with Oscar's consent, to at least half a dozen different people. The way he behaved about this scenario is enough in itself to indicate that he had by this time pretty well lost all sense of honesty and honour, for he really defrauded all the various persons who gave him sums of money under the impression that they were buying exclusive rights in a valuable property. I prefer not to say much more about these last years of his life. I have already related what happened when my father died and I came into a modest amount of money, less than £15,000, of which I received only £8,000 at first. Oscar lived only a year after my father's death, and during that year I gave him at least £1,000, while he, for his part, as I only found out years later, went about telling everyone he met that I refused to give him a penny or to help him in any way. I believe he did not do this out of malice against me, for the extraordinary thing is that, in spite of what he was doing behind my back, he remained outwardly on the most affectionate terms with me, and we spent many a delightful evening together after I had entertained him to dinner at Paillard's, or the Café de la Paix, or Mare's, or the Grand Café. I think his sole reason for acting as he did was his desire to get money out of other people. He found that his pitching the tale that although I was now rich, I had deserted him and left him without money was very effective in loosening the purse strings of those to whom he poured out his tale of woe. Their pity for him, coupled with their indignation against me, made them generous. I judge that this was his motive, partly because I can think of no other, and partly because he applied the same principle to me. Whenever I met him, he was always full of "the meanness and want of imagination," a favourite phrase of his at this time, of Frank Harris, Robert Ross, and anyone else who helped him in any way. He did not tell me that Harris had not given him a penny for the simple reason that I happened to know otherwise, having been present at lunch at Durand's on at least 2 occasions when I had, with my own eyes, seen Harris hand him 1,000 francs. In those days 1,000 francs really was 1,000 francs, or £40. But later, when, as I now know, Harris was giving him a lot of money, he complained bitterly to me of his meanness, though really he had not the slightest claim on him. Unlike Harris and unlike Ross, both of whom at that time I liked and looked upon as friends, I discounted these statements of Oscar's. Knowing by this time from experience that he was, since he had come out of prison, quite unscrupulous about money, and that he was liable to abuse his best friends for no particular reason, I did not repeat what he said. It went in at one ear and out at the other. Harris and Ross, on the other hand, treasured up everything Wilde said against me, and did everything they could to spread what they must have known to be his false and wickedly ungrateful accusations against me.
When I say that both Ross and Harris spread these accusations, I must qualify this by explaining that I do not think that Harris did so till many years later, because, although he entirely suppresses the fact in his Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, he and I were, at the time I am now referring to, on terms of great friendship. He called me Bosie, and I called him Frank. I liked and admired him, and the way he went on sticking up for Oscar, and making a point of entertaining him at Durand's, which at that time was a favourite resort of the British Embassy people, greatly appealed to me. Harris, in his Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, gives a grossly garbled account of an interview I had with him. He says in Paris, but really the meeting took place at the Hôtel Condé at Chantilly, where I was then living. He represents me then as speaking meanly and bitterly about Oscar, and as giving indications that I grudged him even the small sums of money I was then giving him. What really happened was that Harris came to Chantilly, and we had dinner, and passed the evening together sitting up talking till 2 in the morning. He informed me that Oscar had complained to him about my meanness. In reply I told him that I had given Oscar a lot of money, several £100, and that I fully intended to go on giving him more, as long as he needed it, and as long as I had it to give. But I told him, what was the fact, that a few days before Oscar had tackled me on the money question, and had bluntly told me that it was my bounden duty to give him a large sum, several £1,000s, or at any rate, a couple of thousand. I told Harris exactly how I was situated financially since the death of my father, and I put it to him whether he thought it was reasonable to expect that I should hand Oscar £2,000 out of my small patrimony, of which I had at that time received only about half. I told Harris that I had no intention of giving Wilde £2,000 in one lump, though I did not doubt that he would get far more than that out of me in the long run. Harris said that he entirely agreed with me, that it was preposterous of Oscar to ask for such a sum, which he would probably spend in riotous living in a few months, and he went on to suggest that instead of giving Oscar £2,000, if I would give it to him, Harris, he would put me into a scheme which he was then floating, which would bring me in £2,000 a year for life. This, he said, will put you in a position to treat Oscar in the most handsome way, and still have plenty for yourself. I have not the slightest doubt, in view of what subsequently happened, and of what I now know of Harris's character and methods, that he came to Chantilly on purpose to rope me into this scheme of his, or rather, I may say simply, to touch me for £2,000. I imagine that until Oscar had complained about my meanness, Harris had not realized that I had come into money, and that there was any question of my being able to dispose of such a useful sum as £2,000. Directly he found out that I had money, and was, so far from being mean about it, on the contrary, recklessly generous and open-handed with it, he conceived the idea of exploiting me. He did it very cleverly. He was a past master at the game, and I was a mere child in his hands. He said to me, "Do not decide anything about it now, but come and stay with me as my guest in my hotel at Monte Carlo. I'm running an hotel for millionaires, and I've put in Cesare, the celebrated maître d'hôtel, to manage it for me. This hotel will shortly be paying 50% on the capital, and if you like, I will let you into the company. But I have another much bigger thing on, a real gold mine. I prefer to say nothing about it now, but come to Monte Carlo any time you like within the next 4 weeks, and I will show you everything. Then, if you are convinced that it is a good thing, you can be right in on the rock bottom and get 100% for your money. Meanwhile, do not mention a word of this to Oscar or to anyone else." A week or two later I went to Monte Carlo and stayed with Frank Harris at his hotel, which was called Cesare's Hotel. It was a small hotel, and consisted entirely of beautifully furnished and ultra-expensive suites, bedroom, bathroom, and sitting room. Harris's idea was that he would attract American, South African, and other brands of millionaires who really enjoy paying enormous sums for special comfort and luxury. He had a splendid cook, and the hotel was undoubtedly something quite out of the ordinary. Indeed, I think that Harris's idea was an excellent one, but no doubt he had not enough capital to run it long enough to turn the corner. Harris entertained me sumptuously, and drove me out the day after I arrived to the Restaurant de la Réserve at Aix for lunch. We had an excellent lunch on a terrace looking over the sea. A Hungarian band was playing, and the restaurant was full of clients and appeared to be doing a roaring trade. When the liqueur and cigar stage had been reached, Harris told me that the restaurant belonged to him. "You see for yourself the sort of business we're doing," he said. "This is my gold mine." I said, "Well, it seems a good sort of speculation, but I don't quite see where the 100% profit you spoke of is going to come in." Harris leaned across to me and clutched my arm. "My dear man," he said, "this is nothing. The real gold mine is not yet revealed to you, but listen to this. I have a concession from the French government allowing roulette and trente et quarante to be played here." I was much impressed. No doubt, if Harris really had such a concession, the place would have been a veritable gold mine, and I was too young and foolish and inexperienced to reflect that in that case he would hardly have been so anxious to take so much trouble to secure my modest £2,000. To cut a long story short, I parted with the £2,000, giving him a cheque that day for 500 and a further cheque for 1,500 a week or two later in Paris. In return I received 2,000 shares in what was called the Treasury Reserve Syndicate. I never got so much as sixpence back. I afterwards discovered that at the time I lunched there with Harris, the restaurant was mortgaged up to the hilt, and it was closed down less than a year later. I also discovered that Harris's story about the gambling concession was a pure invention. No such concession had been promised, nor has any concession for playing roulette and trente et quarante ever been granted by the French government during the last 50 years, these two games being illegal by French law, which, however, does allow baccarat and petit chevaux, or boule. When I found out that I had been done, as I did little by little during the next 12 months, and that Harris's references to the promised gold mine gradually grew less frequent and finally petered out altogether, I took stock of the situation. It occurred to me that I had been a mug and a fool. I thought it exceedingly unlikely that I would ever be able to get anything out of Harris, and I came to the conclusion that the best thing I could do was to cut the loss and say no more about it. I was in those days incredibly foolish about money. I could never get myself to believe that I could not get plenty some time or another whenever I really started to go after it, which is just exactly what I have never done. So I said literally nothing. When Harris finally admitted that the whole scheme had gone to pieces, and that he had been, as he expressed it, done out of the promised concession, but that he intended to make it up to me in another way before long, I simply shrugged my shoulders and said, "All right, old chap." I can truthfully say that I never bore Harris the slightest grudge about what he had done. I never reproached him with it, and I told very few people about it. I had almost forgotten all about it when, in the year 1920, while I was editing Plain English, I, for the first time, read the lies that Harris had published about me in his book, The Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, and particularly his account of the interview I had with him at Chantilly. I then told the story of the real facts about that interview and its sequel in the columns of Plain English, very much as I have told them here. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Directly after my father's death, the South African War broke out. By the time war was declared, I had already bought 2 or 3 horses, and they were being trained by George Woodhouse at Chantilly. As soon as I heard the news, I returned to London and offered myself as a trooper in Paget's horse. Colonel Paget said to me, "You would much better join the Duke of Cambridge's corps, which is being recruited entirely from gentlemen who are prepared to pay for all their own equipment." I accordingly went straight to the depot of the corps, joined it, after passing the riding, shooting, and medical tests, and gave the secretary a cheque for £250 to pay for my horse and equipment. 2 days afterwards, my cheque for £250 was returned to me, with a letter informing me that my services were not required. In face of this deliberate and cowardly insult, there was nothing to do but what I did, namely, to write to Lord Arthur Hill, who was responsible for raising the corps, and to tell him in plain English what I thought of him and also of the Duke of Cambridge. Having thus relieved my feelings, I returned to Chantilly and bought another horse. I bought a horse called Hardy out of a selling race for £250. He belonged to Edmund Blanc, the owner of the casino at Monte Carlo, and had been leading his horses in their work at Chantilly. He was 6 years old and had never won a race, and he was a gelding, a beautiful chestnut horse. I put him in a race at Lille, and he ran there and won during the time I was with Frank Harris at Monte Carlo. I had an extraordinary run of luck on that occasion at Monte Carlo. In the intervals of talking business and lunching and dining with Harris, I went into the casino with 25 louis. That was then, of course, £20. I determined that I would not lose more than this, and that the moment I lost it, I would come out of the rooms and not go back. This was the 3rd time I had been at Monte Carlo. I went once with Oscar, just before he prosecuted my father at the Old Bailey. We stayed at the Hôtel de Paris, and I won about £70 or £80. Then I went nearly 2 years later with my mother to the Hôtel Windsor. This was the occasion when, as I have described, I was at first refused admission to the rooms on the ground that I was too young, although really I was 27. This was also the occasion on which I met again and dined with the colonial who had had the historic argument with Harry de Wint at the Grand Hotel in Rome. On the 3rd occasion, when I was with Harris, who, although at one time he had, so he says, been a big gambler, now never went into the rooms, I determined that, as I had just bought horses and was also going in for Harris's gold mine, it really would be foolish to start chucking away money at the casino. However, I could not resist the idea of giving 25 louis a chance, so, after registering all sorts of mental vows that I would not lose more than this sum, I went in and put a louis on the number 13, which promptly came up. I doubled my stake, and it came up again. In those days, play at the casino was in real gold and notes. When you won with an en plein louis, you were paid with a 500-franc note and 10 louis in gold. I went on backing en plein at haphazard, 5 or 6 at a time. Every time I won one, I put the note in my pocket and went on with the gold. After about 2 hours, I lost my last gold piece and went out with 9 or 10 500-franc notes in my pocket, about £200. I gave this money to Cesare and told him to put it in a big envelope, together with any other notes I might win. I told him he was on no account to give me the envelope till I was actually getting into the train to go away. After dinner that evening, I again went in with 25 louis. I went on backing 5 or 6 en plein each coup, and doubling my stake when I won. But I never had more than 2 louis on a number. I repeated my plan of pocketing the notes and going on with the gold as long as I had any left. The result was just about the same as that of my morning séance. To cut a long story short, I went on doing this every day while I remained at Monte Carlo. I was there only 4 days, and I went into the rooms 3 times a day. I never lost my 25 louis till the last day, when I went in, at what hour I forget, but I know that my train was due to start about an hour later, and that I had instructed Cesare, who looked after me during all the time of my stay with special attention, that he was to be at the station with my luggage, and that I would be there to catch the train. For the first time I lost the 25 louis. I rushed out to the bank and changed a cheque for £50. I went back and lost it all. The gambling fever was on me, and I went out to cash another cheque, but on the way to Smith's Bank I looked at my watch and saw that I had just 5 minutes to catch my train. I hesitated for a moment and then dashed to the station. When I got there I found the train in and Cesare, with my luggage, looking wildly round for me. I just had time to get in, my bags were hurled after me, and the train began to move. Cesare handed me the sealed envelope containing my winnings, and I sank back on the seat. I'd lost count of what I had won, and I eagerly opened the envelope. It contained 42,000 francs, £1,680. So I actually got away with over £1,600, allowing for the 70 I had dropped that day. If I had been what is called a really good gambler, and had played up my luck as such a gambler would have done, I could easily have won £20,000 or £30,000 with the luck I had. But being a really good gambler cuts both ways, and I never was one. When I got to Nice, I was within an ace of getting out and going back to Monte Carlo for another flutter in the casino, but I resisted the temptation and went on. I stopped the night at Marseille. In those days there was no blue train, and found a telegram from Woodhouse, my trainer, to say that my horse had won at Lille. This was the first race I won. It was worth only 3,000 francs, £120, as far as I remember, but I was perfectly delighted. I had entrusted Woodhouse with 50 louis to back the horse for me. In the provinces in those days, in France, if you had 50 louis on your horse, he was pretty sure to start favourite, and I think I got only about 6-4 for my money. 2 or 3 months later, my horse Hardy ran in the selling race, 1.25 miles, which was the opening race on the card on the day of the French Derby at Chantilly. There was a good enough market there, as at all the meetings round Paris. There were plenty of bookmakers in those days, now done away with, as well as the Paris Mutuelle. I fancied my horse, and told all my friends to back him. Just because I was a novice, and also looked like a schoolboy, though in reality I was in my 30th year, nobody seemed to believe that I could win a race, and I doubt if any of my friends benefited by this, which was really something of a coup. 2 other horses in the race were backed for money, and my horse started at 6-1. I had 300 louis on him, and he made all the running and won in a canter by 2 lengths. My horse was a gelding, and there were in those days in France very few races for which geldings were qualified. On the Friday after the race I have referred to, there was a 5-furlong race at Maison Lafitte for chevaux entiers, hongres et juments. I had insisted on entering Hardy for this race, against the advice of my trainer, who said the horse had no chance over any distance less than a mile, 1,600 metres. However, my chief object was to see my colours, and I also had an odd feeling that the horse would win. Woodhouse was, I think, really rather annoyed that I would insist on starting the horse. There were about 18 runners, and my horse was quoted at 50-1. I had 50 louis each way on him. I was watching the race with my glasses, and halfway from home saw my horse in the ruck and apparently having no chance, but in the last 200 yards he came with a rush, went right through the beaten horses, got up on the post, and made a dead heat. I forget the name of the other dead heater, but we divided the stakes, and my bet brought me in over 1,600 louis. Dear old Hardy, whom I used to ride myself before breakfast at exercise, wound up the season in France by winning a £500 handicap at Maison Lafitte by a short head, beating some of the best handicap horses in France and starting at 50-1 in the book. He brought in 689 francs for 10 in the Paris Mutuelle, roughly 68-1, and 330 odd for a place, 32 to 1. As luck would have it, he won this race on the only occasion in France since his victory at Lille when I was not present to see him run. If I had been on the course, I would certainly have had at least 25 louis each way on him, as in those days I always had a bet on any horse I ran, even when, as in the present case, I did not think he had a chance. He was running apparently right out of his class, but the fact is that at this moment he was a really good horse, and I would not have taken £1,000 for him. If he had not broken down a little later, he would have been worth a fortune over jumps, as he was a perfect natural jumper. It happened that on the day the race was run, it was pouring rain. I did not get up to go out riding at exercise, and I was still in bed in my villa at Chantilly when Woodhouse came in about 10 o'clock in the morning and said, "Are you going racing today, my lord?" I said, "No, I shall give it a miss. This rain will make the ground very heavy, and that will settle any possible chance our horse could have in this sort of company. Besides, I've arranged to take a friend out to lunch in Paris, and I would not be able to get away in time. I shall not back the horse," I added. Then, just as Woodhouse was going out, I called him back and gave him 200 francs and said, "Put me 100 francs, £4, each way on him in the Paris Mutuelle." I went up to Paris, where I had an appointment to meet a young French girl, whom I had met at Trouville. Deauville, apart from the racecourse, scarcely existed in those days, and Trouville was the place, and with whom I was at that time slightly épris. I took my young lady to lunch, and for a drive in the Bois afterwards. I parted from her on the boulevard, and towards 6 o'clock drifted to a chair on the pavement outside an American bar near the Gare du Nord to await a train back to Chantilly. A boy selling the Paris Sport, evening sporting paper, passed. He grinned ingratiatingly at me and said, "Achetez-moi un journal, mon beau petit prince." I gave him a couple of francs in return for his compliment, took a paper, saw that my horse had won by a short head, and was divided between pleasure at the gallant performance of the old horse and disgust that I had not backed him. It is true that with the value of the stakes and my tiny bet, I had won about £900, but the thought that if I had been on the course I would have won at least 4 times as much was maddening, especially as things had not been going very brilliantly from the racing point of view at that time. This was Hardy's last race. He had previously distinguished himself by running second, beaten a short head entirely owing to the jockey hitting him with his whip when he had been warned that if he touched the horse with a whip he would stop, and in the Ouse Handicap at Baden-Baden, a race worth nearly £1,000. When this happened I was not present, having gone instead to Deauville, where I had 500 louis on Fourier for the Deauville Cup at 5 to 1. The horse, who won in a canter by 2 lengths, being disqualified, and the race awarded to Codermann. This action of the stewards, which I have never been able to understand, and which made a difference to me of 3,000 louis on the wrong side, caused a riot, and the mob from the Pelouse booing and howling for 3/4 of an hour, and being prevented only by a large force of police from rushing the stands and the judges' box. My racing career received a setback from which it never quite recovered with this misfortune, which followed on a run of bad luck of all kinds. I had 1 or 2 other winners, notably a good horse, a jumper, called Guara, who won a race at Auteuil and another at Enghien. I kept the horses on for some time after Hardy's win at Maison Lafitte, but did no more good with them. Poor Hardy in the end bolted at exercise, chucked off the boy who was riding him, and ran away for about 5 miles down the La Morlaix road at Chantilly. This was the result of a hard frost, which stopped all work for more than a week, and the horses were all doing walking exercise and jumping out of their skins. The road was like iron, and when Hardy was caught he was broken down badly all round. He had already been fired before I bought him, and he never got sound enough to race again, and in the end, with great grief, I had him shot when I sold the other horses, because I knew that as a gelding he would inevitably end up in a cab if I sold him. It was a pity, as if I had known anyone who would have given him a good home, I would have gladly handed him over for nothing. He might still have been hacked about, or even hunted, though of course he was rather a handful to ride for anyone who was not used to riding thoroughbred racehorses. I have had English friends come out at exercise at Chantilly who were by way of being first-class men to hounds, and when they rode in a gallop, the horses nearly always got away with them. There is all the difference in the world between riding a well-schooled hunter and a thoroughbred horse in full training, even for a good horseman. My idea is that no one who has not had some experience of riding thoroughbred horses in gallops really knows how to ride. If you can ride a hard-pulling horse in a string and keep him in his place, you can ride anything. However, as Bacon remarks, these be toys. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Dear old Dick Luckman, later the original scout of the Daily Express, was at that time racing correspondent to the Paris New York Herald, owned by the American millionaire Gordon Bennett. He and I were great pals and used to meet regularly at all the meetings round Paris. When my horse Hardy won at Maison Lafitte, paying 68 to 1 in the Paris Mutuelle, Dick Luckman had a good enough win, as he was never tired of recalling in after years, to get his whole family, consisting of his wife and 3 children, out of pawn, as he expressed it. He had been with them at Dieppe, and as he was going very badly just then, by no means an uncommon experience with him, or with any racing man for that matter, he was quite unable to settle up the hotel bill, which had been running on for many weeks. He had particularly noticed, as I ought to have done myself, that just before Hardy won the race I have alluded to, Le Prix de l'Escaut, he had run in a similar handicap on the same course, meeting a similar class of horses, and had put up a fine performance, looking very like winning the race 200 yards from home, but being caught at that point and finishing about 5th in a big field. On this form, coming on the top of his fine performance at Baden, and noticing that the horse was looking extraordinarily well, and being, as he told me afterwards, pretty well desperate, he put all the money he had left in his pocket on Hardy to win and a place. The money he had in his pocket, which was also at that time all the money he had in the world, though of course he had his salary from the New York Herald to come in later, amounted to only a few louis. But, such as it was, it brought him in enough to pay up the Dieppe bill and release his family, whom he had left behind in pawn, and also to give him a handsome sum to go on with. Dick Luckman was my constant companion at Deauville, or rather I should say at Trouville, where I was staying at the Roche Noire. He dined with me one night at the casino with 2 Americans from New York, with whom we had made friends, a Mr. Jennings and his very pretty wife. After dinner I went into the more select of the 2 clubs, where the big gamblers were, though I doubt if the play, except at one table, was as high as it is now, from what I hear. I took 100 louis bank at baccarat, the fair Mrs. Jennings cut for me, and I ran my bank into rather more than £1,000. We went out and celebrated in a convivial supper. The sequel is sad to relate, for I regret to say that I went after supper into the other club, where I fully believe they got up a game for me, took a bank, and lost the whole of my £1,000, as well as a bit more besides. The next day I bitterly reproached Dick for not having seized the money that I had won, and refused to give it me back till the following day. But, as he pointed out, this was easier said than done, for I was obstinately determined to go on gambling, though he did his best to try to persuade me to stop. I have related here the few occasions that stand out in my memory when I won substantial sums of money, but in truth I was at this time betting in the most idiotic way, and losing large sums of money on balance. From a financial point of view, my French racing career was disastrous, though it is some satisfaction to be able to say that I'm still well up on the casino at Monte Carlo, for after I got away with that £1,600, as described in my last chapter, I did not go back there for more than 10 years, when I remained there a week and lost £200. Since then, my gambling days being finished, I have neither lost nor won there more than a few thousand francs, which at the present rate of exchange is not worth mentioning. While I am about it, I may relate another sad story which belongs to this period. On the same day on which, by the disqualification of Fourier, as already described, I was landed with a loss of 500 louis in place of a win of 2,500 louis, dear old Parfremont, the trainer, father of the well-known jockey who rode Le Tour d'Eux to victory in the Grand National some years later, came up to me in the paddock and told me that he had a horse running in the maiden 3-year-old hurdle race on the last day of the Deauville meeting. This was a hurdle race for 3-year-old horses that had never run. He told me his horse was sure to win this race, for which there was a huge field, that he had at least a stone in hand, and that I could get any price I liked about it. He asked me to buy the horse for 10,000 francs, £400, and run it in my name, back it, and win a small fortune. At the time when he spoke to me, I was worried to death. I had just received a telegram from Woodhouse at Baden-Baden that Hardy had been beaten by a short head in the Ouse handicap, and 2 horses of my own that I brought with me to run at Deauville had both gone wrong, owing to the neglect of a man who had been engaged by Woodhouse to look after them in his absence. This man, an ex-steeplechase jockey, who at one time had been a crack rider, had gone off on a drunken bust, and had left my horses to look after themselves, with the result that they were in a hopeless state, and had not been taken out to exercise for 2 days. I found this out only by chance from one of the stable lads, and I had, of course, immediately sacked the ex-steeplechase jockey, whose name I will not mention. The Fourier incident coming on the top of all this had reduced me to a state of deep depression and irritability. I was fool enough to think that Parfremont was trying to plant me with a horse he wanted to get rid of. I told him that I could not dream of buying the horse, that I had had a frightfully bad week and was losing a lot of money, and that in fact I would have to rush back to London to arrange an overdraft with my bank to meet my bets. I said, I couldn't give you £40 for a horse, let alone £400. Parfremont replied by saying that it did not matter a bit about the money. Take the horse, pay me when you like, and put me 50 louis on it. Put a few hundred on for yourself, and we shall all be in clover. I can hardly bear to write this story now. It really seems to me that I must have been mad not to do what he suggested. I knew him for a splendid fellow. I knew he liked me and was as straight as a die, and anyone who knows anything about racing can easily believe that a man in his position, a small trainer who had been at that time out of form for some time, might be just in the condition of having a really good thing and not a penny to back it with. I had unlimited credit in the ring, and I had plenty of money still available at home, and yet I absolutely refused to do what he asked me to do. I could have easily backed the horse to win £10,000, but I did not even have a penny on. The fact is, I disbelieved his story, and thought he was trying to sell me a horse he did not want. The horse, starting at 50-1, won the race by about 20 lengths, after being in front, right out by himself, the whole way, in a field of about 25 runners. Almost the worst part of the whole thing is that dear old Parfremont was bitterly offended, as he had every right to be, and would hardly speak to me again. Evidently Providence was determined to get me out of the racing business, for over and over again I missed big things by perverse luck, or, as in this case, by stupidity and bad judgment. I missed getting a horse called Gratin in a claiming race by 500 francs. A claiming race is, or was, peculiar to France. The principle is the same as that of a selling race, only instead of the horse being sold by auction, you write on a piece of paper how much you will give for the horse, and put it blind into a box, which is opened after the race. The highest offer on paper takes the horse. Woodhouse told me that Grattan was, to his certain knowledge, a really good horse, and that I ought to buy him. He was in a claiming race, entered to be sold for about 6,000 francs, as up till then he had done nothing. I asked Woodhouse how much would get him, and he said that 8,000 francs would do it easily, as he did not think that there was anyone after the horse. I determined to make sure, so I wrote 9,000 francs for Grattan on a piece of paper, signed it, and put it in the box. Grattan won the race, for which I had backed him to win enough to cover the cost of my claim. The box was opened, and it was found that the horse had been secured by a well-known Parisian demi-mondaine, Madame Ricotti, for 9,500 francs. This horse subsequently won the big steeplechase, Le Grand Steeple, at Auteuil, worth nearly £5,000. He won half a dozen other big races, and was in fact a real smasher, and worth many £1,000s. If I had put in another 20 guineas, I would have got him. That, of course, was sheer bad luck, as I would just as soon have made my bid 10,000 or 12,000 francs if Woodhouse had named that price. This concludes the account of my short racing career in France. Although I lost a lot of money and acted very foolishly, as with my little bit of money I had no right to be dabbling in racehorses, I have never greatly regretted it. The 18 months or 2 years during which I had the horses were the happiest days of my life. After all the misery and beastliness of the Oscar Wilde affair, it was a grand thing to get back to the clean, wholesome atmosphere of my entirely sporting little racing stable. Getting up for 2 hours before breakfast to ride glorious gallops in the splendid morning air made me so fit and well that I renewed my youth like the phoenix. The sort of life I had been living in London, Naples, and Paris was very unhealthy. Up till the time when I bought the horses, I had not been on a horse's back, fired off a gun, or played a strenuous game of any kind for at least 6 years. Oscar Wilde, who, during those years, even when I was not actually in his company, completely overshadowed my life, hated sport and games of all kinds. He had no patience with my love of horses and racing. Harris relates, in his Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, how he sneered at Bosey's ridiculous horses, about which he understands nothing at all. I don't profess to give the exact words, but that was the effect of it. He resented my spending money on racing instead of giving it to him. I, for my part, have always had the two distinct sides to my nature. I love literature and poetry and art and music with a passionate love, but I am equally fond of sport. If I had my life to live again, I might even go in more for sport and less for literature. Even now I am not quite sure that I would not rather have ridden the winner of the Grand National than have done anything else. Anyhow, I believe that my 18 months, on and off, at Chantilly, added 20 years of health and vigour to my life, while my trainer, Woodhouse, whom I always regarded and treated as a personal friend, was one of the best and most loyal natures I've ever come across. At about the same time, I began to get fond of shooting again, and at the time when Oscar Wilde died, I was in the Highlands of Scotland, where I had taken a small winter shooting. His death was a terrible blow to me. I arrived too late to see him alive, a fact for which Ross is solely to blame, for he wrote to me, at Oscar's request, and told me that he was ill, but that it was nothing serious, and 2 days later telegraphed that he was dead. If I had had any inkling of the seriousness of his state of health, I would have rushed over to Paris at once, and if I had seen him before he died, and while he was still conscious, the whole course of future events would surely have been altered. For one thing, Ross would not have been able to appropriate my letters as he did, and for another thing, it is possible that Oscar would have said something about his letter to me, the De Profundis manuscript, supposing that he really knew, as Ross would have us believe, that Ross had the original manuscript in his possession. At any rate, Ross would not have dared to touch any of the letters and manuscripts without my consent. As it was, he told me when I arrived that he had been through Oscar's papers and found nothing of the slightest importance, but he was careful to ask me what I wished done about them. It was not disputed at that time by anyone that I was the person to decide such questions, any more than it was questioned that I should be the chief mourner at the funeral and pay all the expenses. I told Ross to do what he thought best about the papers, and I never bothered my head any more about them. The base use to which he put my letters, of which he thus obtained possession, has already been related. When I reached Paris, poor Oscar had been dead 2 days, and was already in his nailed-up coffin. Robert Ross and Reggie Turner, who were both with him when he died, gave me an account of the last days of his illness. Ross said not a word to bear out the horrible story of his end, which is related in Harris's disgusting book, on the authority of Ross. Reggie Turner has categorically denied the story, and declares that Oscar died quite quietly and peacefully. I have no doubt that Ross's story, with its revolting details, is a pure lie, though what can have induced him to invent such a story about the man he professes to have loved so much must always remain a mystery. Oscar was buried according to the rites of the Catholic Church, in the cemetery at Bagneux, after a requiem mass in the beautiful old church of Saint-Germain-les-Prés. I took the part of chief mourner at the funeral, and was in consequence taken by some of those who were present for his son, or some other near relative. Someone, a lady, asked Ross, as he afterwards told me, who the youth who acted as chief mourner was, and Ross told her that it was Lord Alfred Douglas, whereupon she said, "But the one I mean was a mere boy. It couldn't be Lord Alfred Douglas, who must be about 30. There were several persons at the funeral who were unknown to Ross and Turner and myself, including this lady and 2 others. One of them I afterwards discovered was a friend, or protégé, of my grandmother, the Honourable Mrs. Alfred Montgomery, who, being a Catholic, and knowing of my connection with Wilde, as of course all the world did, came to pray for him. She wrote to me and told me this afterwards, but I cannot recall her name. I have no personal knowledge about the facts of the removal of Oscar's body from the cemetery at Bagneux to Père-Lachaise, which took place many years later under the direction of Ross. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. I went back to London after Oscar's death, and lived in rooms in Duke Street, Portland Place, and with my brother Percy in a place called Smedmore in Dorsetshire, which he had taken. My brother Percy, now become Queensberry, inherited no place, except the small house Glen Stewart in Dumfriesshire, which was let to my uncle and aunt, Sir Beaumont and Lady Florence Dixie, and about 2,000 acres. All the rest of the property and the family place, Kinmount, had been sold by my father. Percy inherited, however, about £300,000. Unfortunately, he had already borrowed large sums on his expectations, at exorbitant rates of interest, and nearly half of his inheritance was immediately mopped up by moneylenders. Owing to the quarrel with my father, which took place over the Wilde business, and was never made up, there had been no resettlement of the property. As it is the fashion for the Ross-Harris school of Wilde worshippers to assert that I ruined Oscar Wilde, I may observe that it would, on the same principle, be easy for me to argue that Oscar Wilde not only ruined me, but also ruined my whole family. The Ross-Harris argument, reduced to its ultimate form, is that if Wilde had never met me, my father would never have interfered with him, and that in that case he would never have been exposed and ruined. This was, in effect, the essential part of the argument by which the defence in the ransom trial, when I sued for libel, justified their libel and won the case. Following the same line of reasoning, I might say that if I had never met Wilde, I would never have quarrelled with my father and been saved. in plain English ruined, by him, that my brother Percy, by espousing my cause, would never have become involved in a lifelong feud with my father, and that but for this feud there would have been a proper resettlement of the property onto Percy's son, the present Marquis, which would have made it impossible for the property which had been in the Douglas family for so many 100 years to have been alienated from that family forever. However, this sort of speculation as to what might have been if something else had not happened is fruitless and foolish. Even after Percy had satisfied his rapacious creditors, there would still have been enough money left to him to have at least £6,000 or £7,000 a year, and he might have settled the reversion of this income irrevocably on his elder son, and made provision for the younger children. But unfortunately for him, he was in the city, and certain city sharks, or as Shylock would say, land rats, got hold of him, and relieved him of all his money in a very short time. Poor Percy was ruined, really, in a way, by his early success in finance. He left the Navy when he was only about 19, and after spending a few years on a ranch in the Western States, and in a tea plantation in Ceylon, he went to Australia, accompanied by his great friend the Honourable David Carnegie, youngest son of Lord Southesk, and made tracks for Perth and the goldfields. David and he, after many adventures, got to the goldfields at the very beginning of the rush. They staked out claims, and Percy returned to London to try to sell them. After he had made all sorts of fruitless attempts in the city to dispose of his and David's properties, the West Australian gold mining boom suddenly came. The result of the boom was that Percy made quite a lot of money, about £20,000 or more. At that time he was Lord Percy Douglas, a younger son with no particular prospects. When my eldest brother Francis, Viscount Drumlanrig, was killed by the accidental explosion of his gun, Percy became the eldest son and heir to a large fortune. Having found it so easy at such an early age to discover gold and to make money, Percy conceived what proved to be the fatal idea that he was destined to be a millionaire. When he became eldest son, he already had plenty of money at his disposal, for, needless to say, he treated the £20,000 or so that he had made not as capital, but as money to spend. He started speculating on a large scale, and raised money on his expectations in order, as he thought, to make a rapid fortune. Unfortunately, he drank a good deal, a habit he acquired in his ranching and gold-digging days, and when he was under the influence of this tendency of his, he was an easy mark for the unscrupulous. Although he really had a great flair for good things, was a good prospector, and over again discovered or originated properties from which other people have made fortunes, he never could protect his own interests. He rediscovered, and had in his own possession for several years, the Bruce Mines copper mine, which is now one of the largest sources of the wealth of Sir Alfred Mond. In the end he got frozen out, and others reaped where he had sown. I could mention half a dozen similar cases. The late Alan Stoneham, who died an exceedingly rich man, benefited enormously by my brother's good things, beginning with the properties in Western Australia to which I have referred. Poor old Percy was recklessly generous, confiding and extravagant. In certain moods he would almost literally throw money out of the window. On one occasion we went down the embankment on a bitterly cold night and distributed nearly £1,000 in banknotes to the men and women down and outs who were spending the night on the seats there. He had an enormous number of friends of all classes all over the world, and at his funeral, which took place in the Catholic Cathedral at Westminster in 1920, hundreds of people who were unknown to his family turned up to pay a last tribute to him. At the same time, it cannot be denied that his accession to the position of eldest son by the untimely death of my dear brother Francis was the cause of the debacle of the family fortunes, which his son, my nephew, the present Marquis, has already done much to repair. I had a good time with Percy at Smedmore, where the shooting was good, and still more so at Colonsay,
a beautiful island in the Hebrides, which he took for a year. Colonsay consisted of about 12 to 14,000 acres. There was a charming house and plenty of coverts for pheasants, a very unusual thing in these islands, which are generally bare of trees. The bag was a really good all-round one, for in addition to a not very good grouse moor, there were several hundred brace of partridges to be shot, at least 500 woodcock, and any quantity of duck and snipe. I myself, with one other gun, an Argyllshire laird called Graham, in the month of February 1902, shot 147 woodcock there in 5 days' shooting, when there was a hard frost on the mainland, which did not reach the islands, and sent in swarms of woodcock. If we had had 2 more guns, we could have shot double the number during the days that the frost lasted. Just before this time, in October 1901, I went over to the United States. I still had my horses at Chantilly, but my financial position was distinctly rocky. When I came into my money at my father's death, I regret to say that it never occurred to me for a moment that I could live on the interest of my capital, which would have been about £600 or £700 a year, more than I have got now. I spent the money freely, having fully decided, though I blush to have to say so, that before it was all gone I would marry an American heiress. In pursuance of this noble ambition, I scraped together about £800 and went off to New York, armed with a few letters of introduction, including a letter, not of introduction because I already knew him, from my uncle Percy Wyndham to his nephew and namesake, my cousin Percy Wyndham, son of Sir Hugh Wyndham, who was second secretary at the British Embassy in Washington. I must say honestly that there would have been no difficulty at all about the heiress. I might have had the choice between at least 3, one of whom had quite £20,000 a year. But unfortunately for the success of my scheme, I had fallen in love before I left for America with the lady who is now my wife, Olive Custance. When I left England in search of an heiress, although I was already very devoted to Olive, I did not think that I had the slightest chance of marrying her. We met in a romantic way, for it was started by Olive, who was a distinguished poet. Her book, Opals, had then been published by John Lane about a year before, writing to me expressing admiration for my poetry. I replied in suitable terms, and it was not long before we met. We fell in love at sight. Who ever loved that loved not at first sight? And thanks to the good-natured assistance of Olive's cousin, the lovely Lily, Marchioness of Anglesey, now Mrs. John Gilliatt, we met every day for about 10 days in Paris, where Olive was staying then with Lady Anglesey and other friends at a hotel in the Champs-Élysées. Olive and I had already on several occasions met surreptitiously in London. She came to see me the first time, chaperoned by her maid, in my rooms at Duke Street after we had made an appointment at the South Kensington Museum, which, owing to my going to the wrong door, or the wrong room, I forget which, had failed to bring about a meeting. We were both very shy, but the romance ripened rapidly. Olive introduced me to her mother, Mrs. Custance, and on that occasion, at an hotel in Dover Street, we made the exciting discovery that we had met before at the wedding of my cousin, Rachel Montgomery, to the Reverend Reginald Knatchbull Hugeson at Trinity Church, Sloane Square, and afterwards at the house of my Uncle Alexander and Aunt Rose, Sir Alexander and Lady Montgomery, at 56 Cadogan Place. On that occasion I was still in Eton jackets, and little Olive was a 10-year-old bridesmaid. Neither of us remembered the meeting, but obviously we had met on that occasion. Shortly afterwards Olive wrote from Dinard to say that she and Lily Anglesey, with whom she was staying, were going on to Paris, and that if the Prince, that was me, would come over, he could meet his page, herself, as often as he wished to do so. Needless to say, I at once went to Paris to the Hôtel Restat, Rue d'Orneau, where we afterwards spent our honeymoon. For the next 10 days I saw Olive every day. At meals at Lily's hotel, a separate table, for the children, was provided. And we also went out by ourselves to lunch and dinner at restaurants, and spent a day at Chantilly, looking at my horses and wandering in the forest, holding each other's hands. And all our talk was delicate and shy, to quote one of Olive's poems written a month or two later. Then I went off to America very much depressed. No question of marriage with Olive had arisen. I had no money, and it appeared utterly unthinkable that we could ever marry. But when I got to New York, Olive wrote to me often, and I replied, and the heiresses began to appear less and less attractive the more I saw and heard of them. I must explain that I never got to the stage of making up to any one particular heiress. All that happened was that I had reliable information, in 2 cases it was actually in their own writing, that I would not be rejected if I chose to proceed. All this sounds rather sordid, but this is a true story, and I am not concealing anything. After a month or 6 weeks in New York, and a week or 2 in Boston, in both of which places I had an agreeable time and met pleasant people, I went on to Washington. I landed up at an hotel there, and my cousin, Percy Wyndham, who had heard from our joint uncle Percy that I was coming, came to see me. He treated me with the greatest kindness and hospitality. The ambassador, Lord Pauncefort, left a card at my hotel. I returned his call, and next day Percy Wyndham came to see me and invited me to leave the hotel and come to his rooms as his guest. I accepted and went, and for about 3 weeks I enjoyed a most cheerful and lively time, and met, and was entertained by, a number of charming people. Percy made me an honorary member of the Metropolitan Club, I think that was the name, which was, I believe, by way of being the smart club of Washington. Then, after about a fortnight, some charming person or other at the club raised a question about my being an honorary member, in view of my connection with a disgraceful scandal. I strolled into the club one day and ordered a drink, when a man, unknown to me and whose name I do not know, who was sitting with a group of members, made an offensive remark about Oscar Wilde in a loud voice, evidently intending that I should hear. Like the young lady of Sweden, when they cried Weedon Station, I made no observation, but finished my drink and went back to my cousin's rooms. There I found that my cousin Percy had received a letter from the committee of the club, asking for an explanation of the fact that he had introduced me as a member. Percy Wyndham replied that no explanation was required, that I was his cousin and guest, a man of high social position, that I was on intimate terms with the British ambassador and Lady Pauncefort, that I was a member of one of the most exclusive clubs in London, and that he had no doubt that in view of the attitude adopted by the committee of the Metropolitan Club, I would be extremely unlikely to have any desire to go into their club again. As this was quite unanswerable, the committee wisely refrained from making any answer, and there the matter ended, except that the newspapers got hold of the story. In other words, it was deliberately given to them by one or more members of the club. The New York Herald came out with headlines, and the other papers followed suit. I was at that time frightfully sensitive to anything of the kind, and I told my cousin that I should leave Washington at once. He begged me not to go, the naval attaché asked me to lunch, and all the rest of the embassy staff rallied round. Lord Pauncefort sent for me and told me that the Metropolitan Club was a pothouse of the deepest dye, that the members never lost a chance of being rude to anyone who was on friendly terms with the British Embassy or himself, and that it was beneath my dignity to take the slightest notice of them. He then told me that Lady Pauncefort was expecting me to dinner next day to meet someone or other. I forget who it was, but I rather fancy it was Mr. Choate, and that she wanted me to take her to a concert that afternoon. I went to the concert with Lady Pauncefort and attended her dinner party, but after that I felt I could not stand it any longer. The whole thing got on my nerves. I was bitterly hurt and disappointed. I felt instinctively that my cousin, though he begged me to stay on, really would be delighted to get rid of me. Subsequent events proved that I was right in my conjecture, and I insisted on going back to New York. I must say that my cousin behaved quite correctly, as well as kindly and generously. I really think he liked me, and enjoyed having me to stay with him. He was a delightful person, and had a great sense of humour and a very kind heart, and we had much in common. Up till the time when the incident of the club occurred, we had got on splendidly. But there never has been a diplomat yet who, with one eye on the Foreign Office in London, has not got cold shivers at the idea of any kind of newspaper scandal. He could not, being an Englishman, have been expected to do more than he did, and dear old Lord Pauncefort and Lady Pauncefort were kindness itself. It was just one of the numerous occasions on which I have had to pay for having been associated with Oscar Wilde. 3 days after I got back to New York, an invitation to dine with Senator Cabot Lodge, who I understand was considered rather an important person, was forwarded on to me. No doubt if I had stayed at Washington a little longer, many people at Washington, besides the embassy, would have made a point of being kind to me, but my lacerated feelings did not allow me to take any chances of further snubs. I remained in New York, where I was made an honorary member of the University Club, for another fortnight. I wrote a long letter, which appeared in the New York Herald, giving my version of the Metropolitan Club incident, and I then left for England. I also, as I have just remembered, wrote a not very good sonnet, which was published in the New York Herald, in which I let out at America generally. Since then I have been more abused and blackguarded and libelled and insulted and lied about in America, for no reason at all and without the slightest provocation, but I imagine chiefly by the admirers of Wilde and what he stands for, than I have been in all the other parts of the globe put together, which is saying a good deal. It does not worry me at all, and individual Americans whom I have met from time to time have invariably got on famously with me, as I have with them. The people who abuse me in America have never met me, and necessarily they know nothing whatever about me, except what Mr. Frank Harris has told them. Consequently, it is not surprising that they do not like me. It would be absurd for me to resent the fact that the caricature of my real self, which is all they know of me, does not appeal to them. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Directly I got back to London, I wrote to Olive and begged her to meet me. Immediately after my return I had been flabbergasted by getting a letter from her in which she informed me that she was engaged to be married to George Montague. George Montague, now Earl of Sandwich, had been a small boy in my house at Winchester during my last 2 years there. He was consequently about 3 or 4 years younger than myself. He was, at Winchester, a fair-haired, blue-eyed, pretty boy with engaging manners, and I was very fond of him, though he later told me that I used to brock, Winchester for bully, him at school. I think my bullying only amounted to teasing, which at school is often a sign of affection. At any rate, I took a good deal of notice of him, and when he was a little older I became a great friend of his. When I came down from Marland to Winchester for the day, as I did whenever I could get a chance or an excuse to do so, I always made a beeline for George, or Jidge, as I used to call him. My mother was a great friend of his mother, Lady Agneta Montague, and I had stayed with his family at Wherwell Priory, the beautiful old house on the River Test, where they lived at that time. After the Wilde affair I went abroad, and remained out of England for 2 or 3 years. When I came back, many of my friends cold-shouldered me, and others cut me outright. Knowing what I did about their own private lives, and also knowing that their attitude towards me was, in 99 cases out of 100, dictated not by moral considerations, but simply by snobbishness, hypocrisy, and cowardice, I mentally consigned them all to the devil, who, by the way, appears to have taken me at my word in a good many cases. And I cultivated a habit, which I have kept to this day, of never speaking to acquaintances who did not speak to me first, and of seeing people without appearing to look at them. All the same, there were still quite a lot of good fellows who were apparently just as pleased to see me and to frequent my society as they had been when I was in the heyday of my social prosperity. Curiously enough, or perhaps, when you come to think of it, not curiously at all, it was just those whose private lives were the least reputable who were most inclined to be nasty to me. Anyhow, George Montagu was one of those who was just as friendly and pleasant to me as he always had been, and just before I went to America, for a period of 2 or 3 months in London, we had been almost inseparable. George in those days was kept very short by his parents, and his uncle, old Lord Sandwich, Hinch, was by no means what might be described as a cheerful parter, at any rate as far as his nephew and heir was concerned. Although in reality I was already getting to the end of my financial tether, I was still in those days never without plenty of money in my pocket. This no doubt did nothing to lessen my attractions in the eyes of George and other gilded youths who still had no objection to being seen about at restaurants, clubs, music halls, and other places where they sing, in company with Lord Alfred Douglas. Just at the time when I was most friendly with George, and when he was in the habit of lunching and dining with me as my guest nearly every day, and using my rooms as if they were his own, his family arranged that he was to stand for Parliament. His father and mother, hearing that he was constantly in my company, told him that he must drop me as a preliminary to starting his election campaign. This he did, as Malvolio would say, without any mitigation or remorse. I was very much annoyed and very much hurt, and after a while, when I grasped what the situation was, I wrote and told him what I thought of him. I also later wrote a sonnet about him called The Traitor, which can be read in my collected poems. As always happens in such cases, the person who has done the injury poses as the injured, and ends by considering that he has been very badly treated. George had nothing to say for himself in reply to my letters, and instead of seeing me and explaining things to me, he simply ignored the 2 letters I wrote to him. It was at this stage that I wrote my fairly devastating sonnet and sent it to him. I think now, of course, that my sonnet was absurd, though, considered merely as poetry, it is one of the best I ever wrote. George's conduct to me was just typically English and nothing more. I believe that he honestly did not understand why I was making such a fuss. It appeared to him to be merely natural and inevitable that, if and when the moment came when it was convenient to drop his friend, he should do so. To me, as a Scotsman, and with my poetical temperament, his conduct appeared in the light of the blackest treachery. To him it was merely common sense and worldly policy. So, as I have said, he ended by thinking that he had been very badly treated, and went about saying so. Then I went to America, and just about that time George met Olive. Olive's interest in him began simply through his former friendship and association with me. She entertained his acquaintance because she liked to hear him talk about me and tell stories about me. George told her that I behaved very badly to him, and showed her my letters. He got no sympathy from Olive, who, on the contrary, told him frankly that she considered that his conduct to me had been mean and unworthy. George took this to heart, and entered into long explanations and excuses. He also, being a clever mimic, used to delight Olive by giving imitations of Bosie doing this, that, or the other. The result of all this was that they became very intimate. Olive made no secret of the fact that she adored me, but she agreed with what George said and constantly repeated to her, namely, that a marriage between us was not practicable, and that I did not want to marry her, and had never seriously thought of such a thing. Under these circumstances, when he told her he was in love with her, and repeatedly asked her to marry him, she ended by accepting him. Her mother, who was quite aware of her infatuation for me, did everything she could to encourage her with George. My wife admits that she did wrong to become engaged to George. When she accepted him, she fully meant to marry him, but, she says, quite rightly, that to have gone on with the marriage when she found out, as she did afterwards, that I really wanted to marry her, and in view of the fact that she loved me and did not love George, but only liked him very much, would not have been right to him or to me or to herself. I do not wish to say a word against George Montagu. He was at one time my friend, and, quite obviously, I was much fonder of him than he was of me, for I would not have dreamed of giving up his friendship to oblige my people or to conciliate my constituents. When he treated me as he did, I naturally felt bitter against him. When I returned from America and found that he was engaged to marry my girl, the blood of 100 Douglas ancestors surged up, and I said in my heart, "No, you don't." Leaving out the question of money, I knew that there was nothing against me as a husband for Olive which would not apply with at least equal force to him. George's treatment of me did not encourage me to think that his love for anyone would be likely to be of a lasting or irrevocable kind, and I determined to act swiftly and vigorously. I asked Olive to dine with me. She came, and when she told me, as she did, that she had agreed to marry George only because she thought that I did not want to marry her, and that I had irrevocably made up my mind to go in for the American heiress, I told her in reply that, of course, she must know that I adored her, that I had never cared 2 pins about any other girl, that I had given up all idea of the American heiress, and had come back to England simply because I could not live without her, and that I had always wanted to marry her, but had not thought it fair to ask her because I had no money at all, and would in future be almost entirely dependent on my mother. This interview took place in Kettner's restaurant. In the end, after much discussion, and in view of the fact that Olive did not for a moment deny that she cared more for my little finger than for George's body and soul put together, I asked her to run away with me. I told her that it was the only possible way we could be married, as, if her people got wind of it, such pressure would be brought to bear that we would inevitably be separated forever. Olive made an appointment to meet me a few days later. Curiously enough, we met on this momentous occasion, as we had done before, in the upper room of Robert Ross's little picture shop, Carfax, in Ryder Street, with his consent. Olive was then due to go down on the following day to spend the weekend at Hinchingbrooke, Lord Sandwich's place in Huntingdonshire, to meet George's family. She told me that Mrs. Custance had, that morning, received a letter from the King congratulating her on her daughter's engagement to George. I told her that I would get a special license while she was away at Hinchingbrooke, and that if she was game to do it, I would be awaiting her at St. George's, Hanover Square, at 9 o'clock on the following Tuesday morning, which was 4th of March, 1902. I did not see her again till the time specified. Up to the last, I did not feel perfectly certain that she would turn up. She was staying in Dover Street with her mother, and had to pack her things the night before, with the assistance of her maid, whom she took into her confidence. She told her mother that she was going to spend the day with her former governess, who lived somewhere in the suburbs, and she got out of the hotel without exciting any suspicion or comment, her maid going on to the station with the small portmanteau which was all she could manage to smuggle out with her. I, in the meanwhile, arrived at the church 10 minutes before 9, accompanied by my sister, Lady Edith Fox-Pitt, in her carriage and pair. I had persuaded her overnight to come with me to keep us in countenance. This she very kindly and loyally did, though, as was to be expected, she was blamed and abused for it afterwards. I had also told my mother at the last moment what I was going to do. My darling mother gave me £200, her fondest blessing, a diamond ring for Olive, and the promise of an allowance. My friend, Cecil Hayes, the well-known barrister, who was then private secretary to Lord Denbigh, and who afterwards appeared as my counsel at the ransom trial, and later when I was convicted and sent to prison for libelling Winston Churchill, came to the church to support me, and afterwards saw us off for Paris at Victoria Station. My darling little Olive arrived dead on time, and we were married. Before leaving Victoria, Olive sent a telegram to her mother informing her of what she had done, and giving our address in Paris. I subsequently discovered that Robert Ross during the marriage ceremony was in the church in the background. I had taken him into my confidence because, as I have already said, Olive and I used to meet occasionally at his little picture shop in Ryder Street. For some extraordinary reason, Ross always seemed to resent my marriage. All the same, I continued to be on good terms with him for several years after it took place, and he professed to be devoted to Olive, and made every effort to ingratiate himself with her. My wife, who sometimes has wonderful intuitions about people, never liked him or trusted him. Needless to say, our runaway marriage created a fearful rumpus. King Edward was, so I was told, very angry, though what on earth it had to do with him I have never been able to make out. The Montagues and the Yorks with one accord gave tongue, and worked themselves up into a fearful state of indignation and fury. This does not apply to poor George, who was merely sorrowful and dignified. Mrs. Custance was naturally in a great state of consternation, and Colonel Custance, who had only just returned from the South African War, where he had commanded the Norfolk Regiment (he was formerly in the Grenadier Guards), went through all the usual motions which are proper to the outraged father of an absconding daughter on such an occasion. I do not in the least blame him. Of course it was a frightful blow to him that his elder daughter and heir, for his property was entailed on her, should have thrown aside a very eligible young man like George, heir to an earldom and about £30,000 a year, to run away with a penniless younger son who was, moreover, under a cloud, and who had been mixed up in the worst scandal that had occurred in London for about 100 years. If there is anything else that I have forgotten in this list of my ineligible qualities, the reader can please supply them ad lib. The first thing Colonel Custance did was, funnily enough, to rush round to Scotland Yard to make inquiries about me. He was no doubt disappointed to be told there that nothing whatever was known against me, and that, as far as their information went, I was a model of every virtue. Years afterwards, when he applied to the Chancery Court in an endeavour to take my only child away from me, the only charges that he could manage to rake up against me were that I was very bad-tempered, and that I attached far too much importance to religion. Within a few weeks of our marriage, however, he declared that he had forgiven us, and asked us to come down on a fortnight's visit to his house in Norfolk, Weston Old Hall. Up to this point, I must say that he behaved exceedingly well, and the same applies to Mrs. Custance. Meanwhile, Olive and I were having the time of our lives in Paris at the Hôtel Restat, now extinct. Out of the dust of the past, and surviving all the welter of the mud and stones that for more than 30 years have been thrown at me, and incidentally, though by no means always accidentally, hit my wife and made her life next door to impossible for her, our marriage still survives. Though we were subsequently separated 11 years later, and though almost superhuman, and I might add entirely diabolical, efforts were made to smash up our marriage and force us into divorce or separation, we are still married and still love each other. It is the astonishing fact that certain persons, including one who has the best of all reasons to know the contrary, have tried to make out that our marriage was always a failure, and that after our brief honeymoon had been followed by the birth of our son, Raymond, it was one in name only. Nothing more fantastically or more grotesquely untrue could be devised by the brain of a lunatic. I am not concerned to produce proofs, though they exist in superabundance in the shape of letters exchanged between us, covering the whole period of our marriage up to within a few months of our separation, and again with intervals of estrangement right up to the present day. Nor would one in the ordinary way think it necessary to say anything about what is, after all, a private affair between one's wife and oneself. But in view of posterity, which is as certain to be concerned in all this business as it is certain that there is a sun in the heavens, I put it here and now, and once for all on record, that the wicked efforts that were made to break up my marriage and to alienate my wife's affections never really succeeded. In the year 1907 I published in the Academy the series of sonnets which appear in my collected poems under the title To Olive. Those sonnets remain, and all the water in the sea will never wash them out. Here is one of them. To Olive. When we were pleasure's minions, you and I, when we mocked grief and held disaster cheap, and shepherded all joys like willing sheep who love their shepherd, when a passing sigh was all the cloud that flecked our summer sky, I floated on an unimagined deep. I loved you as a tired child loves sleep. I lived and loved and laughed, and knew not why. Now I have known the uttermost rose of love. The world is very strong, but love is stronger. I love you so, I have no time to hate even those wolves without. The great winds move all their dark batteries to our fragile gate. The years are very long, but love is longer. End of chapter 30.